Recording in progress.
The House Chairperson.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer meditation. Please be seated. The first item on the order paper is the statement by the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities on creating strategic multisectoral partnerships for a disability inclusive society. I now invite to the podium the Honourable Minister.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members, fellow South Africans, especially the women, youth and persons with disabilities. Let me begin by appreciating that the National Assembly has placed this matter before this August House for debate. Chris Hani once reminded us that what we need is not slogans, but real unity. Under the theme, Disability Inclusion, creating strategic multisectoral partnerships for a disability inclusive society, I rise to implore on us as a nation to reach for that unity of purpose in the inclusion of persons with disabilities. Every year, Disability Rights Awareness Month runs from the 3rd of November to the 3rd of December, culminating in the International Day of Persons with Disabilities on the 3rd of December, that is tomorrow. This is a period in which our nation must honestly ask itself, are persons with disabilities able to enjoy the rights we have promised all South Africans, and we are removing the barriers that prevent full participation? My responsibility in this ministerial statement is focused on reporting on progress since the last 2024 Disability Rights Awareness Month, to identify the gaps that continue to undermine inclusion, and to outline how partnerships, global, national, and local, are being used to build a South Africa that is genuinely disability inclusive. Across the world, more than 1 billion people live with disabilities. In South Africa, current estimates place disability prevalence at around 3.3 million people. However, we know that this is underreported, especially in rural areas and among children. Behind these numbers are daily realities, as children with disabilities are unable to access early learning or complete school. Young people and adults with disabilities are overrepresented among the unemployed, even when qualified. And persons with disabilities are facing heightened risk of violence and abuse. Therefore, our disability and gender-based violence and femicide responses must reinforce one another. These realities confront our constitutional promise of equality and remind us that full participation for persons with disabilities demands collective responsibility. No single department, no single province, no single NGO, no family, no parliament itself, or even judiciary or the executive can deliver it alone. The systems that shape daily life must move with shared purpose. Experience here and abroad shows that we advance fastest when government, business, academia, and civil society work to a common data-driven agenda, with public institutions planning and budgeting together, businesses changing how they recruit and procure, universities driving innovation, and organizations of persons with disabilities leading and holding us all to account. Honorable members, unlike on women, labor, or finance, there is still no dedicated G20 working group on disability. But for the first time in the history of the G20, South Africa has begun the process to change that. The United Kingdom, out of our own initiative, has committed to take this work forward during its presidency. In parallel, organizations of persons with disabilities and civil society convened the Disability 20, that is the D20 Summit, whose disability inclusion call to action we welcome and support. Honorable Speaker and Honorable House Chair, we're clear that we would not preside over this G20 presidency and live with nothing to show for persons with disabilities. That is why, as part of our chairship of the G20 Empowerment of Women Working Group, we committed to the Disability Inclusion NEV Center, a legacy project that will strengthen evidence, coordination, and accountability across the disability sector. The NEV Center is being designed with organizations of persons with disabilities in line with the principle of nothing about us without us, supported by the European House Ambrosetti, an international institute specializing in observatories and evidence systems. On the sidelines of the G20 ministerial meeting, we also secured 2.5 million in seed funding for the Disability Inclusion NEV Center from the All China Women's Federation, and received strong expressions of support from International Disability Alliance, an early but important sign that global solidarity is backing South Africa's disability work. Domestically, the University of Cape Town and several private sector institutions have indicated clear interest in supporting the center's research, data, and innovation work. We call on all departments and public entities to back this initiative so that the NEV Center becomes a true engine of coordinated disability inclusion across the state. Fellow South Africans, the Support Employment Enterprise factories housed in the Department of Employment and Labor create sustainable jobs for persons with disabilities through factories that produce school uniform, hospital linen, pajamas, uniforms, and office furnishings. Following our oversight visit to Pretoria factory with Deputy Minister Shabalala, Ministers of Labor and National Treasury, is procurement requirements, allowing departments and provinces to buy directly from these companies. At the launch of Disability Rights Awareness Month in Kimberley this year on the 3rd of November, Premier Zamani Sol committed the Northern Cape to significantly increasing its orders, including 5,000 school desks for the coming school year. If all 8 provinces and public entities replicate this approach, we could create more than 3,000 additional jobs for persons with disabilities. Work is also underway to expand the SEA's footprint, including ongoing efforts to establish a facility in Mpumalanga, the only province without the SEA's factory. As government, through the National Development Plan, we have set a 7% target for the employment of persons with disabilities by 2030, with annual milestones that should bring departments steadily closer to the goal. By this year, the public service should be at 4%, but progress is uneven, and we hope that Parliament will also do the same. We have therefore engaged the Minister for the Public Service and Administration, and a ministerial directive will be issued to enforce annual targets, strengthen reporting, and ensure recruitment processes that actively open opportunities for persons with disabilities. This effort extends to public entities and boards, where departments are expected to increase meaningful representation and draw on the skills and leadership of persons with disabilities. We therefore call on qualified persons with disabilities to apply for vacancies across government as we hardwire inclusion into the public service, and when we also call on the private sector to do the same, employing persons with disabilities at least at a target of 4% for this year. Working with the Minister of Electricity, efforts are also underway to ensure that all special schools are fully electrified, with a strong emphasis on solar power, so that learning is not disrupted by any eventualities. Alongside the review of White Paper 6 on inclusive education, we have conducted qualitative research on special schools, profiling 120 of them across all 9 provinces, with the intention of matching them with corporate sponsors through their CSI's partnerships, so that no child with a disability is excluded from learning because of access and infrastructure. The study also that we're speaking about makes findings and recommendations for implementation. Honorable House Chair, alongside these programs, we have commissioned research on how climate change and disaster affects persons with disabilities, and this evidence is guiding our work on resilient, accessible infrastructure and emergency responses. We are finalizing the Disability Rights Bill, incorporating public input so it can return to the legislative pipeline as a single instrument for driving disability inclusion across the state. The bill enforces the pillars of the White Paper on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, as well as the Convention. We're also re-establishing the Presidential Working Group on Disability to improve high-level coordination with organizations of persons with disabilities, while standardizing implementation tools across the public service, including universal design and access plans, the Reasonable Accommodation Fund to support recruitment and retention of employees with disabilities, and improved reporting. We're also working with sister departments on accessible ICTs, emerging technologies, and artificial intelligence to ensure these advances expand rather than restrict rights. Taken together, these measures I've mentioned aim to embed disability inclusion in law, in institutions, and daily practices, not leaving it to goodwill or to who holds office. Honorable House Chair, as I close, allow me to remind this House of lessons from our own recent history. 2 decades ago, South Africa faced one of the world's most severe HIV and AIDS epidemics. Our infection rates were among the highest globally, yet when government, scientists, activists, faith communities, businesses, and arts pulled together, we changed the course of that epidemic. Millions of our people are alive today because of that unity of purpose. That is the spirit we now need to build a disability-inclusive society. Just as we show Soul City, the movie yesterday, and countless artists helped shift public understanding of HIV, we know that social mobilization, culture, and narrative change are powerful tools for transforming attitudes towards disability, dismantling stigma, and building communities where inclusion is instinctive, not an afterthought. This is why in our 2025 16 Days of Activism campaign, launched under the theme Litsima, Working Together, we placed artists, media, filmmakers, and storytellers at the center. They in return displayed patriotism and commitment to using their platform to confront gender-based violence and femicide and to amplify the voices of survivors as well as those of persons with disabilities, doing work that no secular directive or policy speech for that matter can do alone. Honorable members, the same collective effort is required now. The initiatives I've outlined today and the many that exist across public and private sectors will only succeed if every part of society pulls in the same direction with coordinated action, consistent accountability, and public mobilization that rejects stigma, exclusion, and discrimination in all their forms. As President O.R. Tambo reminded us, it is our responsibility to break down barriers of division and create a country where everyone feels included. Let us break down every barrier of exclusion and build a South Africa where all belongs and the persons with disabilities are accommodated and included. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The next speaker is the Honourable Nkunu.
Somlomo ohloniphekile amalunga ahloniphekile muzi wonke waseNingizimu Afrika. Angiqale inkulumo yami ngokusho iqiniso elingenakuphikiswa. Abantu abakhubazekile eNingizimu Afrika abayidingi lenqwaba yemicimbi, imikhankaso, izinkulumo okucikozwa ngazo ezigcwele izethembiso ezingafezeki. Abakhubazekile badinga uhulumeni ozobeka izidingo zabo phambili nsuku zonke. Uhulumeni osebenzayo, oqinisa imithetho futhi onikeza imiphumela eletha ushintsho ezimpilweni zabo. Kuyihlazo elikhulu ukuthi abantu abakhubazekile kulelizwe are being failed by uhulumeni wabo abebemthembile nobathembisile kodwa wangafeza izithembiso zakhe. Somlomo ohloniphekile sekuyiminyaka ngeminyaka sizwa izethembiso mayelana nokubambisana phakathi kwezinhlaka ezahlukene. Kodwa isikhathi sesiside kakhulu abantu abakhubazekile bephathwa kabuhlungu, akukho usizo abalunikezwayo. Benziwa izihloko zezinkulumo, kuxoxwe ngabo, kukitazwe imphakathi, kube ngathi lukhulu okucatshangwayo ngabo ngalabo abakhubazekile kanti lutho kubukiswa ngabantu behluphekile. Kukhulunywa ngokubambisana kodwa izingane ezikhubazekile zisavalelwe ngaphandle kuma ECD centers ngoba othisha abaqeqeshiwe. Izikole zabakhubazekile zincane kakhulu, kuyafana nokuthi azikho. Kunezingane eziphoqeleka ukulinda emakhaya for ukuthola izikhala ezikoleni. Ezokuthutha ziyihlazo nsuku zonke. Amabhasi, amatekisi awakwazi ukwamukela abantu abakhubazekile ngendlela efanele ngoba azilungele ukugibelisa abakhubazekile. Ema-clinics naseyibhedlela nakuma police stations kunzima ukuxhumana kwabakhubazekile ngoba akukho ngisho abahumushayo ngolimi lwezandla. Abakhubazekile bantula imisebenzi bayayekelwa nje bangaqashwa, hayi ngoba benganawo amakhono kodwa kungenxa yobandlululo oqhubekayo kanye nokungaqiniswa kwemigomo uhulumeni. Ukuntuleka kwemisebenzi kubantu abakhubazekile kungaphezulu kakhulu kwesilinganiso sikazwelonke. This is not accidental, it is systemic exclusion. We cannot fight unemployment while excluding persons with disabilities. Kunomnyango othunyiwe ukuba uvikele amalungelo abantu abakhubazekile, usuvele waphenduka indawo yokubhalana nama-reports, inkulumo ezingapheli, imihlangano yansuku zonke, ukuhamba izinkomfa ezingenamphumela, kuchithwe imali okungabe ifaka ekusizeni abantu abakhubazekile. How do we speak of strategic partnerships when izinhlangano zabantu abakhubazekile zithola uxhaso namuhla kusasa alisekho? Baphile kanjani abakhubazekile bencikiselwa kangaka? Izinto ezibalekile zokuhlangabezana nezidingo zabakhubazekile azikho. Uma kumele baye ezibhedlela bahamba kanzima, izinsiza njengama wheelchairs, walkers abanawo. Abanye ubabona bethwelwe ngezingubo, abanye beqhutshwa nangamabhala belethwa ema-clinics. Omama uthole beme online abade nezingane ezikhubazekile zibelethiwe emhlane. Lo hulumeni ubhizi usitshela ukuthi uhulumeni onakekelayo, hayibo kuphi khona. This is not a partnership problem, but a leadership failure. Partnership must go beyond government boardrooms. No policy should ever be made for persons with disabilities without persons with disabilities at the center. Abantu abakhubazekile kumele bahlale nabo etafuleni lapho kuhlelwa khona uhlahlo lwabiwo mali kazwelonke. Kumele kube yibo abahola futhi ama programs abo athinta impilo zabo, not izimenywa nezethameli zemqimbi. This is not a favor, it is a constitutional right. Umkhonto wesizwe party uletha imfuno eziphuthumayo eziqhamuka kubo abakhubazekile uqobo across the country asiqageli. Abakhubazekile bayahlala iminyaka eminingi belinda usizo lwama wheelchairs, ama walkers, hearing aids, iminyaka yonke bayabhaliswa ukuba badingani kodwa akufiki lutho kubo. We demand a national audit, immediate procurement reforms, strict delivery timelines. A wheelchair is not a luxury, it is a mobility, independence and dignity. Abantu abakhubazekile abanika imfundo esezingeni elifanele. Education is not a privilege, it's a right. Akube compulsory ukuthi othisha baqeqeshelwe ukuthi baqeqeshwe ukuze abakhubazekile bafundiswe ngendlela efanele. Umkhonto wesizwe party demands ukuthi wonke ama departments angafuna ukuqasha abakhubazekile awavezwe obala name and shame. Kungaqini ngo name and shame, but akube khona isijezi sesiqinile ngesenzo esimba abasenza sokucwasa. Honorable Speaker, uhulumeni angeke azibize uhulumeni onakekelayo uma eqhubeka nokushiya abantu abakhubazekile ngemuva. As umkhonto wesizwe party, we stand firmly with the persons with disabilities. We demand a state that respects, protects and fulfills their rights. Not tomorrow, not next year, but today. Until that day comes, we will not rest. Ngeke sithule sivumele ukunganakekelwa kwabakhubazekile, and we will not apologize for telling the truth. Ma-Africans, South Africans amahle, umkhonto wesizwe party ufikile futhi ugalelekile. Bonke ubuqopholelo kahulumeni ngayo sizobaveza obala futhi bazobanjwa one by one bazoyithatha inyani.
The next speaker is the Honorable Kanyile.
Honorable Chair, I rise today not only to speak, but to demand action. For far too long, persons with disabilities in South Africa have been spoken about, referenced in policy, included in speeches, yet excluded in practice. We must confront the truth. Disability inclusion is still treated as an afterthought and nice to have, a footnote in our national development agenda. This remains unacceptable for a constitutional democracy committed to dignity, equality, and human rights. According to the latest official figures, over 2.5 million South Africans, around 7.5% of our population, live with disabilities. These are our children, our elders, our colleagues, our neighbors, our fellow citizens. Yet their experience remains one of the lowest access, highest exclusion, and deepest marginalization. This is a national crisis that demands coordinated, multisectoral partnerships for fragmented, inconsistent, and monitored interventions. The 15th Commission for Employment Equity Annual Report 2014-15 indicates that employed persons with disabilities are below 1%, while between 2015-2020, only 1.2% of persons with disabilities were formally employed. In the current financial year, 0.95% of persons with disabilities were employed in the public sector, with only 1.2% of employees with disabilities in private sector. This is a clear demonstration that all sectors failed to meet their 2% equity target. The current equity target has been set to 7%. Why has this target been increased when even the government is failing to meet its own 2% target? Honorable Minister, ngo-May 2025, ubula endlini udeliver istatement ngayo i-issue yabantu abakhubazekile. Ake uchazele umphakathi onokukhubazeka ukuthi kusukela ngaleso sikhathi kuze kube yinamhlanje imuphi umehluko umnyango wakho owenzile ezimpilweni zabo ukuqinisekisa ukuthi bayawathola amathuba omsebenzi abaqeqeshelwe wona futhi abaqashwa nje baphonswe noma ngabe ikuphi ngoba kuqedwa icala. Minister, your lofty overseas trips that have been packaged as working visits and study tours have promised to usher in grand disability and GPV strategies, yet we await tangible implementation and results. If anything, your extravagant travel has been more of a wasteful expenditure trip and an insult to persons with disabilities. Honorable members, in 2023, this parliament took a historic step by recognizing South African Sign Language as the 12th official language of the Republic, a milestone, a moment of pride, a moment of hope for deaf community. 2 years later, what has changed for deaf South Africans? Let us be brutally honest, very little. Most government departments still do not have sign language interpreters, not in service offices, not in clinics and hospitals, not in police stations and courts, not in community meetings and outreach programs, not in government communications, not in Parliament Portfolio Committee meetings, not in Madlanga Commission, and absolutely not in ad hoc committee. This is not just failure to implement, this is neglect. As a country, we cannot claim to recognize sign language while deaf South Africans still cannot access justice, healthcare, education, or public information in their own language. Honorable Chair, allow me to share something deeply personal. My own mother has a hearing and speech impairment. I have witnessed in my own home throughout my life the barriers she faces, the misunderstandings, the exclusion, the lack of interpreters, and the frustration of being unable to access simple information or services because communication was not made accessible. Her experience is not unique. It is the daily reality of millions. And because of her, this fight is not abstract for me. It is personal. It is lived and it is urgent. No South African should struggle to access their rights simply because we have failed to implement what we promised. Honorable members, the very portfolio tasked with advancing the rights of persons with disabilities lacks a credible monitoring and evaluation to track departmental compliance, accessibility of services, budget allocations, sign language rollout, and implementation of disability inclusive policies. Without monitoring, there is no measurement. And without measurement, there is no intervention. Without intervention, there is no progress. This leaves disability inclusion accounted for, unmonitored, unsupported. This is not oversight, that is failure. We must correct it immediately. Persons with disabilities must not be treated as an afterthought. Policy language has become polished but remains poor in implementation. Let me repeat this for all of us in this house. Persons with disabilities are not by the way. They are not optional. They are not charity cases. They are not burdens. They are equal citizens of this country with equal rights, equal value, and equal claim to opportunity. Honorable Chair, honorable members, South Africans with disabilities have waited long enough. Now we need and deserve action. Let us write a new chapter where South African Sign Language is not only recognized on paper, but implemented in practice. A chapter where disability inclusion is not charity, but justice. A chapter where every department delivers services accessible to all. A chapter where persons with disabilities are empowered, respected, and valued, not as an afterthought, but as equals in this democracy. The measure of any nation is how it treats its most vulnerable. Let us prove through our actions, not our words, that South Africa treat all its people with dignity. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Sikwambana.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, fighters and fellow South Africans. The economic freedom fighters rise to declare with absolute clarity that the struggle for the true freedom remains incomplete as long as persons with disability continue to be excluded, marginalized, and denied meaningful participation in our society. We know the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities call for the strengthened disability inclusion across all sectors. And we, as the EFF, intensify and amplify that call. We assert that persons with disability must be included not symbolically, not as an afterthought, but meaningful in policy development, in planning, in budgeting, and in program implementation. This is not merely a constitutional obligation, it's a moral duty, it is a national responsibility, it is a cornerstone of South Africa's transformation and development agenda. Yet, this reality is, the persons with disability remains the bottom of the socio-economic power. They remain the most vulnerable to violence, to poverty, to unemployment, and to the exclusion. This is not because they are incapable. This is because the society has failed them. The government has failed them. Policy implementation has failed them. And political will has also failed them. We emphasize today that empowering persons with disability is not a charity. It is a fundamental prerequisite for achieving the sustainable development goals and for building South Africa that is equal, just, and human. This empowerment requires concrete actions, accessible built environment where no one is blocked by infrastructure created for only a portion of society, inclusive education that is properly resourced and free from discrimination, equitable employment and economic participation, because disability does not mean inability. Access to assistive devices and support services without long queues, shortages, or excuses. Access to strengthen social protection system that restore dignity rather than deepens poverty. Honorable members, disability inclusion is not a favor. It is a call for unified national stance. It's a consensus approach to protecting and promoting the right for persons with disability. This right must be mainstreamed across all sectors, ensuring that persons with disabilities are not further marginalized or excluded from decision-making, participation, and beneficiation. As we observe Disability Right Awareness Month, the EFF calls upon every sector of society, government department, private entities, civil society, communities, and individuals to reflect seriously on this role. We must ask ourselves, have we progressed? Where have we failed? What gaps continue to silence and sideline persons with disability? Our responsibility today is to confront those challenges honestly, boldly, and urgently. We must commit, not in speeches, not in promises, but in action to build a South Africa where every person is recognized, valued, and empowered and included. A South Africa where disability inclusion is not an event, not a slogan, but a lived reality. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Matri.
Madam Akuskas. Honorable Chairperson, the Inkatha Freedom Party recognizes that creating a truly inclusive society for persons with disabilities requires coordinated action across government, civil society, businesses, and communities. Despite progressive laws and policies, many South Africans with disabilities still face barriers to education, employment, healthcare, and full participation in society. The IFP notes with concern that unemployment amongst persons with disabilities remains unacceptably high, assessive to assistive, decisive is limited, and educational inclusive and uneven. Women and children with disabilities are particularly vulnerable, facing compounded risks, including gender-based violence. Furthermore, persons with disabilities are too often excluded from decision-making platforms, as evidenced by recent lapses in the national dialogue processes. Addressing these challenges requires sustained multisectoral collaboration with schools, workplaces, municipalities, and community organizations working alongside the Department of Social Development and Employment and Labor, as well as the civil society, to expand access to education, early childhood development, employment opportunities, and assistive technologies. Initiatives like the Supported Employment Enterprise demonstrate the translative impact of partnerships, showing how inclusive creates both opportunity and dignity. We also emphasize the importance of community-based programs that empower families and caregivers, ensuring that persons with disabilities receive the support and skills needed to participate fully in society. Daily awareness campaigns, assertive infrastructure, and targeted policy implementations are critical to moving beyond symbolic commitment towards tangible change. The IFP further supports measures that guarantee the inclusion of persons with disabilities in all decision-making structures and platforms, including public entities, boards, and national dialogues. True inclusion requires that persons with disabilities are partners in shaping policies that affect their lives, not merely beneficiaries of programs. Honorable Chairperson, the fight for the disability inclusive society is not a once-a-year effort. It is a daily commitment that requires innovation, unity, and shares responsibility. By working together across sectors, we can ensure that persons with disabilities enjoy quality opportunities, dignity, and the right to participate fully in all aspects of South Africans' life. The IFP fully endorses efforts to build strategic multisectoral partnerships that translate legislative and policy commitments into real, measurable outcomes for persons with disabilities. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Peterson.
Thank you, as Chair. Honourable members, members of the public. The Minister's statement on creating strategic multi-sectoral partnerships for a disability inclusive society is not just timely, it is a long overdue call to action. Because the truth is this, we cannot speak of democracy, transformation, and nation building while persons with disabilities are still navigating a country that was not built with them in mind. For years, disability inclusion has been treated as a side project, a footnote, an item to be ticked off in annual reports. A society is not inclusive by intention. It is inclusive by design, by budget, by enforcement, and by accountability. A disability inclusive South Africa requires more than policies. It demands partnerships that are active, not performative. It demands that government departments stop working in silos, that private sector stops treating accessibility as an optional expense, and that civil society is empowered as an equal partner, not a stakeholder we consult once a year. If we are serious, then our schools must be accessible, our clinics must be equipped, our workplaces must accommodate, our transport systems must transform, our digital world must open its doors, and our justice system must be responsive to the violence, discrimination, and exploitation faced by persons with disabilities every single day. We cannot continue building a country where people are left behind, not because they lack ability, but because we lack commitment. Therefore, we welcome the Minister's focus on multi-sectoral partnerships, but partnerships must come with power, resources, timelines, and measurable outcomes. Otherwise, they are just speeches wrapped in beautiful language. Let this be the turning point. Let this be the moment we refuse to treat disability inclusion as charity. Instead, recognize it as constitutional imperative, a human rights obligation, and a moral test of who we are as a nation. Because South Africa will never be truly free until every person of every ability can move, learn, work, and live with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Denner.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, approximately 3.3 million individuals live with disabilities in South Africa. For persons with disabilities, the unemployment rate exceeds 80% in some regions. It even exceeds 90% in others. It is expected that the unemployment rate among people with disabilities may be higher, but these numbers are alarmingly high, indicating a crisis amongst the disabled working population. And unfortunately, we have to say this crisis is largely due to the structural failures of government over the past 30 years. Persons with functional difficulties are far more likely to experience multidimensional poverty. Households headed by persons with disabilities often have less access to basic services compared to others. Too many schools operate in buildings never designed for accessibility. A child cannot enter a classroom with dignity. Resources, especially assistive devices, remain scarce. Many teachers have not been adequately prepared. Participation by children with disabilities lags behind that of their peers, and a low percentage of persons with severe impairments attain higher education. Educational inclusion is not about fixing the learner to fit the system. It's about fixing the system to embrace every learner, and government has decades of systemic failure to its name in this regard. Furthermore, as femicide rates climb, women with disabilities face compounded risk from gender-based violence. Where is the protection? And basic service delivery by local government entrusted with upholding basic human rights such as access to clean water, a safe and healthy environment, reliable electricity and other essential services is failing so spectacularly that the everyday hardships faced by all South Africans are even more acutely felt by people with disabilities whose access and well-being depend most critically on these fundamental services. It is against these failures that we discuss strategic partnerships. There are some successes like supported employment enterprise factories who will now apparently be able to supply goods such as furniture, uniforms and linen directly lengthy tender procurement processes. This is a long overdue step designed to preserve jobs for people with disabilities, reduce state costs, and promote dignity. This reform, which the FF Plus insisted upon since the 6th Parliament, promotes inclusion and supports local manufacturing. Maar een swaalkie maak nie 'n somer nie. The Minister herself has said on more than one occasion that the real test of government is whether inclusion moves from paper to practice. We can talk about strategic partnerships and building a disability-inclusive society, but while a disabled grandmother cannot get her wheelchair past the sewage flowing past her front door, while a disabled child cannot finish his basic education due to a lack of resources at his local school, while quality healthcare is not provided, and while disabled people cannot find work because of rigid labour legislation and red tape continuing to stifle job creation, we cannot talk about creating a truly disability-inclusive society. Tomorrow is International Day of Persons with Disabilities.
Honourable Member, your time has now expired. Thank you.
Thank you, House Chair.
The next speaker is the Honourable Letlape.
Thank you, House Chair. It is quite fortunate that we have this discussion around the time of World AIDS Day. And sometimes we fool ourselves about the progress that we've made in relation to HIV. One of the things that I'd like to remind all of us is that we've made that progress because people with HIV led the process. They dragged us into doing our job. The person that led that program was a person living with HIV. If we want to make similar strides in terms of people with disabilities, the people must lead. It should not be able-bodied people that are doing for people with disabilities. What we should be asking ourselves, we should be asking them how we can help. So we need to ensure that all the structures that are set up are led by people with disabilities. They should not come to participate. They should come to lead. One of the things that I've learned in life is that those that live the experience are the ones that can lead. We don't understand what those people go through. One of the things that we should look at is how we invest in the education system for people with learning disabilities. And it is frightening how unsupported they are. In the schools that they have, the bright ones are separated so that they can accelerate. The ones that are slow are put in a separate class and they are just pushed through. And when they get to matric, they don't have the requisite knowledge to be able to be useful citizens. So my appeal, Minister, is let us engage the technology department. Because when you look around the world, people use technology to help people with disabilities. And with technology, they are able to compete with others. And I just want to remind you that most people with disabilities have talents that people with abilities don't have. And when you give them the assistance to bridge the gap, you unlock human potential second to none. People with disabilities are capable. What we should ask is how we can help them. And we should ensure that they lead and they are represented in all structures of society. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Meshu.
House Chairperson, honourable members, South Africa's commitment to a disability-inclusive society requires more than policy statements. Yes, the ACDB concurs that it demands strategic multisectoral partnerships that unite government, civil society, business, and international partners. However, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities acknowledged in its 2025 strategic plan that people with disabilities remain greatly marginalized and that mainstreaming requires coordinated leadership across sectors. Government is seen to be failing people with disabilities by under-delivering on employment equity, lacking representation in leadership, and struggling to implement effective monitoring and accountability frameworks. People with disabilities make up only 1.4% of the workforce, far below the national target of 3%. Amendments to the Employment Equity Act in January promise stronger inclusion, but critics argue these changes have not translated into real opportunities. Systematic barriers still face young people with disabilities in education, training, and employment. The department's 2024/25 annual report noted delays in implementing monitoring frameworks and highlighted capacity constraints that weaken delivery, and public discourse has amplified these concerns. Civil society organizations have repeatedly highlighted that government departments lack robust monitoring frameworks. This results in poor enforcement of disability rights and weak coordination across ministries. Professor Aman Bam, head of the social impact at Stellenbosch Business School, argues that disability inclusion is not charity. It is a legal requirement and a matter of social justice. To raise awareness, the National Council of and for Persons with Disabilities leverages media partnerships for its publicity, showing it to be strategic, impactful, authentic, and transformative. The NCPD reported in October that media partnerships generated over 100 million impressions. However, they also stressed the urgent need for government accountability and collaboration with grassroots organizations. Government's failure lies not in the absence of policy, but in weak implementation, poor accountability, and lack of representation. To correct this, government must strengthen enforcement of employment equity, invest in youth inclusion, and build multisectoral partnerships, and that will ensure that people with disabilities are visible, empowered, and included in every sphere of society. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Nontenja.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair, strategical multisectoral partnerships hold significant promise for building a disability-inclusive society. When designed ethically, with strong participation from persons with disabilities, clear accountability mechanisms, and equitable power sharing, they create innovative, sustainable, and holistic solutions. However, these partnerships must guard against tokenism, power imbalances, and profit-driven approaches. The success of such collaborations depends on centering the voices and leadership of persons with disabilities themselves. Partnerships sometimes involve PWD organizations only superficially, just to tick the box. Without genuine participation, policies may not reflect real needs and can reinforce stereotypes. Governments and corporations often dominate the agenda. NPOs and grassroots communities may lack negotiation power or resources to lead. This can skew priorities towards donor or corporate interests instead of disability rights. Too many partners can slow decision-making. Coordination challenges include overlapping responsibilities, unclear leadership, duplicated activities. This can reduce efficiency and delay implementation. Partnerships often depend on short-term funding or political cycles. If a donor withdraws or leadership changes, initiatives may collapse, leaving PWDs without long-term support, which is a sustainability concern. Umzekelo, i-projects komasipala bakutshintsha i-term, uward council omtsha ufika afake ezakhe zibe zi-white elephants ke ngoku eziyabe zifakwe kwi-previous term. On listening to the minister's speech, the UDM did not get any assurance that this will not be the case. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Ghana.
Everyone wants to give a speech. Na cancer mtramashto. Parent concern Honourable Mkalib. Honourable members, fellow South Africans. This afternoon, I stand at a podium that is not accessible to a person using a wheelchair. This is but one example of how sadly we lock persons with disabilities out of places of power and influence. We have come a long way in making our society more accessible. Building codes now mandate certain accommodations and discrimination based on disability illegal. Yes, these are important steps, but they do not go nearly far enough to ensure that persons with disabilities have the same enjoyment of their constitutional rights as anyone else. They do not address the fact that many in our country will have to ask for an accommodation to speak at this podium, instead of just being open to do so. Honorable members, persons with disabilities are not far away subset of our population. It is the future of all of us as we grow older, and sometimes it can happen in an instant. Yet every one of us want to live as independently and safely as possible. Every one of us want to be able to participate meaningfully in social, political, and economic life. These are the things that bind us all together, and we should fight to ensure that it is possible to all. It is the duty of us all to create a society that is not just accommodating to persons with disabilities, but welcoming. One that recognizes unique needs and vulnerabilities, but still ensures that we are all on equal footing. Let us work together, government, private sector, and the people most affected by these barriers of entry to ensure equal opportunities to all. Let us ensure that our buildings, our public spaces, and our very way of work does not exclude anyone. Let us harness technology to build new opportunities and amplify the voices of those who have been silenced for too long.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Dr. Maimane.
Honourable members, Bakhaet Sudumela, I rise today as an uncle, a brother to a young South African who is living with disability. From the moment people with disability go through life, whether it be hospitals, whether it be places of work, most families have to battle the system just to get them through the process. Today, honorable members, it is one thing to live with disability. It's quite another to have a government that in certain instances does not work to support you. So, Honorable Minister, I welcome your statement today. I think it is not coincidental to note the fact that 7.5% of our population live with disability. This is for fellow South Africans who are 3.3 million people who remain structurally excluded from functional education. And therefore, honorable members, what the statement that the Deputy Minister of Employment and Labour says, that despite progressive legislation, persons with disabilities still face systemic exclusion from education and employment. So it's in their progression, Minister. It's the fact that they go to school and sometimes nutrition programs are not up to standard. It's that the assessment and the access to quality teaching is still a distant dream. It's that when they get to TVET colleges, sometimes spaces are not acknowledged. So, Honorable Minister, today we can't rest and simply just speak about this issue. It is time to act, and we have to act soon. For like us, in family members, we want a government that will work with people, persons with disability, not against them. So just a few things to suggest is that, Honorable Minister, let us hold departments who are not reaching their targets as to the number of people who are persons with disability who are working there. Those targets must be upheld. The second thing is, let us fight hard that SMME funding and as our work of redress, that people with disability are able to gain access to contracts and be able to advance their economic opportunities. For it's one thing to live with disability, it's quite another to combine that with poverty. And the last issue I would raise is that let's ensure that our schools are accessible, our centers of learning, because ultimately, disability should never be a death sentence. We should have a government that fights every day for inclusion of all citizens, and more specifically, people living with disability. I hope we can take action, Minister, and we'll work as best as we can.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Magau.
Thank you, House Chair. Today's statement confronts a matter that goes to the heart of our constitutional promise, the creation of a South Africa where every person, regardless of ability, enjoys dignity, opportunity, safety, and full participation. The 8M rises firmly to support a disability-inclusive society and to insist that this inclusion must be intentional, measurable, and rooted in justice. Honourable members, for far too long, disability has been treated as a social issue to be managed, rather than a developmental priority to be integrated across all sectors. Government departments, continue to work in silos. Private sector initiatives remain fragmented, and community organizations are left carrying burdens that should be shared by the state and society at large. This is why the minister's commitment to strategic multisectoral partnership is an important point of departure, but it must go beyond promises and be linked to outcomes. Firstly, a disability-inclusive society requires strong intergovernmental coordination. We cannot speak of partnership when departments do not align their policies, budget, or monitoring tools. The ATM calls for a centralized mechanism that ensures that disability rights are mainstreamed into planning, budgeting, and reporting across all spheres of government. Inclusion must be a performance indicator, not a public relations theme. Secondly, we must elevate private sector and labor partnerships beyond tokenism. We cannot continue celebrating isolated cooperating social responsibility projects when unemployment among persons with disabilities remain disproportionately high. Strategic partnership must enforce compliance with employment equity targets, incentive inclusive workplaces, ensure that persons with disabilities have access to skills, technology, and entrepreneurship support. Thirdly, the success of multisectoral partnership depends on the meaningful participation of persons with disabilities themselves. Nothing about them without them. House Chair, we must also confront a reality that too often majority of ignored people are from rural areas, including persons with disabilities. This is where exclusion is at its worst. In these communities, accessible to transport is almost non-existent. Clinics are under-resourced, schools lack specialized support, and assist devices take even longer to reach those who need them. Rural families shoulder unbearable burdens simply because disability services are centralized in cities. The ATM therefore calls a binding national framework that compels all sectors to collaborate on disability inclusive development, stronger public-private civil society compacts backed by accountability mechanisms, increased budget allocation that support community-based disability services, assistive technology and inclusive infrastructure, a special rural disability support strategy anchored in decentralized services and local partnership, data-driven monitoring so that progress is measurable and government is held accountable. Let us therefore commit collectively across all sectors to build a South Africa where inclusion is not a symbolic, but structurally not aspirational, but real. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Ismail Musa.
Malibongwe. Respected Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members, firstly, we seek protection with the Almighty from Satan the accursed. In the name of Almighty, the most merciful, the most gracious, I greet you with a universal greeting of peace to all our family South Africans. In the name of Almighty, the most merciful and the most gracious, and that is what we should look at, mercy, when it comes to wheelchairs. One of the greatest character of the disability sector is resilience. As a sector of society, persons with disability have to work double the effort to raise awareness about their needs and recognition. Right now, as we speak, a group known as Disabled, not Disabled, is doing a 190-kilometer wheelchair push from Harding to Durban to raise funds to purchase active wheelchairs for those who cannot afford to purchase it. Furthermore, Al-Jamaa salutes the organization MAIL, Muslims Against Illegitimate Leaders, who frequently provides wheelchairs to frail and disabled persons. It is unacceptable that disabled people must risk their lives on routes such as the N2, as in the case of the wheelchair push event, to highlight their plight and neglect of government to their nation. The Treasury appears to be nonchalant about the needs of disabled persons. Al-Jamaa calls on Treasury to immediately identify savings and use the money for the minister to purchase active wheelchairs. Like the mines have special social projects, so too must companies outside the mining industry have a social plan. All social plans, including that of mining industries, must make provisions for wheelchairs. Al-Jamaa Party will introduce a private members bill to make it compulsory for all companies to have social plans. Many companies do not have social plans as they have no regard and empathy for persons with disabilities. We call on Treasury to stop the Cinderella phenomenon treatment of the Minister's Department by allocating a budget which does not suffice to address the needs of persons with disabilities. We appeal to the Minister of Finances, when allocating budgets, please consider the needs of disabled persons. Malibongwe.
The next speaker is the Honourable Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development. We'll proceed to the next speaker. The Minister is not on the platform. I now recognize the Honourable Chauke Adonis.
And then, thank you very much. Let me film the mic. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the session, and greetings to fellow honorable members who are gathered. Greetings to fellow South Africans, to the broader society, all South Africans, and to the disability sector. I stand here before you not just as a token and as a symbol of sympathy. I stand here appointed by the African National Congress to represent the most vulnerable and marginalized in society. I stand here as a young African woman with a disability living with blindness, ready to lead in society and to contribute towards legislatives that are progressive. Through the African National Congress-led government, we domesticated the UNCRPD into the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities. And through this, it provided a roadmap and a blueprint on inclusion, integration, accessibility, and participation of persons with disabilities. But yet we stand here and we debate about the exclusion of persons with disabilities. And these are the lived realities of millions of South Africans. It is not that there is a lack of political will. It is based on attitudinal individual barriers that do not allow for us who have made the laws, who have put forward legislations and policies that are progressive, transformative, and inclusive to be successfully implemented on the ground. It is equally important for us, through various government department, institutions, entities, and agencies, to ensure accountability. Previous speakers have spoken about naming and shaming. Honorable members, this is important. This is important in ensuring that we are promoting and advancing inclusion of persons with disabilities and not merely just putting it as a tick box exercise. Departments who fail to ensure the integration, participation, and employment of persons with disabilities and the legislative reforms that take place and policy implementation within the departments must be held accountable. It is equally our responsibility as members of the National Assembly to review policies and review whether they are still fit for purpose. With this review, I challenge and I call upon yourself as the National Assembly, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, relevant departments and stakeholders, and the President to advance and accelerate the adoption of the Disability Rights Bill. With this bill, it will create equal access and opportunities for persons with disabilities, not merely relying on a white paper where those who choose to be governed by it have a deciding factor. It is important for us to look at the disparities that are faced by South Africans with disabilities and their families. Almost 1 million young children with disabilities are left out of the educational system. And this is coming from an AG report. This speaks to our failure as legislators, as government, leaders of society, civil society, and communities. But yet we've got legislations through the African National Congress-led government that are progressive and speak to ensure inclusion and integration of learners with special needs. Why do these policies not have teeth? I call upon the Minister, the Portfolio Committee of Basic Education, to re-evaluate whether the inclusion or inclusive policy for basic education is still fit for purpose. Does it have teeth? Will it yield, is it yielding tangible results? Or is it just a mere policy left to gather dust? And those who are failing to implement it, what are the actionable steps to hold them accountable? We look at the high unemployment rate of persons with disabilities, almost reaching 90%. Therefore means almost 90% of persons with disabilities are living below the poverty line. And this is a reality. This day and this debate to many might be a joke, but to those who are watching who are deeply affected, it means an opportunity of reigniting hope, restoring dignity, and us reaffirming our commitment to improving their living conditions and creating opportunities. Unemployment discussions cannot take place and debates and reforms cannot take place without the integration and participation and representation of people with disabilities. I sit here, I remind you, I am a young African disabled woman living with blindness. The African National Congress has instilled and given me the responsibility and harnessed my potential for me to lead in society. With this statement, I call upon all political parties, in fact, challenging political parties that sit in this grand house to say equal representation must be reflected within the political landscape. It means 7% must not just be for the private sector and for government. We must see it here in the National Assembly and in the legislators. 7% that is distant to us, but yet we want to call those to come and account, but yet we are unable to meet it ourselves, speaks of a systematic failure that we continue to perpetuate. I challenge us. We exist, we are competent, we are capable, and we qualify. We are educated, and we are ready. We are going nowhere. It is said that every single second household within a community is affected directly or indirectly by persons by disability. What does this mean? This means, as you sit and you look to your neighbor, in one way or another, they are affected by disability within their family and community. It is not a call of sympathy. It is a call to action. We're not just a token and a tick box exercise. We are equal contributors. Economic access must not be limited to the abled, and the disabled continue to be marginalized. We say we must not just be beneficiaries, but we must be active participants and contributors towards the economy of this country. We must participate in the political landscape of South Africa. We must be part of making legislative reforms and contributing towards the development, sustainability, and meeting the goals that are set for all South Africans. We do not want to sit in a private holding to debate amongst ourselves as persons with disabilities. We want to be part of the broader discussion. We want to be part of making decisions. I would like to congratulate the NYDA And in the process of appointing the NYDA board, for the very first time ever, a young disabled candidate was appointed by the president. This is history. And this must be something that we continue and must not remain history. And through this, the NYDA has pushed forward as...
Order, honorable members.
This is what happens when you are not directly affected by disability. It becomes a joke. What we are discussing is very much serious.
Member, your time is now expired.
And I thank you.
Thank you.
Stand and raise. You are known and you acknowledge. Amanda!
Malbongwe.
I now recognize the honorable minister.
Honorable House Chairperson, I want to thank all the members for their contributions. The engagement in this House today reflects a shared understanding that disability inclusion is not a marginal issue. It is central to our constitutional promise. We, persons with disabilities, must be full and equal participants in the life of our nation. What we have noticed and noted, Honorable Chairperson, is that Parliament already sets aside annual debates for Youth Day, Women's Day, Human Rights Day, International AIDS Day, Freedom Day, and the 16 days of activism. And these debates signal national priorities and keep us accountable. In the same spirit, I wish to make one appeal to yourself, Chairperson, that the 3rd of December, which is the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, be established as a standing annual debate of Parliament, so that it is not initiated only when a minister requests a statement, but embedded in the parliamentary calendar as a matter of principle. Persons with disabilities deserve the full weight of this institution's attention, its scrutiny, and its leadership every single year. We're placing this before yourself, Chairperson. Honorable members, in my work, I carry with me the words of a woman I met in Matatiel during oversight. She was a survivor of gender-based violence and femicide who became disabled by losing her arm as a result of that violence. She said to us, Minister, I don't want a grant because she already was on a grant. She said, I want capital to start my business, and in fact, it's a spaza shop. We're assisting her to get that actually and to build that spaza shop. However, there are many of such cases where we think that disability amounts to a grant. Persons with disabilities can also participate actively in the economy. So the words reminds us that persons with disabilities are not asking for sympathy, they're asking for opportunities. Allow me to say something. I fully agree with Honorable Chauke. First, yourself, you are proving to all that this House, and you are proving to all in this House, but also outside, that disability is what you provide or not provide. If you provide the environment that removes barriers, then of course, persons with disabilities can contribute like all of us. So it's what we do and what we do not do. But also you have actually said that we've got to name and shame departments that are not meeting the equity, employment equity for persons with disabilities. Probably for today, I want to congratulate the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities that is leading at 5.6% of employment of persons with disabilities. Remember, we said we are at 4% this year, we'll be at 5% next year, and we're going to do this. And the Department of Trade and Industry is the second at 4.57%. The Department of Tourism is third at 4.56%. And the Department of Small Businesses is fourth at 3.98%. Others are below 3%, but probably above 2%. And there are those that are even below 0%. I call on members of Parliament to hold departments accountable. when it comes to issues of employment equity of persons with disabilities. 2025-26, we are at 4%, and we will be increasing this by a percentage until 2030, where we will be reaching 7% in terms of National Development Plan. And that is why we have approached the Department of Public Service and Administration Minister to issue a minister's directive to the public service, forcing them not to employ any other person other than a person with disabilities, particularly for those departments that are not meeting the target of 4%. It can be done. It is happening in our department. We're at 5 point, in fact, very close to 6%, and therefore other departments can do that. Honorable members, Honorable Khwekana, asixoxe ngabo, sixoxa nabo. Sinabo sikhuluma nabo bayayikhulumela asixoxe ngabo yikho sikhuluma ngeministerial directive for instance esishoyo futhi angeke sithu uthi wena ke ngeke sithule uthasenze kodwa wena idebate yakho uthi angeke sithule angeke singasho kodwa the fact of the matter is
Honourable Minister, your time is expired. Thank you.
It's Honorable Mpulu.
Honourable Minister, thank you. Thank you. Just to add that we've been informed that the Honourable Khwekana resigned just before the debate and the Honourable Mkunu participated, not the Honourable Khwekana. That concludes party responses to the statement. The Secretary will read the first order.
Debate on World AIDS Day.
Honourable members, order. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Please proceed and read the first order.
Debate on World AIDS Day, overcoming challenges posed by funding cuts and disruptions to HIV prevention and support services and transforming the AIDS response.
I now recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members of the House, please allow me not to show the video because I'm in a very difficult place. Today, I stand before you with deep appreciation of this opportunity to address the House as we commemorate World AIDS Day. This is an occasion on our collective leaders of constituencies to reflect on our collective progress, confront the gaps that persist, and renew our commitment to ending AIDS as a public health threat in South Africa. World AIDS Day is more than a symbolic moment. It's a reminder of the responsibility we carry as leaders. Ours is a country that endured immense pain from HIV epidemic, but also that has demonstrated extraordinary resilience, innovation, and community leadership. Yesterday, we commemorated the World AIDS Day at Ramasemola village in Skukune district in Limpopo under the stewardship of the Deputy President of the country in his capacity as chairperson of SANAC. The significant day was commemorated under the theme Renewed Efforts and Sustainable Commitment to AIDS. This theme reinforces the sentiment that ending AIDS in our beloved country is possible, but only through revitalized leadership, resilient health systems, and meaningful partnership with communities, civil society, and people living with HIV and AIDS. We are a country that refuses to be defeated. South Africa has walked a long road with HIV, the one marked by pain, courage, and determination. We have faced moments that will have brought other nations to their knees, yet each time our people refuse to surrender, as we are a resilient nation. It is for this reason that we continue to invest in community-led interventions, outreach services, and patient-centered care. Our current situation in 2025 is as follows. We are a country of 63 million people. 8 million individuals are estimated to be living with HIV and AIDS, out of which 6.1 are on antiretroviral treatment. Out of this 6.1 million, 4.17 have their viral load tested, and it shows that 4.03 million are virally suppressed. This indeed is very encouraging because it shows a viral suppression rate of 96%, and it shows that the more people we put on ARVs, the more people will be virally suppressed. These numbers reflect a health system that has done extraordinary work, but they also warn us that risks remain high. Too many South Africans still cycle in and out of care. Too many feel alienated by stigma and discrimination. Too many, especially men and young people, delay seeking help until it's too late. If we are to end AIDS as a public health threat, as we wish to, we are going to have to confront these weaknesses honestly. You must recall that events that took place early this year nearly destabilized our efforts to implement interventions designed to scale up HIV prevention and treatment services. The abrupt funding withdrawal by the US through PEPFAR taught us critical lessons about accountability within HIV/AIDS response. It underscored the need for strong national ownership of programs, despite interruptions caused by the implementation of HIV prevention and treatment interventions designed to improve health outcomes. It became evident, honorable members, that while we accept international solidarity and international partnerships, we must also realize that reliance on external donors will definitely destroy us. Furthermore, it made us to appreciate the wisdom of decisions to invest on domestic funding for the larger part of HIV/AIDS program. This is the reason why, honorable members, 90% of all the ARVs consumed by the 6.1 million people come from our own fiscals, from our own treasury, and the remainder of 10% is funded through by the Global Fund. If that was not the case, we will have perished when the US withdrew PEPFAR. On the 25th of February, we launched a 1.1 million Close the Gap campaign, a determined national effort to initiate or re-engage people who had fallen out of the system to come back for treatment. This is one of the largest treatment acceleration campaigns we have undertaken in the past decade. We have made some progress. It reflects province by province mobilization, strong district leadership, workplaces and household we bring back to people to care. These engagements remain a critical challenge in some of the provinces. As many as 23% of clients cycle in and out of care. In other words, one moment they are in care, the other moment they are out, and we have got to go and look for them. This trend must be reversed urgently through treatment literacy, strengthening facility practices, following up systems, and community linkages. In trying to pursue the end of HIV and AIDS, honorable members, we have launched this year what we call a 6MMD, which is going to transform how we deliver treatment. 6MMD means 6 multi-month dispensing, whereby instead of giving people ARV for 1 month or even for 3 months, we give them a total supply of 6 months. We have started this in August, but I've launched it officially on the 13th of November in Mangaung, in the Free State Province. Early results are encouraging. It shows that since then, 49,744 clients have taken up this 6 monthly dispensing. 6MMD reduces pressure on patients, on healthcare workers, and on facilities. It supports adherence, improves retention, and makes the treatment program more efficient. Honorable members, combination prevention remains foundational for our future AIDS. So we must continue condom distribution and safer sexual practices, HIV testing and immediate linkage to care, PrEP and PEP access, voluntary medical male circumcision, behavioral change intervention, reducing GBV and harmful gender norms, addressing social and economic vulnerabilities, and eliminating stigma. This year, our national prevention agenda received an important boost through a targeted support from China. For on the 20th of November, 2 days before the heads of state met in G20, the Chinese embassy announced a 60 million rand for a youth program to strengthen availability and distribution of prevention commodities, expand youth-focused prevention programs, enhance community outreach, improve literacy and demand creation, and support more coordinated effort. This support comes at a crucial moment in our life. The other program, which is very important, honorable members, is the appearance of lenacapavir on the scene. This is a 6-monthly injection, injected subcutaneously, meaning just below the skin. For the first time in the history of the fight against HIV and AIDS, we have found a drug that is not going to be administered to people who are HIV positive, but to people who are HIV negative. For the past 44 years since the advent of HIV and AIDS, every medicine to treat HIV has been given to people who are HIV positive. Lenacapavir is going to be given to those who are negative, and for them to stay negative forever. And this is very encouraging. We are going to launch this program early next year, either March or April, and we are looking forward. We've already met to decide who must first in line for lenacapavir. And the first in line are going to be young girls between the ages of 15 and 24, young girls and young women between the ages of 15 and 24. And then pregnant mothers, lactating mothers, and key population like men having sex with men and sex workers. We are looking forward for this, and we wish honorable members can help us to convince communities, because some community members, just like it happens with vaccines, even though lenacapavir is not a vaccine, but there's going to be doubt, and we rely on the leadership of honorable members of this House to help communities to realize that lenacapavir is really a game changer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The next speaker is the Honourable Mutubatse.
Honourable House Chair, honourable members, fellow South Africans, we rise today as the MK Party in solemn remembrance, in honor, in reflection, and in renewed commitment as we mark World AIDS Day. A day that carries the collective memory, pain, resilience, and triumph of our people. The history of struggles against HIV and AIDS in South Africa has been long, winding, and deeply human. It is a history marked by denial, activism, scientific breakthroughs, political choices, and determination of ordinary families who buried loved ones by the hundreds of thousands. There was a period in our national discourse, a shameful period, of course, where instead of confronting the brutal reality of the virus that was decimating our communities, some amongst us, the so-called clever blacks, engaged in debates about whether HIV causes AIDS, whilst our people were dying in hospitals corridors, in rural villages, and in mining hostels, and in townships. In hindsight, this debate was not only absurd, but it was deadly. While intellectuals argued our people needed medication. But as a health worker or a medical student learns from the first days of training, medication cannot be taken on an empty stomach. Antiretrovirals require nutrition, require stability, dignity, and material means to live. Treatment is not merely science, it is socio-economic. It is during this period that President Gedleyihlekisa Zuma, whatever one's political persuasion, understood the imperative with decisiveness. Under his administration, South Africa saw the largest rollout of antiretroviral treatment in the whole world, a historic effort that saved millions of lives. He understood that rolling out treatment without food security would fail, and therefore His term saw expanded access to ARVs, social support that enabled adherence, economic initiatives that linked livelihoods to public health, significant job creation that linked infrastructure delivery, a measurable reduction in AIDS-related deaths. And perhaps one of the most profound and humane achievements is that mother and child transmission of HIV drastically reduced, saving the entire generation of children who would otherwise have been born carrying the virus. Those children, the ones saved by policy direction, should today be building, studying, working, innovating, caring for the legacy of a nation that rescued them. But what do we see today? We see the same children, now young adults facing 42% unemployment rate. We see a generation saved from HIV only to be condemned to poverty. We see progress in treatment access, but regression in social condition. We see clinics without staff, communities without hope, prevention campaigns without energy, and civil society. Once the backbone of HIV activism weakened and marginalized. We hear the language of the new dawn, yet we witness rising infections among young women and girls, shrinking budgets for community health workers, declining food security, and erosion of gains once thought irreversible. Honorable members, HIV is not a biomedical condition, no. It is a socio-economic condition. It's a job is prevention, food is adherence, dignity is treatment, hope is public health. Therefore, this House must recommit itself to one, restoring community-based prevention and education, civil society, traditional leaders, youth formation, faith structures, all must be returned to the center of this battle. Two, strengthening healthcare worker responsibility. Every point of service must identify, counsel, refer, support. It is a constitutional obligation, it's not a favor. Three, ensuring treatment is supported by nutrition and livelihoods. No South African should have to choose between taking ARVs or surviving hunger. Rebuilding the gains of maternal child health, no regression, no reversal, no neglect of pregnant mothers. Re-energizing job creation as a health intervention. Youth unemployment is now a driver of infections. Parliament must recognize this. Holding the executive accountable for measurable outcomes, monitoring, transparency, reporting, not slogans. We must also acknowledge shifting global dynamics that bear on our national health sovereignty. The recent health decision by the administration of Donald Trump to extend support through PEPFAR only until the end of March 2026 underscores the stark reality that such generosity is temporary and uncertain, particularly given the recent unpredictability of that administration's behavior. This raises a critical question for us, or of us as a nation and as Parliament. Why should we continue to be living on America's handouts, on foreign goodwill, when we should build our own sustainable foundation? It is for this reason, therefore, that the MK Party reiterates its position that a wealth tax should be introduced to generate domestic resources, to fund healthcare, to support social safety nets, and to ensure that South Africa is never again held hostage by foreign aid contingencies for a care of our people. Furthermore, we must recognize and welcome approval and rollout of the advanced treatments, including lenacapavir, as a great achievement. This long-acting antiretroviral offers hope for better adherence and long-term viral suppression. But its success depends on supply chains, robust health infrastructure, and economic empowerment. We mourn those we lost, we honor those who fought, we acknowledge those who led, we defend those who live, and we refuse a future where progress is undone. The struggle against HIV and AIDS is not over. It cannot be abandoned, and it must never again be reduced to academic games whilst our people die. On this World AIDS Day, let us declare a recommitment to life, a renewal to political will, a restoration of progress, a defense of the gains through sacrifice, a move towards fiscal independence, a future where our people, especially our youth, can thrive without relying on foreign handouts. For a healthy nation, is a free nation, a nation that allows its people to die through policy neglect. It's worthy of its liberation history. I thank you, Host Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Clark.
Thank you, Chairperson. World AIDS Day is not merely a date on our calendar. It is a solemn reminder of the millions of South Africans whose lives depend every single day on the strength and stability of our public healthcare system. It is also a reminder of the global solidarity that has sustained the fight against HIV for more than 2 decades. Today, however, we meet under circumstances that are both unprecedented and dangerous. South Africa remains the largest HIV-positive population in the world, with 8 million South Africans living with HIV, a national prevalence rate of 12.9% and 18.1% among people aged 15 to 49. More than 6.2 million people rely on antiretroviral therapy to stay alive. They are not statistics, they are human beings. Yet the foundation of that lifeline has been shaken. The abrupt freeze of PEPFAR-funded programs resulted in job losses of 8,457 workers across NGOs and facilities nationwide. These workers provide HIV testing, ART initiation, adherence support, TB and HIV integration, and community-level tracing, services that keep our treatment functioning. In 2024 alone, South Africa received $453 million in PEPFAR funding, and October this year, $115 million for the bridge plan that was announced. This funding is essential to maintaining the stability of our public health response. But the funding could be at risk should President Trump act on his tweet last week to stop all payments and subsidies to South Africa effective immediately. Despite Minister Ntshavheni's warning that further assistance should not be expected beyond March 2026, the sudden withdrawal of the bridge plan funding would be a terrible blow. While guidance to ensure uninterrupted HIV services include viral load testing, ART reinitiation, same-day scripting, and 3 to 6 months dispensing was welcomed. It needs consistent implementing and monitoring. In July, Professor Francois Venter, a clinician researcher at Wits University, sounded the alarm on Minister Motsoaledi, purported successes in keeping the HIV program afloat. I wonder if the minister can, without his usual spin, explain why NHLS data showed CD4 test volumes were down sharply from 2024, explain Rachidi's reported steep drops in testing, medicine pickups, and staff capacity in government facilities offering HIV services, or AVAC's report that most key population programs have been terminated at a time when the minister claimed that more than 500,000 people were initiated on HIV treatment. We do welcome SAHPRA's approval of lenacapavir. Colleagues, this revolutionary twice-yearly HIV prevention injection is one of the most powerful tools we have ever had to prevent new infections. It is expected to be available for distribution in February 2026, pending final rollout arrangements. This medicine is a potential game changer for young women, adolescents, people at high risk, and communities where daily PrEP pills are hard to maintain. Yet, despite SAHPRA's approval, the United States has confirmed that they will not supply South Africa with any lenacapavir doses, while distributing thousands of doses to Eswatini, Kenya, Lesotho, Uganda, Zambia, and others, with Zambia and Eswatini having already received the first 1,000 doses. This exclusion is a direct consequence of our strained diplomatic relationship with the US. A medicine that could transform HIV prevention in our country, approved, safe, and twice yearly, will be delayed, undersupplied, and out of reach if we do not prepare our international relationships. South Africa should be at the forefront of the queue, not at the back. We must also confront our own failures. In April, the minister chose to advertise on 1,500 posts, despite the 10,000 vacancies in our public health system, leaving 85% of critical frontline positions empty. The DA welcomes the 1,500 posts, but this is a drop in the ocean. During recent oversight visits to Sebokeng and Rahima Musa hospitals, we saw firsthand how dangerously understaffed facilities have become. Patients wait hours for basic observations. Some are turned away without treatment. The PEPFAR freeze made this worse, but the underlying crisis is the department's own making. Instead of prioritizing the urgent filling of posts, the minister continues pouring energy and resources into an unworkable NHI scheme. While he chases a fantasy for the future, the present system is collapsing and lives are being lost. At the G20 summit, the United States pledged $4.6 billion to the Global Fund. Yet South Africa risks losing our desperately needed PEPFAR bridge funding due to political tensions and poor diplomatic engagements. The global community remains committed to the HIV response, but South Africa must not isolate itself at this critical moment. To weather this crisis and build a strong future, South Africa must urgently ensure a reliable funding source to replace PEPFAR through transparent, proactive diplomatic engagement. Secure accelerated access to lenacapavir to ensure rollout in February 2026 is not delayed or limited. Fill all critical healthcare vacancies immediately. Expand multi-month ART dispensing and strengthening medicine supply security. Ensure uninterrupted PrEP and PEP services, especially for youth and key populations. Demand that the Department of Health report to Parliament within 2 weeks on HIV funding and lenacapavir rollout planning. Rebuild international trust by ending political posturing and adopt evidence-driven health diplomacy. In conclusion, honourable members, millions of South Africans depend on the choices we make today. We cannot allow political miscalculations, administrative paralysis, and ideology distractions to erode the progress we have fought for over decades. We believe, as the DA, that today, World AIDS Day, restore the funding, reinstate the workers, secure lenacapavir access, fix the health systems, save lives, because every delay costs lives, and the people of South Africa deserve better. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Chair Mpungose.
I'm going to do this. Thobela bagolo bana ba mmu a modimo le badimo ba re bulele tsela mollo wa toka o phadime ka moka. Yesterday, the EFF marked World AIDS Day by highlighting that of the over 8 million South Africans reported to be living with HIV, only 78% of them received treatment. Nearly 1 in 5 still receive no treatment, and 170,000 new infections were recorded in the last reporting period. This is a concern because it highlights that the efforts for strengthening prevention are insufficient. We have long stated this. At the center of it
is a compromised prevention plan by the National Department of Health. It is unfortunate that for all these years, you just don't hear what the EFF is saying due to unnecessarily inflated political egos. The numbers alone should be proof enough that the Minister of Health must talk less and listen more. Whilst other countries are conversing on 95, South Africa is yet to reach 90 of 2020 and stuck on 78%. Acknowledge that the insistence to have the last word, Minister, comes with the cost of doing the same mistakes over and over again. The price is dire. It equals the unending cycle of new HIV infections that are preventable. We have long established that the NHI will not give us universal healthcare coverage in rural areas, in former settlements, and in townships. There's no net care and life in these areas to tender out to public healthcare that so happen to be where Black people are. Sex education isn't reaching the parts where we need it the most. We still have children that are born with HIV despite the existence of interventions that can prevent that. And those who don't get transmission from their mothers sadly encounter infections as teenagers and as young adults. This cycle affirms that we have an unsustainable HIV infection prevention plan. While we welcome the approval of the long-acting anti-HIV injection, lenacapavir, the minister must ensure that rollout begins in places where infections are higher in contrast to other areas. Black women must be first in line, as evidence suggests that Black women and girls are the most vulnerable to new HIV infections. These conversations aren't occurring with the vigor they deserve because you have failed to destigmatize HIV. There are people who still don't know that adhering to treatment can completely eradicate possibilities of infecting sexual partners. There are women who are victims of sterilization in our public hospitals because they are HIV positive and Black. The EFF brought this matter to Parliament in 2020, and to date, no justice has been served for forced sterilizations against HIV positive Black women, and as it stands, we have lost the fight against stigma. Whilst we strongly criticize the taken up the consistent calls by the EFF to invest in state capacity and reduce dependence on foreign aid, we wouldn't have to negotiate between our state sovereignty and access to the most basic of health needs. We call on the government of the day to ensure that the blockage of African countries from manufacturing generic versions of lenacapavir is countered with strength and might. We don't afford to bow down at the feet of profit-based capitalist captains who own big pharma and make a profit from HIV. Our African herbal medicines were given over to health gorgons free of charge. Some of our prominent traditional health practitioners were even killed for their catalyst African medical interventions. You are unable to stand up to big pharma as the government of the day because you are secretly funded by Bill Gates and his fellow health terrorists. They write your laws, you question nothing, and you run to implement them because you have personalized state duty and responsibility. You think with your big stomachs that are filled with corruption proceeds and have no care that South Africa must still thrive after your time on this earth has lapsed. Bring back Soul City for elders. Bring back soul bodies for children and intersections for young adults and other groundbreaking media-based templates that get the messaging on prevention and education correct. This battle is winnable, Chairperson. It is a lie premised on political laziness and cowardice to fail to stand up against those who profit from a diseased Africa to pretend otherwise. An HIV-free generation is possible. The problem is the ANC and the DA political marriage of inconvenience that threatens our future and our hope for an HIV-free generation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I will now recognize Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Mhlongo. We shall move on and then...
Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair.
Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable
Yes.
Chief Whip, do you have someone to... Because I think the network is... Honorable Mhlongo, can you move to a site where you have network? We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thanks, Honorable House Chair. World AIDS Day should not only be a commemorative event or a symbolic exercise. It should be a reminder of impact HIV has on millions of South Africans who are living with it and reflect honestly on the effectiveness of our response. Despite medical progress the country has made so far, our response to HIV crisis continues to be weakened by budget cuts and growing disruption in public health services. Our concern is not limited to funding cuts alone. The greater concern is how these reductions translate into fewer community outreach programs, weaker prevention efforts, and understaffed clinics. The impact is felt directly by communities who rely on public health care as their only option. The IFP reiterates that HIV prevention must remain a national priority. It is cheapest and most effective long-term solution, yet it is often the first to be sacrificed when funding declines. Every rand spent on prevention reduces future treatment costs. Education programs and testing campaigns should remain at the heart of our response. The effect of these funding cuts is most visible in rural communities. It further cripples healthcare facilities that are already struggling as it is. Community health workers are stretched beyond capacity. Some villagers are forced to travel long distances to access care, only to find medication out of stock or services completely unavailable. Transforming the AIDS response, therefore, requires more than filling funding gaps. We need reliable supply chain, functioning data system, and increased support for healthcare workers. The IFP acknowledges and commends the registration of Lenakapave, as we have noted in the House before. However, such programs means nothing if access remains unequal. It must be matched by a delivery system that reaches every community. Honorable House Chair, the measure of this parliament will not be how we speak today, but how committed we are to protecting lives when the spotlight of the day fades. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Peters. Switch on the mic, Honorable Peters.
She switched it off. Good. Honorable House Chair, honorable members, on this World AIDS Day, we stand united in remembrance, in resilience, and in resolve. We remember the millions of lives lost to HIV and AIDS. We honor the survivors and salute the doctors, nurses, caregivers, community health workers, and activists who continue fighting this battle daily. Most importantly, we stand in solidarity with all those living with HIV today, reminding them that they are not alone and that their lives matter. South Africa has made remarkable progress over the years. We have the largest antiretroviral therapy program in the world. Mother-to-child transmission has drastically decreased. Life expectancy has improved. Communities that once suffered in silence now speak with strength and dignity. But today we must speak openly and honestly about the challenges that threaten to reverse these gains. We cannot allow financial constraints to cost human lives. Our response must transform from dependency to sustainability, from reactive to proactive, from treatment to treatment focused, from treatment focused to holistic. We propose the following key shifts. Number one, strengthen local funding models by reducing reliance on donors and incorporate sustainable HIV programs into national and provincial budgets. Number two, integrate HIV services into primary health care by streamlining access so no patient has to choose between traveling great distances or not receive treatment. Number three, prioritize prevention and education, especially among youth, women, and vulnerable groups. Invest in common community-based systems to empower local clinics and traditional leaders and partner with NGOs and faith-based groups. Reintroduce psychosocial support because treating HIV is not just medical, it is emotional, social, as well as economic. Number six, leverage innovation and technology through home testing kits, mobile health apps, telemedicine, and digital awareness platforms. And lastly, tackle stigma fiercely. Stigma kills, silence kills, education heals, support restores dignity. Honorable House Chair, today I stand to remind us of a simple truth that ending AIDS is not only a medical responsibility, it is a social, economic, and moral obligation. South Africa has overcome greater challenges than this. With political will, community collaboration, innovation, and unwavering compassion, we can transform our response to HIV and AIDS and ensure that no life is left behind. In conclusion, together, let us build a future where HIV is no longer a threat, but a chapter in our history. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peters. Honorable Van Staden.
Geagte voorsitter, hierdie debat is meer as 10 maande te laat. Hierdie huis moes al hierdie debat in Februarie vanjaar gevoer het, toe daar reeds aanduidings was dat die Amerikaanse regering gepoog het om die PEPFAR US-uitfondse te onttrek. Fondse wat die lot van 800,000 gesondheidswerkers in die gedrang gebring het, wat gehelp het in die bekamping en behandeling van HIV-vigs op voedselvlak. Die ANC moet nie kwaad wees vir die FSA nie. Die adjunkt-president moet nie kwaad word vir my in hierdie huis, as ek aan hom in 'n mondelingse vraag gevra het oor hoe hierdie krisis aangepak kon word en uitgesorteer kon word nie. Sy optrede teenoor my daardie dag het my laat besef dat die agbare adjunkt-president nie eintlik antwoorde gehad het oor hoe om hierdie krisis te hanteer nie. 'n Krisis wat veroorsaak was deur Letoile Huis en die ANC en nie die parlement of die regering van nasionale eenheid nie. In steede daarvan om vanuit Letoile Huis die FSA regering en president Trump aan te val oor sy opdrag vroeër vanjaar om 'n ondersoek te las na die spandering van die PEPFAR fondse, moes daar eerder bilaterale gesprekke met die FSA aangeknoop word en diplomaties opgetree word om die betrokke probleem te probeer oplos. Maar nee, toe blaas Letoile Huis hulle monde op en probeer aan die FSA voorskryf hoe en waar hulle die geld van hulle belastingbetalers moet en kan spandeer. Dit is toe dat die FSA regering alle fondse na Suid-Afrika opgeskort het. Hierdie probleem is 'n direkte oorsaak van die ANC en Letoile Huis. Die VF+ het die minister van Gesondheid en die portefeulje komitee aangeraai dat daar eerder 'n diplomatisiese roete met die FSA hieroor geneem word. Die teenoorgestelde het plaasgevind en ons land is in 'n krisis gedompel. Ek stem mee saam met die gesondheidsaktiviste wat op 14 Mei vanjaar 'n sitting van die portefeulje komitee oor gesondheid ontwrig het, weens die gesloer met die behandeling van HIV en vigs. Hulle was en is nie verkeerd nie, voorsitter. Hulle was korrek dat die departement van gesondheid en die portefeulje komitee nie genoeg aandag gegee het aan die probleme rondom vigsbehandeling wat ontstaan het weens die onttrekking van PEPFAR en USAID aan Suid-Afrika nie. Hierdie probleem, voorsitter, kan net voor die deur van die ANC gelê word. Die hulpkrete van die publiek kan en mag nie langer geïgnoreer word nie. This whole situation is still one big blunder. I thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Letlapa.
Thank you, House Chair. This leads that we have a funding crisis, but we behave like we are awash with money. So part of the discussion has to be, where's the money going to come from? And the first area is for us to reduce wastefulness. We currently have 2 ministers of police and 2 deputies. And we claim we have a funding crisis. We have deputy ministers that are a luxury that we can do away with if we really think we have a crisis. Part of the issue has to be where the money comes from so that we can assert the independence that we purport, so that we can live within our means. Let's do away with political patronage for now so that we can fund an essential service like what has been cut by people keeping their money. We shouldn't abuse or waste this crisis. It is time we begin to understand that treatment is important, but we are not going to treat ourselves out of this pandemic. We also have to make prevention work. There's been very little effort that we put on non-pharmaceutical prevention. We need to begin to come up with a campaign That does not come from the WHO, comes from us because we need it. Where we need to encourage people living with HIV to be able to say, it stops with me. That they make a concerted effort not to pass the virus to anybody by ensuring that they are on antiretrovirals, that they have low viral loads, but they commit not to pass the infection to anybody. Let us not abuse what science has made available in terms of the new drug. Let us be cautious about making it available generally to 15-year-olds. When on the one score, we are saying they should not be engaging in sexual activity. We are now equipping them to say, I will not get infected. Let us ensure that when these pharmaceuticals are being made available, they do not promote irresponsibility. That we ensure that people are properly guided. What we need to bring to the fore is to make prevention work. For any South African out there, any human being that is not infected, they need to understand that it is their personal duty not to be infected, so that they take all precautions to be in safe relationships. We cannot abandon the basic wisdom of safe sexual practices. There are things that we can do by having a social narrative to make prevention work, to make women to be safe in relationships, to make our men and boys to be responsible, that it is your duty not to pass the infection. And if you are infected, it is your duty not to be infected. Those things can be achieved without waiting for the generosity of the White House. Let us ensure that we take full responsibility. We re-educate, we engage communities, and as Parliament and as government, we stop being wasteful and we prioritize things that will benefit the people of this country.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now recognize Ntate Mishwe.
House Chairperson, on this World AIDS Day, we must confront the sobering truth. HIV and AIDS in South Africa is not only a medical crisis, but a moral and cultural one. With 7.8 million South Africans living with HIV, the majority are women and girls, and UNAIDS confirms that 65% of those infected are females, reflecting the devastating impact of cultural pressures that push young girls into sex before marriage. Antenatal HIV surveys conducted by the National Department of Health and the National Institute for Communicable Diseases show much higher HIV prevalence among Black African women compared with Indians, coloreds, and whites. Teenage pregnancy rates follow a similar pattern. Research at universities show that boys are often expected to prove masculinity through sexual activity, while girls are pressured into compliance, leaving them vulnerable to pregnancy and HIV, and then their babies vulnerable also. Young people's early sexual activity is found to be compounded by the silence in families about delaying sexual activity until marriage and HIV prevention. While the ACDP asserts that sex education must be changed to impress the value of abstinence until marriage, and government must put its weight behind efforts to make abstinence the right thing to do, parents and uncles and aunts need the support and encouragement to make it clear to kids that sex before marriage can have grave repercussions. Boys and men must be taught not to pressure girls into sex, and legislation must be implemented making them or their families responsible for the maintenance of the children they sire. Too many girls are left carrying the baby alone. The ACDB calls for the convening of a multisectoral national dialogue on HIV, teen pregnancy, and cultural transformation, convened by Parliament in partnership with the government, the Commission for Gender Equality, and with participants from Treasury, faith-based organizations, civil society, and a wide base of other participants. Honorable House Chair, since US aid was cut, AIDS cases are rising in the country. We must interrogate the AIDS response, focusing on not only adequate funding, but also principled values installed when children are young that protect our daughters, empower our sons, and restore hope to the nation, whether we have enough money or not. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ntate Mishwe. I will now recognize Honorable Kwankwa.
Thank you, House Chair. For decades, our country has borne the heaviest weight of the global HIV epidemic. Yet we've also witnessed extraordinary progress where health systems were built from the ground up to save millions of lives while protecting many more from acquiring HIV. This progress was earned through the struggle and solidarity of public health sector, non-profit organizations, and dedicated activists and workers. However, today, these gains are under threat, and the reason is this year's World AIDS Day theme is an urgent call for government to take immediate action to overcome the withdrawal of US funding and address the disruptions to HIV prevention and support services. As it stands, about 6 million South Africans are on HIV/AIDS treatment, and more than 3.5 million are virally suppressed. We cannot allow this critical progress to be undermined by the United States' decision to withdraw its funding. A serious question now hangs over our government's ability to mobilize alternative resources and take full ownership of its HIV response. We acknowledge that in July this year, National Treasury allocated about 753 million to the Department of Health to help bridge the shortfall caused by the withdrawal of US funding from HIV and TB grants. Additionally, some prominent donors have pledged support for HIV research. However, this remains insufficient when compared to the 7.9 billion in annual US funding previously spent on these programs. We need sustained financial investment and a renewed commitment to HIV/AIDS and AIDS prevention. Government and South African National AIDS Council must engage emerging global partners, particularly China, to diversify funding for HIV and TB programs and integrate such programs into the national public health strategy. China has already committed through the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation Beijing Action Plan 2025 to 2027 to support African countries in combating infectious diseases through clinical and public health cooperation. Why has our government not followed up on this, despite our many efforts to raise this as a question to the Deputy President of the country and him committing to doing something about this matter insofar as this promise is concerned? At this very moment, we have a breakthrough and long-acting injection for HIV prevention and one of the most significant advancements in HIV/AIDS prevention to date. We need increased funding to procure this treatment because without adequate resources, our people will be left vulnerable to infection, even when effective prevention exists.
Your
I
time
thank
is
you.
expired. Thank you. Honorable Kana.
Can see. Now can some much told. Can send Honorable Mkhalipi Nakambe. So as we participate in this debate on World AIDS Day, we are reminded not only of the struggle we have endured as a nation, but also of the remarkable progress we have made together. South Africa's HIV response has shown the world that when there is political will, community commitment, and scientific innovation, we can achieve what once seemed impossible. Our improvements in HIV testing and the successful management of the ARV program stands as a clear proof that we are strongest when we work together. But we also gather here at a time when funding cuts threaten to reverse the gains we have made. These cuts jeopardize prevention campaigns, support services, and treatment access, the very pillars that have brought us this far. We cannot allow budget constraints to weaken the health and dignity of the people of this country. One of our most urgent tasks is to accelerate the enrollment of those who have tested positive but are not yet on treatment. Thousands of South Africans know their status, but remain outside care, putting their health at risk and increasing the chances of new infections. We must reach them, support them, and bring them into the system before it is too late. As Rise Mzansi, we fully support the 95-95-95 approach, that 95% of people knowing their status, 95 of those diagnosed on treatment, and 95 of those on treatment being virally suppressed. Achieving this target is not just a technical exercise. It is the key to ensuring that the virus is suppressed to the point where it cannot be passed on. We also welcome the approval of lenacapavir, a long-acting injectable that represents a true game changer in our fight against HIV. This innovation gives us hope, especially for those who struggle with daily adherence or face barriers in accessing regular treatment. Weapon. We must accelerate education and awareness, especially among young people and key vulnerable groups. The more we strengthen prevention, the fewer people will require treatment and the less pressure we place on already strained budgets. Honorable members, we may not be where we want to be, but we are far from where we started. Funding cuts may slow us down, but they will not defeat us.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I will now recognize Honorable Maiman.
Honorable members, as we commemorate World AIDS Day, we do so against the backdrop of understanding the complexities of our nation. And I want to draw inspiration from activists who fought the struggle to ensure that more and more people were tested, more and more people got antiretrovirals. It's those South Africans that today we can look back and say, we have made progress in this regard, and yet, without doubt, we still have a long way to go. 5 million South Africans receive antiretroviral treatment, and with the right investments, we could certainly ramp up more to ensure that we continue to reduce mother-to-child transmission so that the rate is eventually below 2%. But this is not a moment to self-congratulate. It's a moment to reflect on the fact that the fight must continue. 4,000 adolescent girls and young women aged 15 to 24 were infected with HIV globally each week, with 77% of these cases occurring in sub-Saharan Africa. And so if we're going to continue the fight, we need to recognize the second most crucial question, which confronts us as South Africa today, which is the issue of funding. Many members have spoken here today, and I think it's important to reflect on what global research is already starting to tell us about the withdrawal of funding on a global basis. It tells us a story that there are substantial reductions in testing. They're down by 8.5%, that HIV diagnosis is now down by 31%, and treatment initiation is down by 30%. This only tells us that, in fact, when testing and diagnosis is going down, infections are bound to rise, and we will face a new pandemic in a matter of time. So, honorable members, if we're going to see this fight continue, I want to urge us, honorable members, to take urgent and deliberate actions. Our funding is heavily slanted towards treatment We need to ensure that we do more to fund programs that deal with education and prevention. We must make sure every South African in schools, in communities, is well informed about their HIV status, how they can prevent transmission, and ensure that they themselves are conscientizing society. And this is where civil society organizations need to come a bigger deal. Secondly, we need to fund treatment. We need to fund it. And I think, Dr. Motsoaledi, here we will continue the fight. If we don't increase healthcare funding and make sure we deal with the loss that has come through PEPFAR, we are going to face difficulties. We have lost $4 billion as an allocation from PEPFAR. The Special Appropriation Fund is only R500 million or just above that. It is not going to be enough to correct this issue. Lastly, honorable members, when we have looting that takes place at Tembisa Hospital, we dare forget the fight against HIV and AIDS. Corruption is also killing lives. Let's fight the corrupt, eradicate waste, and fund for treatment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Marau.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Today we mark World AIDS Day under the global theme of resilience, solidarity, and renewed commitment. For South Africa, this day is more than symbolic. It is a reminder of the millions of lives we have lost, the families still affected, and the progress we must defend with vigilance. Honorable members, the fight against HIV and AIDS is at a critical crossroad. Funding cuts, economic pressures, and disruption to prevent and support services now threaten the hard-won gains of the past 2 decades. We cannot allow complacency to reverse the progress that our people, especially women, young people, and vulnerable communities, desperately need. South Africa carries the world's largest HIV burden, and therefore we cannot afford a weakened response. When donor support declines, when clinics reduce operating hours, when prevention programs are interrupted, and when community health workers are underpaid and overstretched, the virus moves faster than our interventions. Firstly, we must face the reality of funding cuts. The reduction in global contribution to the HIV response, including pressures on PEPFAR, the Global Fund, and international NGOs, is already being felt in testing rates, condom distribution, outreach, and adherent support. The African Transformation Movement urges government to safeguard domestic funding, ring-fence essential HIV programs, and prioritize frontline prevention and treatment in our national budgeting processes. Secondly, service disruption have left thousands without consistent access to ARVs, testing services, and psychosocial support. Many of these disruptions were worsened by the COVID-19 period and by ongoing weaknesses in our health system. We must strengthen supply chains, expand mobile clinics, and integrate HIV services into broader primary healthcare so that services interruption do not become life crisis. Thirdly, transforming the AIDS response requires community centers, multisectoral partnership. Our frontline workers, including community caregivers and NGOs, are the backbone of preventions, support, and treatment adherence. Their work must be funded, formalized, and supported. Technology must also be used more effectively to promote treatment literacy, track stockouts, and support adherence among young people. House Chair, we must also confront the unequal burden faced by young women and girls, key populations, and people living in rural areas. Rural clinics are overstretched, transport is unaffordable, and stigma remains high. A transformed AIDS response must take service to the people, especially in remote villages, ensure that no one is left behind because of geography or poverty. Honorable members, we know what works. Early testing and treatment, consistent access to ARVs, behavioral and structural prevention programs, youth-focused education, economic empowerment of women, community-based support, strong political commitment.
Time has expired.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. As the African National Congress, our conceptualization and understanding of the fight against HIV and AIDS is inseparable from the broader struggle for equity and social justice. Our conception of health is not limited to institution of service delivery, but also a site of social transformation, playing a central role in advancing the national democratic revolution and the realization of our shared vision of the South Africa as envisaged in the Constitution. The ANC Manifesto Chairperson affirms that the strength of our nation lies in the health of our people. There can be no social cohesion, no nation building, and no economic prosperity when the health of our people is compromised. Strengthening and integrating a health system is imperative for building resilience against diseases and overcoming the legacies of colonialism of a special type that continues to shape our health outcomes and broader socio-economic relations. The lessons, Chairperson, from the COVID-19 pandemic taught us that an integrated, well-coordinated health system is fundamental in serving as the first line of defense, not just against new pandemics, but against persistent challenges like HIV, TB, and maternal mortality. Having come a long way with HIV and AIDS response from a system where HIV services were isolated, fragmented, and stigmatized, the strides we see today of a system that has integrated HIV prevention, testing, and treatment into primary health are a testament to the ANC-led government's commitment. The integration of HIV and TB programs continue to show remarkable progress, with many patients being on treatment with continuously improving TB preventive program. When our clinics are well equipped with vital medicines, upgraded infrastructure, and health workers who are supported, we make inroads towards transforming not only the healthcare system, but also transforming broader society towards furthering the aspiration of the National Development Plan. The NHI Chairperson remains the cornerstone of this transformation by ensuring that healthcare is not determined by race, income, or geographical location. Through the NHI, the ANC is resolved to ensuring that our health system is based on equity and underpinned by the principles of Ubuntu and shared humanity. This vision remains guided by the Freedom Charter, which continues to serve as a blueprint for our transformation, declaring that the state shall run a preventive health scheme. Honorable members, as the ANC, we will continue to give life to this vision by investing in the strengthening of our health system to serve all South Africans. The progress we have made in South Africa will not have been possible without global solidarity and a critical role played by international institutions such as World Health Organization, the Global Fund to fight AIDS, TB, and malaria, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals framework. This partnership reminds us that health is a shared human responsibility and bring the global community together to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all. These interventions, Chair, are also aligned to our own frameworks in the form of the National Strategic Plan for HIV, TB, and STIs, which calls for integrated people-centered care and stronger intersectoral collaboration. Further, our role on the continent and the SADC remains essential for advancing cooperation, strengthening civilian systems, and sharing resources. These are imperative to enhance African unity and ensuring that no African country is left behind in the global response to HIV and AIDS. Honorable members, ending HIV and AIDS is not impossible. It is within our reach. World AIDS Day provides us with an opportunity to reflect on how far we have come and to renew our commitment to creating a health system that serves all of us, leaving no one behind. The continued success of our efforts against HIV and AIDS lies in our unity and shared commitment to preserve lives and affirm human dignity. These sentiments are best described by Elton John in the UNAIDS World AIDS Day report 2024 under the theme, Take the Right Path to End AIDS, where he said, I know the feeling of shame and what it can do. As long as HIV is seen as a disease for the others, not so-called decent people, AIDS will not be beaten. Science, medicine, and technology may be what? In ending AIDS, but inclusion, empathy, and compassion are the how. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I'll now recognize Honorable Ismail Musa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, and fellow beloved family of South Africans. I seek protection with Allah from Satan the accursed. Today, we reaffirm national and global commitment to combating and ultimately eradicating HIV and AIDS. As we mark World AIDS Day, we are reminded that despite decades of progress, with the pandemic continues to affect millions across the world and in our own very South African nation. Al-Jamaa supports this year's call to action to end AIDS through renewed effort and sustained commitment, especially in the face of funding cuts and disruptions to prevention and support systems and services. Government, together with NGOs, faith-based organizations, and the private sector, has made real progress in slowing transmission and expanding treatment. I am today a very proud South African because despite President Trump's cuts for HIV/AIDS, we must acknowledge the strong leadership of the Deputy President, Honorable Paul Mashatile, and the Minister of Health, Honorable Aaron Matsoledi, and Senek. Yet the crisis persists. South Africa remains among the most affected countries, and current fiscal pressures threaten to reverse hard-won gains. Interruptions to testing, shortages of prevention tools, and reduced outreach vulnerable communities cannot be allowed to continue. Honorable Speaker, family, South Africans, honorable members, we must intensify prevention efforts, safeguard uninterrupted treatment, and strengthen partnerships across all sectors. Ending AIDS is not about politics, it is a moral obligation. Under the leadership of Deputy Minister Honorable Hanif Hendricks, and in partnership with health and civil society, Al-Jamaa will continue advocating for sustained funding and comprehensive services to protect our people and end this pandemic once and for all. Malibongwe.
NCC, PAC, UAT, good, the TA.
Honourable House Chair, since our last AIDS Day debate on 26 November last year, the situation in the HIV arena in South Africa has changed dramatically, and not for the better. Most members of this House will be well aware that PEPFAR HIV funding that was administered through USAID was abruptly stopped in January this year. This has dramatically affected 13 out of 26 priority districts in South Africa. PEPFAR funding coming through the Centres of Disease Control has, after a short pause, continued to flow to the 14 other districts, but there is real concern that this funding will be stopped in March 2026, further impacting people living with HIV. Furthermore, many National Institutes of Health grants from the US government that have supported our world-class research infrastructure have also been withdrawn, putting crucial HIV and TB research at risk and stopping some studies outright. This abrupt change has come to as a shock to all South Africans, and it's put our ARV program on the back foot. It has also made it clear that we need to fully fund our HIV program from within South Africa, so that as not to be independent from overseas support. In dealing with this crisis, the Minister and Department of Health deserve credit for some of the high-level response. They have appealed for and been allocated some bridging funds from Treasury, and have also secured significant commitments from the Global Fund to plug some gaps that will hopefully be made available soon. But the real-world response to this crisis on the ground has been extremely disappointing, slow, lackadaisical, and bureaucratic. What has this meant practically? Let's be clear, our ARV program is not collapsing. Free HIV testing and free ARVs continue to be available in the public in government health facilities, and nearly 6 million South Africans remain on ARV treatment. But there are fewer HIV counsellors in clinics and hospitals, so it takes longer to be tested. On an oversight visit at a community day hospital, I saw how patients were told to come back the next day for HIV testing due to a lack of counsellors. A golden opportunity to test someone for HIV lost. Our response to the more challenging aspects of the HIV epidemic have been eroded, including the tracing and re-engagement of patients who have fallen out of care, mentorship programs for doctors and nurses looking after patients with HIV have stopped completely, and complex data systems and analysis used, including systems helping to link people to care, have come to a grinding halt. Filing systems are in disarray, and waiting times in clinics have become even longer. Many specialized services for key populations who are at risk of HIV infection and transmission have also closed down. As a result, we have data from Johannesburg that shows an 8.5% decrease in HIV testing, a 30% decrease in HIV diagnoses, and a 31% decrease in HIV initiations in the past quarter compared to the first quarter of 2025. Minister, the South African HIV program may not have collapsed, but it is under significant strain. And unless we act with urgency, many of the gains we have made will be reversed. And again, let's make this real. This will mean that more children, men and women will be infected with HIV. More people living with HIV will become ill, and more people will die unnecessarily from HIV. Honourable members, the biggest problem we have in the South African ARV program is that a significant portion of people for whom we have done the hard work, who've been tested, who've been found to be HIV positive, and who've been initiated on ARVs, and whose HIV should be totally under control, are falling out of care every single year. This happens for a variety of reasons, but the most concerning are the long waiting times for patients collecting treatment at clinics, and the mistreatment of HIV patients by overstretched clinic nurses and doctors. There are two major challenges when patients fall out of care. If ARVs are not taken religiously every single day, resistance can develop, making management more expensive and complicated once patients re-engage care. Secondly, those who fall out of care are often too scared to go back, as they are shouted at by healthcare workers and labeled defaulters, and often only re-engage when they become severely ill, by which time the immunity has been destroyed and they are on the brink of death. This puts massive pressure on our already stretched public hospitals and sadly results in many completely avoidable deaths. Minister, this is not actually a difficult problem to solve. We need to drastically decongest our clinics by giving stable, uncomplicated ARV patients 6 months of treatment at a time, so-called 6 MMD, 6 multi-month dispensing of ARVs. Our clinics are currently overrun with uncomplicated, healthy ARV patients who sit for hours waiting for treatment, wasting their time every month, while we neglect priority areas like prevention and making sure that we can get the game-changing lenacapavir long-acting preventive injection out to as many at-risk people as possible. Or like making testing easy, quick, and private so that we can identify the many HIV-positive people who still don't know their HIV status and are currently spreading HIV without knowing it. And like giving complex cases where patients are on complicated regimes and have advanced disease the attention they deserve. In the last AIDS debate, the DA called for 6 MMD to be implemented as a matter of urgency. Civil society has been agitating for 6 MMD for even longer. A member from the Director General, Dr. Buthelezi, in February, in response to the PEPFAR funding crisis, encouraged clinics to try to put people on 6 MMD if possible. But in the last year, only 50,000 of a possible 3 to 4 million people who qualify have been put on 6 MMD. That's only about 1% of those people who qualify. We are glad that on 30 November, there was an official launch of 6 MMD with much fanfare. But Minister, it is inexplicable why the department is only allowing 10 facilities per province to start with 6 MMD for now, and the provinces will only be able to ramp up 6 MMD in April next year. All clinics and hospitals should be encouraged to give every stable patient, every ARV patient that is stable, 6 months of treatment starting tomorrow. We cannot delay this a minute longer. Lives are literally at stake. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I'll now recognize Honorable Shabang.
Sihlalo hloniphekile malunga lendlu ahloniphekile. Kuyabonakala ukuthi impilo yabantu ayincekanga kuphela kulokwenzeka ezikhungweni zezempilo kuphela, kepha iphinde incike kwezinye izimo ezibaluleke kakhulu njengezimo zomnotho nezenhlalakahle kanye namathuba okunye okubalulekile njengemfundo, umsebenzi, amanzi kanye nokuhlanzeka. Lokhu kusibonisa ukuthi utshalomali lwethu ekulweni negciwane lesandulela ngculazi nengculazi ngeke lube nempumelelo uma lulodwa ngaphandle kokuthi kube nendlela ehlelekile ehlanganisa ukulwa nobubha, ukusetshenziswa kwabe kwesidakamizwa, udlame olubhekiswe kwabesifazane namantombazanyana, okunye kwezinto eziyimbangela enkulu zokwandisa kwe-HIV and AIDS. Kuze kube manje siyawunqoma umsebenzi owenziwa umnyango wezokuthuthukiswa komphakathi kanye nokuhlinzekwa kwemihlomulo phecelezi social grants okuyiyona isindisa izimpilo zabantu abaningi ababuthakathaka nabaphila ngobubha. Kuyabonakala ukuthi lezi bonelelo zidlala indima ebalulekile ekwehliseni indlala nokuqiniseka ukuthi laba abagulayo bathole ukudla phela ngaphambi kokuba bathathe imishanguzo yabo. Ngenxa yesimo esibucayi lesibukene nabantu labasha, kubalulekile ukubambisana kwelitiko letempilo neletemfundo eyisekelo kanye nelitiko letemfundo ephakeme nokuqeqeshwa kobuchwepheshe. Kuqinisekisa ukuthi tinsita tempilo titholakala lula ngokusebenzisa letinhlelo nemikhankaso lefana nabo BeWise, She Conquers, bo Love Life, zonke lezo inhlelo lezo. Hulumende kaKhongolose uyaqinisekisa ukuthi lwati lufinyelele kumphakathi kuqinisekise kuvinjela kwetifo nalaba badinga ulusito lokwesekelwa bathi khanze baluthola ngendlela lefanele. Lokhu kubita ukuthi umphakathi wonke uchubekisele embili imidamo kahulumende yokubhekana netimo letibanga ukuthelelana ngeligciwane. Umhlaba wonke jikelele sibalo sabomake namantombazane abangena ligciwane singetulu kakhulu kunalobunye bulili. Miphumela lekhishwe yi-Human Science Research Council kwingcungcuthela ye-AIDS iveze kungalingani lokuchubekayo ngokusabalala kwaleli gciwane. Kubomake lihamba ngesivinini esikhulu kakhulu es-16.4 ukanti kulabesilisa i-8.8. These honorable members, these are not merely statistics, but are a representation of human lives. The statistics reveal to us that many women and girls continue to experience skewed poverty dynamics that limit their ability to negotiate for safe sexual encounters. Therefore, this calls for a whole of society approach that addresses the weaknesses in the intersection of gender inequality, patriarchal norms, and poverty towards empowering women and girls to take control of their health and their bodies. Sabelan madoda. Equally important, honorable members, is the acknowledgement that the empowerment of women will continuously be undermined without the transformation of men. Niyabizwa madoda. This demands that we end oppressive practices in culture, schools, churches, workplaces, at home and communities, with men and boys playing a central role in understanding the program and forming part of the solutions. Men must be at the forefront of ending all forms of violence against women and advocating for gender justice. Furthermore, the fight against HIV, that we invest in education, that shift attitude and behavior towards embracing inclusivity. To this end, we cannot end HIV if sex workers and members of the LGBTQIA community continue to face discrimination, stigma, and criminalization, as these are the factors that deter people from accessing healthcare facilities and much needed care. Keeping in line with aspirations of the Freedom Charter and the Constitution of our country, ours should be central on the building a healthcare system that dismantles inequalities. Human rights must underpin our HIV/AIDS response, as all life matters, and remain deserving of care and respect. Prevention remains the most powerful tool we have. Every infection prevented is a life saved, a family strengthened, and a burden eased on our healthcare systems. Therefore, expanding access of PrEP and PEP is non-negotiable. These preventative measures empower individuals, especially those at higher risk, to take control of their health. PrEP and PEP must be available in all settings where they are needed most, such as clinics, schools, universities, and community healthcare centers. Today, we also honor those who fearlessly fought and succumbed to the virus. We honor them, we honor their courage. We honor their courage to transform global perspective about the HIV/AIDS. We know the stigma that was there, but then that was transformed by the fighters of this HIV/AIDS. We honor them. We remember all those voices and futures that were cut too short. Their courage and determination must live and find expression in our actions towards strengthening investment and equitable access to healthcare services, towards realization of a HIV-free society. On this occasion, honorable members of the World AIDS Day, we are reminded that the struggle against HIV is about advancing the NDR as a vehicle for equitable state where no one is left behind. It is a broader struggle, a struggle for the working class and the poor, a struggle for dignity, a struggle for equality, and a struggle for justice. We want to thank the Minister for his presentation earlier and the systems that he presented to us, that there will be a new system of issuing HIV medication. We want to applaud that because it will assist a lot of patients that are taking HIV medication to get their medication at least for 6 months. And all the other programs that the minister spoke to, we want to applaud the Department of Health for the improvement. Lukhalo lusaselude, kodwa okuningi government we-ANC ukwenzile. Siyabonga. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. That concludes the debate. The secretary will read the second order.
consideration of marine oil pollution, preparedness, response and cooperation bill, and a report of Portfolio Committee on Transport thereon.
I will now recognize the Honorable Silamulelo.
Honorable House Chair, colleagues, members of Parliament, compatriots, people of South Africa. The Marine Oil Pollution Preparedness, Response and Cooperation Bill has the backing and support of the African National Congress. And we believe as the African National Congress that this is a critical significance to the transport sector in South Africa and the economy at large. The international guidelines for the prevention and management of marine oil pollution serve as the foundation for all marine oil pollution legislation, which is vital for the oceans and for the pursuit of an effective and efficient ocean economy for countries with respect to environmental standards. Honorable House Chair, while it is true that the nation enforces the strictest environmental and safety regulation in all forms of transportation, the maritime sector's ability to function effectively and safely is crucial for us all. Due to our country's remote location from global markets, shipping is essential to the nation's economic development and expansion. The ocean's economy has a potential to support a variety of industry for national growth, for job creation, for sustainable development, and the economy is extremely important in our country, South Africa. The benefits from sectors like fisheries, aquaculture, marine transportation, offshore oil and gas, coastal tourism and marine manufacturing, because it has one of the longest coastlines in the world and strategic access to important international shipping lanes. Together, these industries create increased economic activity. They assist us to generate jobs, and particularly in coastal regions, and draw in both domestic and foreign investment. In addition, colleagues, to promoting biodiversity and environmental conservation initiative, the ocean economy is essential to food security through fisheries and aquaculture. The protection of marine life and the ocean environment is essential to the health and expansion of the economy. The legislation, additionally, by preventing marine oil pollution, the nation guarantees that the fishing sector can operate in our territorial waters for the benefit of the nation and permits the shipping business to operate efficiently. To guarantee that there is no marine pollution in South African waterways and that the nation is equipped to handle any incidents of marine oil pollution, both legislation and regulation are necessary, and one such piece of legislation is what we are tabling here before you, honorable members, today, the Marine Oil Pollution Preparedness and Response Cooperation Bill. And as a member of the International Maritime Organization, South Africa is required by its international obligations to adhere to International Maritime Convention and even incorporate them into our legislation. There is no rational argument against South Africa using worldwide best practice, hence it is crucial that it does so, and as we do so. But this law also aims to safeguard the nation's economic interests. In terms of transportation and infrastructure, this legislation aims to guarantee that the nation and all those involved in the marine oil business have a risk mitigation plan to prevent marine oil pollution and are equipped to handle any occurrence. Honorable House Chair, according to this law, formative measures must be taken to guarantee safety and prevention in order to avoid any incidents with marine oil pollution and to have the ability to handle any that do arise. The best way to safeguard the sustainability and preservation of the marine environment is to ensure that all shipping and oil sector participants have a safety and preventative strategy to avoid marine oil pollution management. Honorable members, I table this before you and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
Honorable members, I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
Honourable House Chair, this marine oil pollution bill focuses on preparedness, response and cooperation, highlighting our standards of preparedness for effectively and efficiently managing marine pollution, especially in the event of significant oil spills in the ocean waters and the nearby inland waterways of South Africa. Numerous interest groups, sector representatives of national and regional marine service providers, participants, NGOs and stakeholders are brought together by this issue. Marine life is physically harmed by oil, which is poisonous. Being ready enables the quick deployment of equipment and containment measures to stop oil from getting into delicate territories like salt marshes, mangroves and coral reefs, which are vital nurseries and protective barriers for our coastlines. In addition to safeguard biodiversity and minimizing animal poisoning and collapse, prompt reaction can make a difference between a controlled spill and a disastrous one. Under the authority granted by the Marine Pollution Act 6 of 81, particularly concerning control and civil liability, the Department of Transport is legally obligated to provide and fulfill statutory obligations towards marine pollution prevention and response of the Republic of South Africa's coastline of more than 3,200 kilometers. The Marine Pollution Act 2 of 86 addresses ship pollution prevention, whereas the Marine Pollution Act 64 of 87 addresses interventions in particular. In accomplishment of an updated status triggered by these principal laws, this phase seeks to provide for the protection of the marine environment, to provide for the prevention and combating of pollution of the sea by oil and other harmful substances. Also to determine liability for loss or damage caused by the discharge of oil from ships, tankers and offshore installations, and to act accordingly. The Marine Pollution Act of 2024, which was brought into law in January 25, focused on the prevention of pollution from ships and is something this bill aims to finalize and successfully connect with. When authorized and put into effect, these modifications will significantly enhance the marine regulatory environment and make it easier for the law to be effectively advanced and consistently fulfilled. In accordance with our participation in the International Maritime Organization, this upgrade now also helps the nation fulfill its commitments under international law and associated accords. MARPOL is the main international agreement for preventing ship-related or negligent contamination of marine environment. These modifications specifically included in MARPOL Annexes 4 and 6 and broadened the scope of regulation to include marine air pollution, sea spillage of sewage, and greenhouse gases in addition to oil spills. As a greater deterrence for both local and foreign vessels, fines for serious pollution offences have been raised from R500,000 to 35 million rand with a 10-year jail sentence. The bill that is being considered here today aims to improve accountability by using the polluter pays principle, thereby ensuring that the accountable owner pays for all cleanup and reimbursement expenses. Much is done to address and to protect the marine environment, now also specifying ship-to-ship transfers and bunkering. This will significantly improve South Africa's preparedness for and the government's reaction to oil spills inside the country's 1.5 million square kilometre exclusive economic zone, which spans the Atlantic, Southern and Indian Oceans. Both the Portfolio Committee's report and this bill's passage are supported by the DA. I thank you.
Thank you very much. MK.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, I rise today on behalf of Umkhonto Wesizwe Party to reject this presentation on the Marine Oil Pollution Preparedness, Response and Cooperation Bill. This legislation, intended to safeguard our oceans, safeguard our coastlines,
and safeguard our communities from devastating oil spills reveals profound shortcomings in accountability, state control, and alignment in our transformative ideas. Firstly, the document exposes glaring gaps in departmental transparency. There is no audit opinion, no financial spending data, no annual report linking performance to strategic objectives. How can Parliament hold the Department of Transport accountable when we are left in the dark? Internal coherent systems are structured on paper via the incident management organization that's coordinating transport, environment, fisheries, disaster management, and energy departments, plus industry stakeholders, but it crumbles under scrutiny. Risk assessments every 5 years feed into the national and site-specific contingency plans, the equipment inventories, and the tiered responses from tier 1 for small spills up until tier 3 for transboundary disasters. Yet planning, finance, and implementation misalign dangerously, and funding leans on private levies from ports, oil facilities, and ships, with incident commanders limited to spending 50% of the Maritime Pollution Fund without guaranteed state backup. No evidence of over or underspending appears, no metrics on service delivery efficiency, like waste minimization in cleanups or post-incident evaluations. This reliance on polluters for equipment stockpiles and readiness undermines our sovereignty. Owners of offshore installations and shipping firms must maintain their gear at their cost, interoperable with national inventories. But what happens if they fail? Our high-risk biodiversity zone, protected marine areas, bird colonies, coastal ecosystems face threats from shipping routes and oil operations without ironclad ownership of response assets. Training exercises in mandatory regional cooperation via the Abidjan and Nairobi Convention is outlined, and the cost recovery from international funds is enabled, but enforcement powers for inspectors lacks proof of past efficacy. What is worse is that this bill diverges sharply from principles of radical economic transformation, worker empowerment, and a people-first government. Where are the mandates for state-led response fleets? Where are the mandates for job creation and coastal communities in rehabilitation? Where are the mandates for Black-owned firms in contracts? Honorable Chair, the presentation on the Maritime Oil Pollution Preparedness, Response and Cooperation Bill is unacceptable. We demand that the department explain audit outcomes, spending variances, coherence lapses, and steps embedded to program ideas like bolstering the fund with public resources and community oversight. We will not support a bill that endangers our seas and our sovereignty. We will not accept half measures. Change now or face our scrutiny. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Economic Freedom Fighters rises to express conditional support for the Marine Oil Pollution Bill. This is a critical piece of legislation that strengthens our country's capacity to prevent, manage, and respond to marine oil pollution incidents. South Africa is a maritime nation with one of the busiest shipping routes in the world, and any failure to protect our oceans from oil spills will be a direct attack on our environment, our coastal communities, and our economic interest. We support this bill because it brings South Africa in line with the International Convention on Oil Pollution Preparedness, Response and Cooperation. This ensures that we adopt globally recognized standards for disaster readiness, reporting systems, rapid intervention, and cooperation. This is especially important given our proximity to high traffic shipping lanes, offshore oil and gas activities, and environmentally sensitive areas such as the Wild Coast, Algoa Bay, and the West Coast. We commend the bill for providing a framework for national contingency plans, improve coordination between departments, and clear lines of responsibility in the event of the oil pollution emergency. It demands that those who profit from our seas ship companies, offshore operations, and oil handling facilities must contribute to and comply with national and response systems. This is a long overdue steps. However, Honorable Chair, true to the revolutionary character of the EFF, we cannot support this bill uncritically. We support it with the firm conditions because while the bill has a strong foundations, it failed in several areas that must be corrected for the legislation to have a real impact. Firstly, the bill does not go far enough in ensuring accountability and enforcement. South Africa has a progressive environmental laws, yet continue to witness a pattern where polluters walk away with small fines while communities live with long-term ecological destruction. The bill must include harsher penalties for negligence, stronger liability provisions, and explicit protection for coastal communities whose livelihood depends on fishing and tourism. Secondly, the bill relies too heavily on the assumption that the Department of Transport and related entities currently have the internal capacity, equipment, and expertise to respond to oil spills. We know this is not true and is not possible. Ports are understaffed, environmental specialists are in short supply, and the state has repeatedly outsourced core function to private contractors, increasing cost while weakening capacity. The EFF insists that government must build state-owned, state-controlled, and state-capacitated marine pollution response unit in all major coastal regions. Thirdly, the bill is silent, Chair, on how South Africa will confront the growing threat posed by offshore oil and gas exploration. We cannot protect the ocean from oil pollution. Therefore, we support with those conditions, Chair. I thank you.
Thank you very much. IFP.
Honorable House Chair, on behalf of the IFP, I would like to congratulate both the Honorable Minister Chrissy and Honorable Deputy Minister Hlengwa for South Africa's re-election back into the International Maritime Organization Council. This is indeed a good news, especially considering that South Africa has been left out of this council since 2021. Honorable Chair, the IFP support for this marine oil pollution bill is premised on the fact that in our manifesto, we make clear and deliberate commitments to safeguard our environment. A critical focus for the IFP is the protection of our marine ecosystems. We seek to implement policies and practices that reduce human activities which negatively impact the greater African sea forest and other vital ocean systems. We support initiatives that promote the strengthening of marine protected areas and public education and awareness campaigns to deepen understanding of environment threats we face. We are encouraged, Honorable Chair, that the department shares these sentiments, particularly in the light of the Deputy Minister of Transport, Honorable Hlengwa's assurance that this marks a significant step towards safeguarding our marine environment and coastal resources. Moreover, Honorable Chair, we welcome the department's zero tolerance approach. Includes hefty fines for non-compliance with additional measures to address repeat offenders under existing legislations. The IFP accepts the report. I thank you.
Thank you. PA.
A nasie en 'n land
eet uit die see uit, van arm tot ryk. Ons vra nie as ons by Woolworths die skoot inpak nie. Net soos die strandloper nie vra wanneer daai stukkie vis sy laaste oorlewing is nie. As parlementslede is dit ons plig om seker te maak elke voedselitem wat uit die see uitkom is veilig. Van arm tot ryk maak voorsiening op die see. We as the Patriotic Alliance support this report. It is up to us to ensure we safeguard our ocean, but this bill needs a lot of work. We need to put in more emphasis on penalties, on prosecution. Polluting the sea is a criminal offense. It's poisoning a nation, it's killing a child, it's killing the poor of the poor to the rich of the rich. Not just for the food in the sea, be dangerous to the person living from the sea, but even you purchasing at Woolworths. Therefore, we also support the amendment to the Marine Oil Pollution Bill. Oil spills and pollution in our oceans have devastating consequences. Marine life is lost. Every dolphin that dies is blood on our hands. Every penguin that has to fight for survival, it's our fault. We need to ensure jail time for the people that's polluting our oceans. Not just words on paper. Action is proven. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. FF Plus.
No declaration, Chairperson, but we support.
Thank you very much. Action SA.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, this bill was first introduced in the 6th Parliament in 2022, and as noted in the report, has undergone limited editorial changes as proposed by the National Council of Provinces. Action SA does support this bill. However, we must register our concern about the confusion caused by the circulation of incorrect versions of the bill to the committee. This is not an isolated error, House Chair. It speaks to a far broader problem in the processing of legislation in this Parliament. The delays, the inconsistent frameworks, the backlog of residual bills that emanate from the 6th Parliament, and even a few that are predating it, expose just how cumbersome and sluggish our lawmaking process has just become. The journey of this bill, marked by unnecessary delays and procedural confusion at various stages, is deeply unfortunate, but certainly not unique. Take, for instance, Action SA's own private members bill, the enhanced cabinet cut bill introduced by Honourable Beasley, which has been left in limbo for 175 days and counting without even a single meeting that is convened by the committee. Honourable House Chair, we therefore urge the House Committee chairpersons not to neglect the legislative duties of this House. South Africans deserve a parliament that processes legislation efficiently, transparently, and with the seriousness that it demands. We support. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. ACTP.
House Chairperson, the ACDP welcomes the Marine Oil Pollution Bill as a necessary step to align South Africa with the International Convention on Oil Pollution, Preparedness, Response, and Cooperation. Clause 5 of the bill requires risk assessments, a national contingency plan, and site-specific response measures to protect a fragile marine environment. We know that the department, in its memorandum on the objects of the bill, emphasizes the importance of preparedness and cooperation, recognizing that oil spills are not only environmental disasters, but also economic threats to fisheries, tourism, and coastal livelihoods. In the past year, oral submissions to the Select Committee on Transport highlighted delays in the updating the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan and concerns about the adequacy of equipment inventories. Social media commentary has also criticized the department for slow responses to smaller coastal pollution incidents, raising questions about capacity and transparency. As kingdom builders, the ACDP supports this bill, but urge that implementation be monitored rigorously, and preparedness must be matched by enforcement. South Africa must not only sign conventions, but demonstrate integrity in protecting environments and safeguarding communities from the grave repercussions of marine oil pollution. Failure to do so is proved to be devastatingly expensive, not only to the economy, but to the very morale of the nation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mishwa. UTM.
No declaration, Chair, with support.
Thank you very much. Rise.
So as Rise Mzansi, we support the bill. We support the bill, even though there are a couple of things that we want to highlight. One of them is just the quality assurance. And we raise this issue that sometimes what delays the bills being implemented or being signed into law, even at times, once they are signed into law, we find or pick up that the editing on the side of Parliament has been lacking. We could have considered this bill a month or so ago, but the back and forth between the legal division and the committee is what delayed the presentation of this bill to this House. I think going forward, Chair and honorable members, if we were to speed up in terms of Parliament processing the bills, we need to ensure that there's adequate quality assurance. There was an act that the President signed, but it could not be implemented on account that the editing or the wrong date was inserted. So before this bill is sent to the President for assent, it needs to be double check and triple check that the correct dates are inserted and all the agreed amendments between the NCOP and what we had agreed to as the Portfolio Committee on Transport, they are correctly captured, because we will not want to see the implementation of this bill, which will then have to become an act, being delayed on account that the editing didn't take place.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Posa. ATM. Al-Jama. No, Honorable Mkhalibi, there were few parties before.
Thank you so much, Malibongwe. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, family, beloved South African citizens, today we consider the Marine Oil Pollution Preparedness, Response and Cooperation Bill and the accompanying report of the Portfolio Committee on Transport. This bill is a timely and necessary intervention to strengthen South Africans' capacity to prevent, manage, and mitigate the devastating consequences of marine oil spills. As a coastal nation with strategic shipping lanes and a growing maritime economy, South Africa cannot afford gaps in preparedness or coordination. Oil pollution threatens our marine ecosystems, fishing communities, tourism sector, and food security. This legislation brings us in line with international best practice, enhances intergovernmental cooperation, and ensures clearer responsibilities for rapid and effective response. We welcome the committee's work and note the bill's focus on improving emergency readiness, modernizing response mechanisms, and strengthening collaboration with coastal provinces, ports, and international partners. Crucially, it also ensures that polluters are held accountable and that an environmental community interests remain protected. Honorable Speaker, Al-Jama supports this bill as a vital safeguard for our oceans, our economy, and our coastal communities. It advances responsible stewardship of our natural resources. Jazakallah khairan. Malibongwe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. NCC, PAC, UAT, good, the ANC.
House Chair, honorable members, fellow South Africans. African National Congress support Marine Oil and Pollution Preparedness Response Cooperation Bill. As African National Congress, we believe this will create integration government framework for the sustainable growth of ocean economy that maximizes socio-economic benefit while ensuring adequate environment protection. The ANC has made a pledge to continue developing port infrastructure, modernize maritime transportation, encourage investment in offshore oil, gas exploration and production as growth sector, while striving to increase support for aquaculture and sustainable fish-related lifestyle. In keeping with its larger objective for economic reform, the ANC sees ocean economy as a lever for employment as well as growth and gross domestic product increase, particularly in coastal and historical underprivileged communities. You must remember that the work of this legislature did not start today. That is why we have confidence in it. Number of government departments, state-owned entities, including fishery, forestry, environment, as well as Transnet, were consulted prior to the drafting of this bill. Presentations were received from Sancorp, which welcomed the legislation as a significant step in improving South Africa's preparedness for marine oil pollution, and was pleased to see that wildlife response has been included under several points of the bill. It also raised important issues on ship-to-ship oil transfer that occur at a sea or on oil and gas exploration. The goal of Marine Oil Pollution Preparedness Response and Cooperation Bill is to create a thorough legal framework for handling marine oil pollution in South Africa. Its primary goal is to incorporate the terms of 1990 International Convention on Oil Pollution Preparedness Response Cooperation into domestic legislation in order to respond to and control spills, whether of oil or any other pollution from ships, offshore installation, seaports, oil handling facilities, or other sources that might endanger the marine environment, aquatic resources, coastlines, or related interested. The government intends to ensure the safe, effective, efficient management and deployment of sources under the bill by preventing or eliminating oil-related harm to animal, coastal ecosystem, and the economic and social interests associated with marine settings. The bill seeks to decrease, regulate pollution of the marine environment and safeguard biodiversity. Thorough initiative has been such as Operation Pagisa Ocean Economic Program. The government aims to maximize the economic potential of nations' innermost maritime zone and 3,000 kilometers of coastline in industrial like maritime transportation and manufacturing, aquaculture, offshore oil and gas exploration, coastal and marine tourism, marine protection and service. The policies seek to create jobs, draw investment, and encourage sustainable growth. By improving essential expanding shipbuilding, repair capability, and developing ecological response equities project, the government seeks to strengthen global maritime influence while ensuring that environmental protection remains central. With this integrated approach, the ocean economy is positioned as a major force behind long-term economic resilience, technological advancement, and inclusive development. The implementation of this bill will determine its effect by ensuring risk mitigation method for preventing marine oil pollution in place and that ports have the necessary equipment and capability to handle any incident involving marine oil pollution. This will be done by establishing South Africa as a vital maritime hub. A robust ocean economy fosters regional integration within the Southern African Development Community, ultimately supporting economic expansion and development of sustainable transportation. That is why, as the ANC, we support this bill. House Chair, it will take long for cacophony of jabberings from those who are anti, if not allergic to progress, to ever agree with any progressive move. It is not by mistake or by incident. It is a matter of understanding that this house is burning. It will never produce anything progressive. MK has a lot to look after. Resignation after resignation, movement of position of the movement. It can't be correct that when we deal with the bill, we are object or subjected to the Auditor General. This thing is dying, just come back home. The ANC support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. At least finally, I can see that you are all alive. Thank you very much. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion as moved by the Chief Whip that the bill as amended be passed? The MK? The MK objects. Thank you. Thank you very much. With that objection, then the bill is agreed to. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of third report of National Assembly Rules Committee for 7th Parliament, Committee on the Presidency, Questions Procedure, Composition of Committee on Government Undertakings and Petitions.
I will now recognize the Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable members, I wish to commit the report of the National Assembly Rules Committee to the House this afternoon. The report before the House concerns 3 matters, 2 of which involved proposed changes in the rules. These include the rules for Oversight Committee on the Presidency and the procedures intended to enhance questions for oral reply to the executive in the House. Honorable House Chairperson, the NA has been considering the possibility of a committee to oversee the operations of the presidency for some time. The argument first arose in the 6th Parliament and later found expression in the State Capture Commission report. It is nevertheless important to note that committees of this kind, those that can scrutinize the office of the head of state, are not a common feature of parliaments elsewhere. This is due in part to the fact that the head of state has distinct responsibilities. Moreover, it is also true that some functions within the presidency vote are already scrutinized by portfolio committees. For these reasons, the Rules Committee deemed it necessary to first solicit research from the Parliamentary Budget Office on the oversight of Vote 1, the presidency, and thereafter to undertake a benchmarking exercise to assess practices in other countries. The proposed committee is expected to focus on the budget and administration of the presidency and to call a member of the executive delegated by the president to account therefor. In this way, it will function in a similar way to a portfolio committee. But the rules also permit the committee to call on the president and deputy president once every year to discuss policy matters of national and international importance. As I have mentioned, liaison with the head of state can pose unique procedural consideration for the Assembly. The rules therefore allow for a committee to adopt practical guidelines to promote greater certainty on how members can engage the President and the Deputy President, respectively. The proposed Committee on the Presidency is a notable development, one which sets the House apart from many other legislatures. Of course, we know that the Assembly rules allow members to pose questions for oral reply to the Executive. For each question posed, a minister must provide a reply. Thereafter, the rules allows members to pose 4 supplementary questions, the first opportunity being given to the member who posed the initial question. Over time, it was deemed necessary to review the nature of oral questions to promote spontaneous exchange in the House. The Rules Committee has therefore recommended that the prevailing question process be reformed to incorporate features of interpellations, and specifically to allow a member who has posed a question for oral reply a member who has posed a question for oral reply to be given both the first and the last opportunity to ask supplementary question. To ensure that members have the same number of opportunities for questions, question time for ministers will be increased from 3 to 3.5 hours. The report also records the decision on the composition of the Committee on Executive Undertakings and Petitions, which can now commence its work. It's important work. Honorable House Chairperson, these initiatives are all intended to expand the scope of parliamentary oversight and to ensure the House can pursue all avenues in furtherance of a responsive and accountable state. I should state that the Rules Committee remain occupied with other proposed reforms to parliamentary procedure, and I must welcome the submission made by several members in this regard. Parliamentary procedure must continue to evolve as circumstances demands. Honorable House Chairperson, I hereby present the report of the Rules Committee for adoption by the House, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, it's more than a year since I moved in the Rules Committee to refer to the subcommittee the task of developing the rules table before this House today. This after years of debate on these matters, as the Deputy Chief Whip has indicated. Indeed, it is long overdue, but better late than never, and I'm convinced that these procedural developments will go a long way in ensuring a more effective, more robust, and better Parliament. We should all be in favor of these. In fact, it was a pleasure to see at both the subcommittee and the Rules Committee that parties were indeed in broad agreement with the principles contained herein. These rules will now ensure that the Director General in the Presidency will also come in account, and therefore the entirety of the national budget will be put to Parliament to be scrutinised in detail. The President will also now account to us on major policies in a truly interactive and robust way. But most importantly, the Committee on the Presidency will add a layer of accountability that the Zondo Commission recommended, and that will hopefully go a long way in the future to protect our democratic institutions against state capture and corruption. In terms of interpellations, the hybrid model that we are adopting is, in my view, indeed a good midway between what was initially proposed and the old system of oral questions, which was by no means perfect. The new model will make provision for off-the-cuff questions by MPs for more robust accountability and will hopefully go some way to ensure that ministers indeed answer the questions put to them or get called out for failing to do so. This is good for democracy. And finally, the National Assembly will again have a dedicated petitions committee after it was lost following the Oriani Ambrosini case in 2012. Traditionally, it is the lower house as the direct representatives of the people who deal with petitions. This committee will now again take its rightful place in our house and allow for more direct access to Parliament by the people. House Chair, these developments are fundamentally important to improving the way in which our House fulfill its constitutional mandate and should be supported by all who want to see this institution thrive. I do want to extend my sincere thanks to colleagues from both sides of the House for the constructive way in which we arrived at the rules presented to the House today. But more importantly, as always, we owe a great deal of gratitude to the table for crafting rules that will hopefully stand the test of time and will become a testament to their skill and dedication to our democracy. The DA strongly supports this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MK.
Thank you, House Chair. The Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, as the official opposition, respond to the Rules Committee submission. We supported the establishment of the committee on the presidency because South Africa desperately needs stronger oversight over the most powerful office in the Republic. But our support is principled, not automatic. Oversight must be real, not ceremonial gesture. We welcome the recognition, long overdue, that the vote one cannot be treated as a scarce space beyond parliamentary scrutiny. The president is not above the law, and therefore oversight over the presidency cannot be timid, diluted, and procedurally constrained. However, the proposed composition of the committee undermines its very purpose. A body dominated by the ruling coalition cannot be credible and hold the executive to account. The MK party insists on more proportional multi-party structure that reflects this House and that ensures genuine scrutiny, not managed by compliance. We are further concerned about the liaison guidelines that requires lengthy notice periods and allows the president to defer matters. Oversight cannot operate on terms dictated by the executive. Accountability is not voluntary. And crucially, the Ministry of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation must include the presidency in its oversight program. It makes no sense that every department is subjected to performance tracking except the very center of government. The presidency cannot be an island exempted from monitoring while it coordinates, influences, and directs the entire executive. There is indeed a gap. Ministers regularly make undertaking in the House that simply evaporates, but the structure being proposed is weak. Without stronger enforcement tools, this committee risks in becoming another administrative pit stop with no consequences for non-compliance. South Africans deserve better than a polite reminders of absent minister. Incremental changes are welcome, especially given the original questionnaire, the first and the last supplementary. But these reforms remain superficial. Question time is still overly choreographed and excessively protective of the executive. Adding the one extra supplementary question and extending the time to 30 minutes does not fundamentally shift power back to Parliament. We require a true interpellation and real-time accountability mechanism. We reject the skewed composition that shields the executive, the weak liaison guidelines that allow presidential avoidance, the superficial questioning reform that do not strengthen accountability, the continued exclusion of the presidency from the planning and monitoring evaluation oversight cycle. Oversight must bite and oversight must be equal for all. And above all, the presidency is not above the law. We therefore called for the entire report to be sent back for revision so that the Parliament may adopt rules that truly strengthen accountability, not protect those in power. Thank you.
Thank you. EFF.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, it is important for this House to note that it was in 2023 when the economic freedom fighters wrote to the then Speaker of the National Assembly to ask that she considers the establishment of a permanent committee to provide oversight on the work of the presidency. When we made this proposition, we were concerned that there was a growing concentration of key state functions in the office of the president, without there being a parliamentary mechanism for holding the presidency to account in relation to these growing functions in the presidency. The view was premised on the fact that since its establishment, Parliament has had no mechanism in the form of a standing committee whose role was to provide oversight on the work of the presidency. The rapid concentration of power in the office of the president ever since Mr. Ramaphosa took over power warrants this establishment of a standing portfolio committee on the presidency. In this regard, therefore, we fully support the recommendations of the Rules Subcommittee for the establishment of a separate portfolio committee on the presidency. The establishment of a separate committee over the presidency marks decisive and consequential victory for constitutional democracy in the country. In addition, and most importantly, Parliament is enjoined to ensure overseeing the effective management of government by individual members of the executive in pursuit of improved service delivery for the achievement of a better quality of life for all the citizens. The EFF affirms its commitment to hold government accountable by offering rigorous, robust, and constructive opposition through superior logic and evidence-based substantive criticism. We are also in support of the recommendations of the composition of the Committee on Government Undertakings and Petitions. This is a crucial development in our quest to make Parliament accountable to people. And this committee will ensure that none of the undertakings made by government slip through the fingers without a proper mechanism for measuring progress. Equally, we submit the new rule on questions. We support the new rule on questions, even though this rule does not provide for interpellations as previously practiced in the House, but the provision to allow a member who originally asked the question an opportunity to also ask the last supplementary questions for the minister permits for a much broader engagement with members of the executive. This rule must, however, be linked to an extended time for oral replies for ministers, because this rule will inadvertently extend the time needed for ministers to reply in the House. The Economic Freedom Fighters is in support of the report of the subcommittee rules. I thank you.
Thank you. IFP.
Chair, uthule namhlanje sikhosana. Thule tu.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Inkatha Freedom Party welcomes the report, which reflects meaningful progress towards strengthening accountability, improving parliamentary efficiency, and ensuring that our rules evolve with the needs of a modern democracy. We support the introduction of a dedicated committee on the presidency, a long overdue mechanism that will enhance oversight and ensure structured engagement with the president and deputy president. This development gives Parliament a firmer hand in scrutinizing the highest office, and we appreciate the detailed framework outlining the committee's functions, liaison guidelines, and composition. We also welcome reforms to the questions procedure, including extending question time and allowing the originating member both the first and last supplementary. These changes will revitalize the quality of exchanges in the House and create space for more effective executive accountability. In addition, we note the formalization of the Committee on Government Undertakings and Petitions, ensuring that ministerial commitments from the House do not fall through the cracks and that public petitions are treated with the seriousness they deserve. The IFP supports the adoption of this report and remains committed to working with all parties to build a parliament that is responsive ethical, and firmly anchored in constitutional principles. I thank you.
Thank you. PA?
No declaration, we support.
Thank you very much. FF Plus?
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chair, the Freedom for Plus supports this report and the recommendations to the rules made. The debate on the desirability of an oversight mechanism on the President and the Presidency has been ongoing for many, many years, as a lot of speakers has already said. The Deputy Chief Whip is correct that it is not convention in most jurisdictions to have an oversight committee on the head of state. But over the last few years, our presidency has become a fully fledged department where many functions reside, and with those functions are all the normal workings of a department with procurement and so forth. Accountability and correct oversight is thus very important. And thus we welcome this proposal, and we also commend the subcommittee and the Rules Committee for going as far as setting out the rules on such a committee to provide oversight and to have, especially the accounting officer of the presidency, account to Parliament, which is currently a void, and where there's currently no oversight over that accounting officer. Also, with regards to policy, it is important to have the President and the head of state account to Parliament. With regards to the other amendments, we do welcome the fact that we can improve and evolve our oversight responsibilities. And as Parliament and the National Assembly, we have to be cognizant of the fact that a lot of our working are and is checkbox exercises where we go through, and a lot of the work without it translating into real effect and real advancement for the people out there.
Remember,
corruption.
your time is expired.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Action SA?
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. House Chair, for too long, the presidency has operated as a center of concentrated authority with Parliament limited to written and oral questions as its primary tools of scrutiny. This imbalance has fueled what many rightly call a super presidency, where immense executive power has not been matched by equally robust parliamentary oversight. Today marks a decisive corrective step. The establishment of the Committee on the Presidency finally restores the constitutional principle that no public office, including the highest office in the land, can operate without proper reach of Parliament. Vote 1 has always been part of the national budget. It has never been exempt from the laws and prescripts that govern public expenditure. Yet Parliament has, in practice, lacked a dedicated structure to interrogate the presidency's work, spending, and commitments. That ends today. This committee will ensure the structured appearance of the President and the Deputy President. It will enhance scrutiny of the administration of the presidency, and it will empower Parliament to call upon the necessary executive authorities with clarity and authority. Honorable House Chair, this represents meaningful progress for accountability, transparency, and constitutional democracy. Action SA is proud to support the work of the Rules Committee in bringing the House to this moment. The Committee on the Presidency strengthens Parliament's hand and ensures that the most powerful office in the Republic accounts directly to the people consistently and without exception. Action SA supports this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much. ACDP?
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP believes that one of the most glaring examples of the deficiency of Parliament's oversight over the presidency was highlighted by the Constitutional Court in 2016, when it held that the National Assembly failed to hold former President Zuma accountable by disregarding the remedial action called for by the Public Protection in her report. The court said on a proper construction of its constitutional obligations, the National Assembly was duty-bound to hold the President accountable by facilitating and ensuring compliance. It added that the National Assembly's resolution, based on the minister's findings exonerating the President, is inconsistent with the Constitution and unlawful. This was a very severe indictment on Parliament, having been found to act unconstitutionally and unlawfully in not exercising its oversight function properly. The Zondo Commission also recommended that Parliament consider establishing a specific portfolio committee to oversee the presidency. This has now been remedied with this rule amendment, which establishes a designated portfolio committee, which the ACDP welcomes and supports. We've also taken note of the composition of the committee and believe that given the very important role that this committee will play, it should have a larger membership. Greater clarity for alternate members as well as other members who may wish to attend this committee is also required. Lastly, the ACDP also supports the hybrid model for questions as well as the return of a dedicated petitions portfolio committee and will support the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. UTM.
House Chair, thank you very much. The United Democratic Movement supports the report of the Rules Committee. In our collective pursuit of strengthening accountability over the presidency, a number of study tours have been conducted or undertaken over the years. In 2018, the Chief Whip's Forum embarked on a study tour to Ghana and the United Kingdom, followed by further visits to Ireland, among others, to examine international best practices on how legislatures hold their presidencies or executive offices accountable. In addition to these initiatives, the Rules Committee itself undertook a number of study tours to assess how other countries ensure effective oversight over their presidencies. The proposals before us today are a direct outcome of these important efforts. One of the key issues identified was the anomaly that the Director General in the Office of the Presidency was the only DG who did not report to Parliament on the use of resources allocated to that office. We are pleased that this gap in oversight is now being addressed. The UDM, for the record, has consistently called for such measures since 2011, though our proposals received limited support in the past. It is encouraging to see that our long-standing call has finally been taken seriously and is now being supported across the House. Parliament must, of course, appreciate and respect the sensitivities involved in holding the presidency to account. However, this reform affirms a fundamental principle: the presidency is not immune from scrutiny and is not above accountability to Parliament. We also, House Chair, support the amendment that allows the sponsor of a question during a question session to ask the final supplementary question. While it may appear a modest procedural refinement, it gives meaningful and practical effect to the constitutional values of transparency and responsiveness and accountability as outlined or articulated in our Constitution. House Chair, the Constitution places an unequivocal duty on this House to hold the executive to account.
Your time has expired.
Oh, and his phone betun. Go. Oh, aye.
But you know that you've got 2 minutes, Honourable Member. Rise.
So I would have just said there and said that Rise Mzansi supports a not declaration. So what made me to come here is because having been in the kitchen when these working on these roles and cooking the roles, making sure that there's alignment across parties. I heard the speaker from the MK saying that the report must be sent back to the committee. That's what the MK said. It says we must send back the report to the committee. Everyone else agrees that the report must be passed. But so by the way, the only contention that the MK had, which I mean, like at the time I was like, no, maybe let's hear it out. was that, no, let's expand the committee, which I had, I was in the kitchen and MK was there. But is that a reason enough to say that let's send the report back? Even if we were to send back the report to the Rules Committee, the MK will still not win the argument. So everyone else in this parliament agrees to this report other than the MK. Even ourselves who made arguments. I mean, some of the arguments that ourselves as Rise Mzansi made was that let's extend the time of questions by 30 minutes. Let's allow
honorable members,
but
Honorable Kana
did not win.
Honorable Kana,
their argument.
Honorable members from Umkhonto weSizwe. No, you can't drown the speaker. You are allowed to speak, but not drown the speaker. No, it's part of the debate. You can't drown the speaker. And I am saying, we also want to hear. We also want to hear, because you'll be raising point of orders here, and I myself cannot hear what the member at the podium is saying. So can we please have order?
So
continue, honorable member.
Two last point, Tramastul. So we can make the questions more productive if we stop making statements and asking questions. That's how we can make the questions more productive. But on the other issues, I must say, I expect the MK to call for a division today so that all the other members can show them who supports this report and who doesn't.
Thank you, honorable member. Bosa. Honorable members, honorable members, no, he has left the podium. There is absolutely nothing that says you must make noise. Continue, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to first off start by saying that Build One South Africa does support and is in full support of real reform. But we want to caution that if we design rules now around the present political configurations, rather than constitutional principles that have to endure, then we'll weaken this very institution in years to come. So we want to begin maybe with the proposed committee on the presidency and express that the presidency is the center of executive authority. And so oversight of the presidency has got to be disproportionately weighted toward the opposition. Yet in this composition, it gives the governing bloc 6 seats and the full opposition only 5. And that ultimately translates to self-monitoring. So Parliament has got to think beyond the GNU. We've got to think beyond this term, and we've got to think beyond the temporary coalitions of today. Oversight committees over the executive should either be opposition majority, or at a minimum, they've got to be opposition equal. And that's something we still need to engage further. On the questions procedure, we welcome the additional time and the revival of interpellation-like supplementaries, but substance matters more than form. Ministers routinely turn questions into rambling monologues rather than direct accountability. And so we need for this House to have rules that enforce concise, factual answers and not political theater. The greatest failure that remains untouched, that we can't not put on record, is that the president appears before Parliament only 4 times a year. And that's indefensible in a country where we face unemployment, crime, and an economic crisis. And so we propose increasing that to at least 5 or 6 appearances annually as a minimum democratic standard. We've got to have rules that allow for full accountability and oversight. Otherwise, we might as well close this House. We do support the report, but want to put all of that on record. Thank you.
Thank you. ATM, Al-Jama.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, and respected fellow beloved family of South Africans. Today we consider the third report of the National Assembly Rules Committee for the 7th Parliament dealing with the Committee on the Presidency, the procedure for questions, and the composition of the Committee on Government Undertakings and Petitions. As Al-Jama, we appreciate and acknowledge that this report reflects an important step towards strengthening accountability, enhancing responsiveness, and improving the overall functioning of this House. The establishment and refinement of the Committee on the Presidency ensures greater oversight of executive priorities, whilst the updated questions procedure promotes clarity, efficiency, and meaningful engagement between members and the executive. Equally significant is the strengthened Committee on Government Undertakings and Petitions. This committee plays a vital role in amplifying the concerns of all our beloved family South African citizens. Ensuring its proper composition enables us to respond more effectively to commitments made by the executive and to petitions submitted by our beloved family of South African citizens. Honorable Speaker, Al-Jama supports with all its blessings this report as it advances transparency, deepens oversight, and reinforces Parliament's constitutional duty to serve our people with integrity and accountability. I thank you. Malibongwe.
Thank you. NCC, EAC, UAT, good, the ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. When the ANC adopted our manifesto as we prepared for the 2024 elections, we committed to improve the capacity of Parliament and our legislatures to fulfill their legislative, oversight, and accountability responsibilities. And I think it's very clear that what is happening here today, which I would argue is actually historical, is part of that effort by the movement, the African National Congress, working with other parties to make sure that this Parliament is able to be effective in its oversight, to build accountability and to be responsive. And I think it is a special day for Parliament. The Constitution, as all of us know, in Section 55, empowers the National Assembly to provide for mechanisms, firstly, to ensure that all executive organs of state in the national sphere of government are accountable to it, and also to maintain oversight of the exercise of the national executive authority, including the implementation of legislation and any organ of state. It further requires that the rules and orders of the National Assembly must provide for the establishment, composition, powers, functions, procedures, and duration. I want to salute our Deputy Speaker, members of the Rules Committee and the subcommittee for the work that they have done. Relative to other democracies, our country has a robust system of oversight and accountability of the President and the Deputy President. Some people, Chair, have come here and raised the composition of this committee. We must understand that the composition comes as yanula. When we vote, the composition follows. That is how it works. So we must own at the ballot box what we want to achieve here in Parliament. That is the composition, and let's work with that. I also want to say that I find it strange, Chair, that the MKP talks about accountability and wants to have issues, but I want to issue a warning that for as long as the MKP does not have an elected leadership, you will continue fighting amongst yourselves. You will change your chief whip every month or two. You will not have any mandate to come to this House. So we must also, in conclusion, understand that we support this measure and what have achieved today. The interpellation, the mini debate is progressive, and we should celebrate the fact that we now have a committee on government undertakings and petitions. That is progress. It allows the people to access, and it's a major step forward. We support a People's Parliament as the African National Congress. We support an activist parliament that drives transformation, redress, and responsiveness. And this rules report that we're adopting today, it helps us to achieve that. Let's celebrate a significant achievement in the 7th Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. It's good to see that you are alive. You know, I've been missing you for the past 2 hours. Yeah, you have been very quiet, but I can see that you are here now. I will now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip. The Honorable Chief Whip, you see, it's the MK again.
Honorable House Chairperson, I move that the report be adopted.
Honorable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? MK?
Please note the MK's rejection. Thank you.
With that objection, the report will be agreed to. The rules agreed to today will be applicable from the 2026 annual session. I will now allow the Secretary to read the 4th to the 6th order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans on 2024-25 annual report of Castle Control Board and Arms Corps. Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans on 2024-25 annual report of the Department of Defence. Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans on the 2024-25 annual report of the Department of Military Veterans.
I will now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I move that the reports be adopted.
Honorable members, requests for declaration of vote have not been received. I will now allow for up to 2 minutes, one member of each political party wishing to make a declaration an opportunity to do so. The DA. The DA.
Is it on? Is it on?
You don't have a declaration.
Honorable Chair, do I have it right? It's on all 3?
Yes.
And it's 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
10 years after Parliament applauded and approved the 2015 Defence Review, not a single milestone has been achieved. 3 consecutive ministers have failed to implement it. As a result, the SANDF is operating without a valid force design, without a modern posture, and without any real strategic direction. Instead of tabling the overdue reassessment by October 2024, the minister now hides behind a vague slogan, Journey to Greatness, a document with no plan, no timelines, no costing, and no credibility. The minister herself admits it is only a discussion process, not a strategy. For more than a decade, the SANDF has been chronically underfunded, and nothing in the MTF shows that this will change. Yet, while the minister blames underfunding for the SANDF's decline, she has taken no steps to restructure the force, right-size it, or redesign it to live within the budget we actually have. No tough decisions and no internal reform. The result is a Navy unable to patrol our waters, an Air Force grounded by scarcity, and an Army hollowed out by uncertainty. This is now more than a budget issue. It has become a leadership vacuum. The department and the SANDF command have ignored years of warnings from the Auditor General, the SIU, the Hawks, and this Parliament. Material irregularities grow, investigations stall, and failures repeat. On 12th of November, the SIU, the Hawks, and the AG briefed Parliament on widespread corruption, blocked investigations, missing documents, and collapsed consequence management. House Chair, the Minister must take this BRR seriously. It is the starting point for urgent repair. Minister Motshekga must table a credible, fully costed force design and recovery plan by a fixed deadline. If she cannot deliver that, she must step aside. I thank you.
Thank you, MK. MK.
Honorable House, fellow South African, today we consider the PRR of the Department of Defense, the Department of Military Veterans, the Castle Control Board and Arms Corps. But let us be honest, these reports all reveal the same truth, but South Africa is failing its own defenders, and the GNU continues to speak the language of austerity while expecting miracles from the starving defense force. The SA Defense Force is the pillar of the Republic. It protects our borders, our airspace, our oceans, our dignity, and our sovereignty. Yet every year, treasure cuts deeper, cabinet delays longer, and the threats grow sharper. The PRR exposes that our soldiers are being sent into complex theaters of war and peacekeeping with absolute equipment, collapsing bases, maintenance failure, no maritime protection, Air Force grounded by fuel shortage, and Army expected to secure borders with fewer members. This is untolerated. Prioritization of SNDF is no longer a policy option. It is a constitutional duty. A sovereign nation that cannot defend itself, it's only sovereign at all, and a military that has to privatize many of its core function is a captured military. Honorable members, we must also speak on behalf of those who defended this nation long before many of us entered this house. Our military veteran ex-combatant, the Department of Military Veterans has failed to capture ex-combatants using the Air Force numbers, CPR numbers, and original file numbers, records, and help them set them. Instead, they waste taxpayers' money on endless verification process that re-traumatize freedom fighters and treat them like criminal taking for scraps. MK is clear.
Honorable Member, your time has expired. EFF. Just a reminder, honorable members, on this declaration is 2 minutes only. EFF.
Honourable Chair, the EFF categorically rejects the combined BRRR defence reports. It hides the total disintegration of our defence capability. The SANDF is in the throes of collapse with an austerity budget, leaking barracks, no fuel, no spares, soldiers training with outdated gear. The Secretary of Defence has been acting for years with no permanent appointment coming forth. Billions in irregular expenditure, zero consequences. In an overall corrupt and incompetent GNU, the DOD stands out as the super champion of corruption. The 2015 Defence Review gathers dust, and the so-called journey to greatness remains hidden from Parliament. All of this while our airspace, borders, and seas are defenceless. Vice Admiral Monde Lubise warned the Navy is being defunded with a deliberate intent by members of the executive to help drug cartels. And Minister Motshekga's response? A cover-up, threatening him with disciplinary action. It is disgraceful. The EFF demands immediate increase of the defense budget to 1.5% of GDP, the total overall and forced renewal of the SANDF, the removal of the inept leadership command, the immediate resignation of the bungling and incompetent Minister Motshekga and the 2 deputies. The Department of Military Veterans has collapsed. It is rotten to the core and is still run illegally by an acting DG under dark clouds of corruption. Arms Corps and Denel too are disgraceful failures. To support this report is to mislead Parliament and to commit treason against our nation's sovereignty. The EFF rejects it completely and with the contempt that it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you, as Chairperson. Our nation's sovereignty is the foundation upon which our democracy rests. It is it is the safeguard, for our citizens' rights and freedoms, and it must be vigilantly protected against both internal and external threats. The IFP remains deeply concerned about the financial constraints facing the department, especially given the critical role it plays in upholding national security. Our freedom came at an enormous cost in both life and limb. Those who sacrifice for our liberation must be honored, safeguarded, and afforded the dignity they deserve. While we appreciate and welcome the delivery of 115 houses, the reality remains that this falls short of the commitments made. The IFP equally welcomes the provision of educational support to more than 2,700 military veterans and their dependents. We recognize the financial constraints facing the department. However, we call on both the department and National Treasury to prioritize the well-being of the men and women who selflessly fought for our freedom and democracy. Their sacrifice must never be repaid with indifference, but with decisive and compassionate action. In consideration of these issues we've raised, the IFP accepts the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. PA.
Itinkala ukubulisa hlalo abahlali balendlu lena nalaba sibekela abahlali basemzansi. The Patriotic Alliance, as a partner in the Government of National Unity, rise to affirm our support for this budget review and recommendation report on the Portfolio Committee on Defense and Military Veterans, on the annual report for 2024-25 covering the Castle Control Board, AMSCO, the Department of Defense, and the Department of Military Veterans. These institutions are central to safeguarding our sovereignty, supporting our veterans, and ensuring that defense resources are managed with integrity. We declare our support for this report. It strengthens parliamentary oversight and provides a framework for accountability and improved service delivery. Defense and Veterans Affairs must serve the people, especially those who sacrifice for the Republic and those historically marginalized in access to opportunities within the defense sector. Honorable members, we commend AMSCO for progress in procurement transparency and the Castle Control Board for maintaining heritage assets responsibly. Yet, challenges remain. The Department of Defense must address insufficiency in expenditure to protect operational readiness, while the Department of Military Veterans must intensify its work to deliver benefits fairly and equitably. Veterans from all communities, including coloureds, veterans, and other historically excluded groups, must receive recognition and the support they deserve. We further emphasize that the SAKK must be formally recognized and included in the framework of benefits. Perhaps the reason they have not yet been recognized is because most of their members were coloureds. And that is precisely why we say with conviction, like all lives, coloured lives matters. Their service and sacrifice.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has now expired.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. FF Plus.
No declaration, House Chair. We support the report.
Thank you. Action SA.
Oh, thank you, House Chairperson. Thank you, House Chairperson. The report before us paints a deeply troubling picture of our national defense.
They confirm what South Africans already fear. The SANDF is stretched far beyond its means, and its critical capabilities are steadily collapsing. We have an army that overspent on compensation of employees by almost 2 billion rand, yet remains without the basic equipment or mobility needed for landward readiness. We have a Navy that cannot perform a single long-range maritime patrol because its vessels are unserviceable. And we have an Air Force flying barely half the hours required to maintain operational competency. They are not isolated failures. They signal a structural breakdown in force readiness across all arms of service. The BRRR makes it very clear. The South African National Defence Force is now used primarily for domestic stabilization, not because strategy has changed, but because its conventional capability has degraded far beyond the thresholds set in the Defence Review. Border safeguarding is still conducted with the same number of subunits, the same inadequate vehicles, limited surveillance technology, and chronically weak logistics. Even our peacekeeping missions are slipping. Compliance levels are failing, and South Africa is risking losing credibility with regional bodies like the South African SADC Standby Force. Chairperson, this is not only unsustainable, it is irresponsible governance. Our national defense is not a luxury, it is a constitutional imperative. Until the department is properly funded, stabilized, and structurally reformed, South Africa will remain without a credible defense capability. We owe our soldiers better, and we surely owe our country better. Thank you, Chair.
The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP has taken note of the reports which paint a dismal picture. The SANDF's operational condition is now at critical levels, with the AG saying the serviceability of prime mission equipment remains below acceptable levels and maintenance backlogs are worsening due to the reallocation of funds and personal expenditure. Due to severe underfunding, the Navy operates one of 4 frigates and one of 3 submarines, and is unable to patrol our waters effectively. The Air Force only has a handful of Gripen fighters and Oryx helicopters flying, while most transport aircraft are grounded for lack of spares. The Army's infantry combat vehicles and trucks, many over 30 years old, have poor availability rates and ammunition stocks are low. It is no wonder that the Chief of the Navy, Vice Admiral Lebesa, has severely criticized government for underfunding. Whilst his comments may verge on insubordination, they are made out of a deep-seated frustration and echo many warnings from the Chief of the SANDF, as well as members of both portfolio committees. We are failing to provide the resources necessary for an efficient SANDF. And whilst there are insufficient financial resources, we are also concerned about adverse audit queries, including 2 material irregularities. In addition, cost of employees takes a lion's share of the budget, 67%, whilst only 33% is allocated towards maintenance and capital acquisition. Lastly, the ACDP is equally concerned about the dire situation facing the Department of Military Veterans, and whilst we appreciate what the report sets out and will definitely support it, we do believe additional resources are required for the SANDF. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM.
House Chair, while the UDM supports the report of the committee and the recommendations thereof, the UDM would like to raise some areas of concern. For DOD, it continued to receive a qualified audit report. More needs to be done to promote accountability within the department. Lack of consequence management and failure to adequately implement AGSA recommendations. Deteriorating of technology and equipment amid the changing nature of threats. Major concern is the shortage of body armor, boots, tents, etc. While the committee referred to poor state of border fence, the UDM noted the absence of border fence, which impacts the SANDF's ability to fulfill its border safeguarding functions. On DMV, the ongoing instability in top management with key positions filled with acting capacity and delayed permanent positions. Ongoing delays in appointing permanent DG is of great concern. Over expenditure on operating leases of 156% is the largest deviation ever. The same applies to computer services, which is 133.2%. 203.9% massive overspending in social contribution. The department has a persistent challenge of failure to provide houses to qualifying military veterans. Only 15 houses were allocated in 2024-25. That is 51% less on the annual target of 225 houses. Target leyo ephansi kwayona. Bursary allocations.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has now expired. Rise Mzansi. Bosa.
No declaration from Bosa, Chair.
Thank you. The ATM.
No declaration from ATM, House Chair.
Thank you. Al-Jamal.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, fellow beloved family of South Africans, today we consider these reports. The Castle Control Board remains a key custodian of one of South Africa's most important heritage sites, and its work continues to promote social cohesion, tourism, and historical preservation. However, the board must strengthen its financial management, expand revenue-generating initiatives, and ensure that oversight structures remain fully compliant with government standards. The castle plays an important role in education, tourism, cultural preservation, and nation building. The board has continued its outreach programs and heritage initiatives, and we acknowledge these efforts under challenging fiscal conditions. However, the report highlights ongoing concerns that require urgent attention: instability in governance structures, weaknesses in revenue generation, and continued reliance on limited departmental support. The board must strengthen financial controls, improve maintenance planning, and ensure that the site is managed in a manner that reflects its historical significance and its potential as a sustainable heritage asset. Far too many veterans still struggle to access housing, healthcare, education support, and economic opportunities. These delays undermine the very purpose of the department and erode trust among those who served our country with distinction. Honorable Speaker, Al-Jamaa supports the committee's recommendations and calls for improved accountability, stable funding, and stronger institutional capacity and effective oversight. A well-governed defense sector is vital for national readiness, economic contribution, and the protection of our constitutional democracy. Let us reaffirm at the same time safeguarding of national treasure. Malibongwe.
Thank you. The NCC, the PIC, the UAT, good. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Musa Khutla. Ke tse tshune gape go isa tlotla o maloko otlhe a kokoano pe molao ya rona ya bosetšhaba. As the African National Congress, we support these reports of the Department of Defense, AMSCO, Department of Military Veterans, and the Castle Control Board. Any sovereign state cannot stay without a national defense force, because failure to defend, to secure, and to bring peace and stability would undermine economic growth, job creation, and all defense of our sovereignty. So the Department of Defense is very key in safeguarding our national interest, our national sovereignty, and our territorial integrity. On the Department of Military Veterans, it's very key that we appreciate the work
that was done by heroes and heroines of our military for the sacrifice and the price they've paid. Their welfare, still, it's our responsibility as this parliament. It was this parliament that allowed the wrong policy choices for defense money to be taken to bail out incompetent CEOs and boards of SOEs in the past. Almost 53 billion rand was shifted from the National Defence Force budget, which is very wrong. And we need to take accountability as this parliament to improve and correct that particular situation than shouting at a problem. We must bring a solution. Under AMSCO, it's obviously clear that our sovereign capabilities cannot be left without proper research and development. We need that particular allocation of 1.5% because money does not go only to uniform and arms and
Thank you, Honourable Member.
It goes to research and development. So we support this particular project with the control board included. Thank you.
Honourable Members, I put the motion again. Are there any objections? The MK?
The MK objects. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further objections? Action SA?
Action SA objects.
Thank you. The EFF?
EFF objects.
Thank you. Any further objections? With those three objections noted, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 7th order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation on performance of Department of Science, Technology and Innovation for 2024-25 financial year.
Thank you. To make declarations, I firstly recognize the DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Fellow members, today I rise to discuss the committee observations and recommendations on the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. The department before us highlights the critical role science, technology and innovation plays in driving our development and our progress. As we all know, countries who invest in research and development are ones that thrive. South Africa's National Development Plan has rightly placed STI at the center of our developmental agenda, and we must work towards achieving the targets as set out in the plan. However, the document does reveal something concerning. Investment in R&D remains very low at 0.61% of our GDP, far below our target of 1.1%. Let's not even mention 1.5% by 2030. This underfunding has limited the scope and impact of initiatives aimed at increasing its size, coherence, and effectiveness. I'm encouraged by the department's achievements, including 85% of their 24-25% targets and 96% of their total budget spend. However, we must address the mismatch between expenditure rate and performance. I remain deeply concerned and absolutely alert to the fact that yet again, a notorious state-owned entity, Denel, is seeking relevance and, quite frankly, an economic lifeline in an area where its contributions are now outdated and obsolete. Given the amazing work done by South African scientists and South African innovators, we cannot let the precious little money that our department has be sucked up and wasted. We see you and we will not let you. I support the recommendations that the Minister and the Department exercise appropriate monitoring and oversight of its entities, address leadership deficiencies, and assist entities in dealing with public procurement processes. We must work together to ensure that our national system of innovation is effective. I thank you. The DA supports the recommendation.
The MK Party.
Honourable Chairperson, I rise on behalf of MK Party to reject this budget. This budget and this report show that our science and innovation system is in serious trouble. We have a government that makes big promises but does not provide the money to support them. Our goal was to spend 1.1% of our national budget on research, but we only spend 0.61%. This is a betrayal of our future. We are starving our scientists and our next generation. The allocated budget that we get from GNU government is not enough. As such as allocated funding does not meet its target, this is unfair to people of South Africa, our hardworking citizen. The situation at TIA is unacceptable. This is a failing institution that is blocking black businesses. Their delays and corruption harm the small companies. We need to create jobs. We cannot accept this. So today, I say clearly, this report is unacceptable. This budget has failed. We demand a major change in science funding. No more excuses. We demand immediate action at TIA. Remove the managers who fails. We will not support any plan that continues to damage our future. Ngifuna ukuthi South Africa ningabavoteli ngo-2026 ngoba babulala izwe lethu. Nivotele umkhonto wesizwe because umkhonto wesizwe une-plan. Bayazi amagalelo kaPresident Jacob Zuma. Ningabavoteli ngonyaka ozayo badayisile ngani, badlalile ngeSouth Africa, behlangene nabamhlophe, bathatha izwe balibuyisela kwabamhlophe. Ningabavoteli South Africa next year, votelani umkhonto wesizwe.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF. Order, honourable members.
Thank you, Chairperson. The EFF rejects the budgetary review and recommendation report tabled here today because the department has failed to make decisive interventions. The National Development Plan 2030 identifies science, technology, and innovation as crucial for accelerating economic transformation and improving South Africa's global competitiveness. It therefore requires substantial and consistent investment in research and development. Yet, the very entities driving STI research are experiencing budget cuts. These funding reductions have compromised plans across multiple institutions, threatening implementation timelines and leaving South Africa further behind in a rapidly advancing global technological landscape. Science and technology evolve continuously, and our delayed progress widens the gap even more. The report does not adequately demonstrate how reductions in the PhD research budget, innovation austerity measures, and broader funding cuts are eroding our national capacity to innovate and advance in critical technological fields. It also fails to show how STI, whose development must align with the productive needs of industry, has been weakened by the department's limited focus on collaboration with the private sector to meet the requirements of the modern economy. Chairperson, the underspending recorded in this financial year stems largely from delays in transfers and subsidies, specifically the late transfers of strategic science platforms funds to the National Research Foundation. This resulted in the delayed finalization of an expired human capacity. The EFF rejects this report.
Thank you. The IFP.
Honourable Chairperson, the IFP has considered this report and commended the department and most of its entities for achieving commendable performances and clean audits. However, the report exposes the systemic risk that compromises the long-term viability of the national systems of innovation. It must be noted that the gross expenditure on research and development remain critically low, resulting in significant underfunding. This means the parliamentary grant cannot even cover the salary bill of entities like SANSA and HSRC therefore leading to several capacity challenges and higher vacancy rate. Furthermore, the Technology Innovation Agency was the only entity not obtaining a clean audit, which revealed the failure to enforce consequence management for irregular expenditure. Therefore, we strongly urge that the department, that Technology Innovation Agency must implement immediately consequence management and strengthen its financial review processes as these necessary steps toward restoring the department institutional integrity. The IFP accepts this report and reiterates the call to HND engage with the National Treasurer for a lasting funding solution to address the great deficit. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. Before we proceed, please do not play whatever on audio on your cell phones. It is disturbing. The PA.
No declaration, we support.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Dankie, agbare huisvoorsitter. Die Departement van Wetenskap, Innovasie en Tegnologie is een van daardie aandrywers van die Suid-Afrikaanse ekonomie en dit is gelukkig een van dies wat nogal redelik goed funksioneer en wat met 'n skoon audit en met meeste van die doelwitte wat dit behaal het, suksesvol is. Daar's 'n paar goedjies wat ons van die Vryheidsfront se kant af graag wil noem wat behoort verbetering teweeg te bring. Die ene is dat die Wetenskaplike Nywerheids- en Navorsingsraad, of die CSIR, deur die staat befonds word deur 'n parlementêre toelaag om wetenskap en navorsingsgebaseerde oplossings vir die staat te gee en tog moet dit elke keer 'n kompeterende proses volg as gevolg van die reëls van staatsverkryging. Daar kan 'n redelik eenvoudige toegewing van tesourie of 'n verandering in die wetgewing dit vir die staat moontlik maak om waarde te kry vir die geld wat hy reeds bestee sonder vertraging. Die tweede ding is die National Research Foundation wat onderbefonds is. Hierdie instansie is verantwoordelik vir 'n hele klomp goeders, maar onder andere vir nagraadse studente om hulle vir hulle studies en hulle navorsing te finansier. Iets waarvoor hulle nooit genoeg geld het nie en ons weet almal dat met 'n enkele graad 'n mens eintlik nog net voorberei is vir volgende studie. Jy het 'n nagraadse kwalifikasie nodig om werklik 'n bydrae te lewer. Die derde saak is SARAO of die SKA wat 'n baie groot deel van die ekonomie in 'n sekere deel van die Noord-Kaap verwyder het en in ruil sê dat hulle nuwe geleenthede skep. Maar die opleidingsgeleentheid vir amateur sterrekundiges om van die toerisme geleenthede in hierdie terrein te gebruik. Toe mense wil registreer vir die tweede jaar daarvan, toe kry hulle die nuus, hierdie program is beëindig weens 'n gebrek aan fondse. Nou ja, dit is 'n groot probleem en dit is 'n verbreekte belofte. Vir die res doen die departement eintlik baie goed. Baie dankie.
Dankie. Action SA.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, before I start, allow me to convey my apologies to you. And I'm sure you know for what, House Chair. Honorable House Chair, 5,936. That is the number of students in our entire country funded by the National Research Foundation for Postgraduate Qualifications. Now, House Chair, compare that to the roughly 100,000 first-year students funded by NSFAS each year. The imbalance speaks for itself. We are severely handicapping our country's future by refusing to expand NRF funding. It simply cannot be that only 5,336 postgraduate students receive support in a nation of 60 million people with an economy that is desperate for advanced skills. And then we wonder why we struggle to produce engineers, scientists, accountants, farmers, and other critical professionals required to develop our country, grow our economy, and confront the challenges of a rapidly growing, changing world. Action SA, South Africa cannot compete globally while starving its knowledge pipeline. As Action SA, we support the BRRR report, but we strongly advocate for increasing NRF funding as a national imperative in order for our country to truly reach its potential. Thank you.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. The ACDP notes the report of the Portfolio Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation on the performance of the department for this 24-25 financial year. We acknowledge the department's progress in expanding research infrastructure and supporting innovation hubs, as highlighted in the annual report, where some 1.2 billion rand was allocated to research and development programs. However, the Auditor General again flagged weaknesses in project monitoring and irregular expenditure of some 87 million rand, which occurs while young researchers voice frustration at limited bursary opportunities and administrative bottlenecks. The committee rightly noted that South Africa's investment in research and development at 0.62% remains below the 1% of GDP target set by the NDP. It is the view of the ACDP that this underinvestment is an impediment to economic growth. Furthermore, we call for the implementation of consequence management towards those responsible for delays in funding approvals, which have stalled several university industry partnerships in research and development. The ACDP calls for stronger financial discipline, increased research and development, transparent monitoring, and the prioritization of youth innovation, where science and technology is harnessed not only for economic growth, but to restore opportunity, hope, and dignity to our young people. The ACDP will support this report. Thank you.
Thank you. The UDM.
No declaration, we support.
Thank you. Rise. Bosa.
No declaration from Build-On South Africa.
Thank you. ATM.
No declaration, House Chair.
Thank you. Al-Jamar.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, honourable members, fellow beloved family of South Africans. Al-Jamar, we consider the budgetary review and recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation for the 2024-2025 financial year. The department continues to play a critical role in driving research excellence, advancing innovation, and strengthening South Africa's global competitiveness. We acknowledge progress in expanding research infrastructure, supporting postgraduate training, and promoting partnerships across universities, industry, and international collaborators. However, the report highlights areas requiring urgent attention, persistent funding constraints, delayed projects, and slow implementation of innovation-led programs that are essential for economic growth, job creation, and technological sovereignty. Reduced investment in research threatens our long-term development goals and undermines emerging sectors such as renewable energy, digital technology, biotech, and advanced manufacturing. Honourable Speaker, Al-Jamar supports the committee's recommendations. We emphasize the need for stable funding, improved coordination across government, and stronger support for young researchers and innovators. A capable and well-resourced STI sector is not a luxury, it is a national necessity. Let us commit to building a knowledge-driven economy that benefits all South Africans. Malibong, where?
Thank you. The NCC, the PIC, the UAT, good, the ANC.
Honourable House Chairperson, honourable members, the ANC commends the comprehensive and diligent work reflected in this budgetary review and recommendation report of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation for the 2024-2025 financial year. It recognizes the department's significant achievements in advancing South Africa's scientific and technological capabilities, notably its progress in key research projects, innovation, commercialization, and strengthening partnerships with industry and international allies. This aligns with the ANC commitment to promoting inclusive growth, industrialization, and building a knowledge-based economy that benefits all citizens. Honorable Chair, achieving a 96 spend rate and maintaining a clean audit status is a testament to sound governance and prudence in resource utilization. Despite budget constraints and systematic challenges, the department's efforts to foster innovation, human capital development, and infrastructure expansion demonstrates its dedication to national development priorities. The ANC affirms the importance of continuous support to research and innovation as a driver of socio-economic upliftment, particularly in the creating of employment opportunities and addressing inequality. The ANC emphasizes the need to address identified challenges such as internal control deficiencies and slow progress on transformative targets and related to gender and racial representation. The committee's recommendation to accelerate resource allocation, improve oversight, and strengthen intergovernmental and industry collaboration are aligned with the ANC's vision of responsive, capable, and inclusive science and innovation sector. The ANC remains committed to supporting a robust, transparent, and accountable DSTI that leverages science and technology.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
As ANC, we support this report. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? The MK?
Thank you. The MK objects.
Any further objections? The EFF?
Please note the rejection of the EFF, Chairperson.
Thank you. With those objections noted, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will now read the 8th to the 10th orders together.
Consideration of supplementary report of Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies on Budgetary Review and Recommendations Report. Consideration of Budgetary Review and Recommendation Report of Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies on Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, Centec, State Information Technology Agency, Broadband Infraco, the Universal Service and Access Agents of South Africa / Universal Service Fund, the South African Broadcasting Corporation SOC Limited. Consideration of Budgetary Review and Recommendation Report of Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies on Government Communication and Information System and Media Development and Diversity Agency.
Thank you. The Honourable Chief Whip.
Thanks, House Chair. I move that the reports be adopted.
Thank you. For the purpose of declarations, I firstly recognise the DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. This BRRR carries the aspirations of South Africans whose future rely on the DCDT's commitment to deliver connectivity by spearheading South Africa's digital transformation. As the DA, we emphasize the urgent need to review dated legislation, especially the Electronic Communications Act of 2005. Delays in amending legislation and policies have hindered DCDT's ability to keep pace with developments in the sector. In this spirit, House Chairperson, we want to welcome the work done on the audio and audiovisual content services and online safety white paper, which has been submitted to Cabinet. We further welcome the appointment of a service provider to review the SABC funding model. The need for a new funding framework for the public broadcaster is critical, given the SABC's challenging financial situation. We also welcome the announcement by Minister Soli Malatsi that the proposed model will be ready in February 2026. Indeed, this will be a move in moving the needle in the amendment of the SABC bill, which remains in front. We remain concerned about the SABC Centec debt, which has accumulated over R1 billion over the years. The urgent resolution of the SABC Centec issue is imperative. Currently, Centec is sustaining SABC operations by depleting its own reserves, which is unsustainable. If Centec fails as a broadcasting infrastructure company of our country, the broadcasting services remain at risk.
In today's world, where misinformation and disinformation are widespread, access to information is a cornerstone of a democracy that we all enjoy, particularly as we head into the local government election. On the South African Post Office, the residue of the historic mismanagement and political interference and failures to invest in the business continues to haunt us. We understand the need for support to support efforts for university.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank
Your
you.
time has now expired. The MK Party.
Gwaza Mkonto Gwaza. Speaker, Mkonto Wesizwe, we rise to reject the 2024 and 25 BBBR report of the Department of Communications and Digital Technology. This report does not reflect progress. They expose a portfolio of deep crisis characterized by systematic collapse, governance failures, and staggering inability to execute its mission. Despite the department's boasting about a clean audit, the DCT-DT failed to meet 24% of its target, and this failure has condemned millions, especially the poor, to digital exclusion. The BRRR report is described as a catalogue of incompetency and chronicle of collapse. The department is accused of failing its mandate and betraying public trust. On departmental failure, clean audit illusions. Despite a clean audit, service delivery regressed from 82% to 76%. On policy paralysis, critical bills and plans, the audiovisual content service bill, the digital economy master plan were not implemented. Financial mismanagement, 1.1 billion was underspent. On SA Connect broadband project, underspent by 1 billion. On social inclusion failure, targets for women, youth, persons with disability, and GBV victims were missed. MK recommends to fill critical vacancies, fast-track legislative amendments, Electronic Communications Act and SABC bill, pronounce on analog switch off, and establish a digital transformation task team, as also develop a finance model for struggling entities such as SABC, South African Post Bank, as well as resolve the current funding for Centech debt by 2026 and scale up AI.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Of FBP. Thank you so much. Mkonto Wesizwe reject this prof.
The EFF.
House Chairperson, the EFF has taken note of the BRRR, which all signal the department's decline. Beyond governance challenges, the emergence of a characteristic of corruption and fraud, which are best identified at CETA, are a cause for concern. It was the EFF which raised the alarm regarding the irregularities in the awarding of a tender worth 1.2 billion to provide IT-related services for schools in the Western Cape as a result of collusion between officials in the DA-led Western Cape government and board members at CETA. To date, this tender has not been reviewed, and CETA is still led by those fingered in this scandal. During the 5th and the 6th administration, we warned the Portfolio Committee consistently that business rescue plan for the South African Post Office does not possess the traits of rescue, but rather those of destruction for purposes of privatizing the market. As things stand now, 4,000 jobs have been lost and 366 post office branches have been closed. ICASA ought to be declared as an inefficient regulator, and this relates to its kicking to touch whenever confronted about the cost of data and expiration of prepaid airtime data, which harms consumers. As things stand, MTN, Vodacom, Cell C, and others are currently in violation of Section 63 of the Consumer Protection Act. We have warned that handing over this department to the DA is going to degenerate the sector as a whole, and the primary takeout in this year of GNU is that the department has committed itself to undermining transformation and surrendering us to imperialists like Elon Musk and as a policy priority. The EFF warns again that soon we will not have the SABC, will not have the post office, will not have enough money to purchase experts.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Airtime.
Your time is now expired.
Continue to withdraw from democracy because we cannot access information. The EFF rejects this report.
The IFP. Is the IFP declaring?
Thank you, House Chair. The IFP notes the communication sector is too vital to our democracy. We commend Centec for achieving a clean audit outcome, underscoring strengthened governance and effective internal controls. However, we remain concerned about the material impediment relating to the trade receivables and ongoing concern and uncertainty linked to its over-reliance on a single major customer. This risk must be addressed with agency. On the SABC, the IFP acknowledges meaningful progress, particularly in audience reach, digital innovation. We note the appreciation that the SABC improved its license fee collection by over 10%, reflecting better compliance and stronger recovery efforts. However, the decline of nearly 2% in advertising revenue, almost 8% in sponsorship, underscores ongoing financial pressure that threatens a long-term sustainability. Lastly, Honourable Chair, we note the department's performance having achieved 76% of its annual targets. While we acknowledge this progress, we remain mindful of the portfolio's critical role in driving digital transformation and strengthening communication services. We therefore urge the department to address areas of underperformance and improve implementation to ensure the achievement of this future. In the issues above, Chair, the IFP accept the report.
Thank you. The PA?
No declaration, we support.
Thank you. The FF Plus? Action SA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, the BRRR reports of the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies once again highlights both the opportunities and deep structural challenges facing the sector. The reports tabled reflect a recurring pattern. While the department and its entities demonstrate pockets of progress, service delivery remains inconsistent, infrastructure rollout faces persistent delays, and governance weaknesses continue to undermine impact. The committee's findings show underspending in critical programs such as SA Connect, incomplete legislative processes, and inadequate monitoring of inclusion measures meant to benefit women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Chairperson, the digital economy is a prerequisite for a capable state, for economic competitiveness, and for public service modernization. Yet, the BRRRs confirm that key entities from CETA to SAPO to broadband infraco are still plagued by operational instability, weak internal controls, and financial strain. This threatens progress towards universal digital access, digital skills development, and the transformation of our ICT landscape. We welcome the clean audit outcomes for the department, but clean administration must translate into clean, effective service delivery. Parliament must insist that the department accelerates oversight of SOEs, strengthens project management, and ensures accountability for delays in digital migration and broadband expansion. Chairperson, these reports make one thing very clear. South Africa cannot afford complacency in its digital transformation. We support the recommendations and call for firm, results-driven implementation. I thank you.
Thank you. The ICDP.
No declaration, Chair.
Thank you. The UDM. Rise. BOSA.
No declaration from BOSA.
Thank you. The ATM.
No declaration from ATM.
Thank you. Al-Jamar.
Honorable speakers, honorable members, honorable family of beloved South Africans, as Al-Jamar, we consider the three reports that reflects a sector facing both immense opportunity and significant strain. The digital economy is central to South Africa's growth, yet the department and several entities continue to struggle with financial instability. We need to implement critical modernization programs. Otherwise, these challenges shall directly impact service delivery, broadband expansion, digital migration, and the transformation of our ICT landscape. We note the committee's findings and welcome its firm recommendations, particularly those aimed at strengthening oversight of state-owned entities, improving financial management, and accelerating programs that expand connectivity, especially for rural and undeserved communities. Digital inclusion is not optional. It is fundamental to education, economic participation, and social equality. The portfolio remains central to South Africa's digital transformation. There are at the same time challenges for our ability to expand broadband access, strengthen cybersecurity, modernize public services, and ensure an inclusive digital economy. Centec and Broadband Infraco continue to provide crucial backbone services. We require stronger financial management and strategic alignment. The SABC continues to struggle with revenue mandate pressures and the urgent need for a sustainable turnaround strategy. GCIS plays a crucial role in ensuring that government communicates clearly, consistently, and accessibly with the public. We acknowledge progress in strengthening strategic communication and improving transparency, but challenges remain.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you.
The NCC, the PIC, the UIT, good, the ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, as the African National Congress, we stand before this House to support the Budgetary Review and Recommendations report for both the Government Communications and Information System, GCIS, and the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. These reports capture a period of both achievement and challenge in South Africa's communication and digital transformation landscape. On the report presented by the GCIS, we commend the department on securing its fifth consecutive clean audit. The 89% achievement of the performance target, while slightly down from the previous year, demonstrate a continued commitment to government communication and remains above the National Treasury benchmark. The GCIS maintains a strategic constitutional mandate to ensure that citizens are informed about government policies, programs, and projects in a manner that enables informed decision-making and improves the quality of life of our citizens. Regarding the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, we welcome the 76% performance against 25 predetermined targets. As the African National Congress, we are deeply concerned about the persistent delays in critical policy development, including the full amendments to the Audio and Audiovisual Content Services and the Electronic Communication Act. House Chairperson, we call upon the department and the minister to assume a far more assertive and hands-on role in bridging the South Africa's persistent digital divide and dismantling the structural barriers that continue to marginalize historically disadvantaged communities. We look forward to the alternative funding model of the SABC and the introduction of the SABC bill. We look forward to the exit of the business rescue practitioners and the revitalization of the post office. We look forward to the licensing of the Post Bank and the establishment of our State Bank. We look forward to the impasse between SABC and Centec be resolved. The digital
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Is not a privilege, it is a human right. Thank you so much.
Honourable Members, I put the motion again. Are there any objections? The MKP?
The MKP objects.
Thank you. Any further objections? With that objection noted, the reports are all three accordingly agreed to. Honourable Members, on Tuesday the 6th of May this year during the debate on Workers' Day, the Honourable Reddy rose on a point of order wanting to know whether the Deputy Minister of Transport, the Honourable Glengwa, was speaking, as I quote, the Deputy Minister or speaking on behalf of his party. End of quote. I immediately ruled that that Deputy Ministers are allowed to take part in political debates and that the Deputy Minister was to continue. The Deputy Minister then proceeded to make some remarks. At this point, the Honourable Manyi rose on a point of order objecting to the remarks of the Deputy Minister, alleging that in his remarks the Deputy Minister had imputed improper motives on the part of Mr. Reddy for raising his point of order. At the time, I undertook to study the Hansard and to return to the House with a ruling. Having had the opportunity to do so now, I confirm that the following remarks can be ascribed to the Deputy Minister, and I quote, "Part of the empowerment that we need to do as workers in Parliament, as members of Parliament, will obviously be the introduction of rules so that we can be disabused from the frivolous points of order that we have been subjected to for this past year in this House by the Honourable Reddy. It undermines the work that we do because his interruptions are not about work but about the limelight of the camera." End of quote. This was clearly in response to the point of order raised by the Honourable Reddy. Honourable Members, in terms of Rule 92 of our rules, a member may raise a point of order at any time during the proceedings of the House in terms of the procedure prescribed in Rule 66 by stating that he or she is rising on a point of order. A point of order must be confined only to a matter of parliamentary procedure or practice, or a matter relating to unparliamentary conduct as defined, and must be raised immediately when the alleged breach of order occurs. In terms of the above-mentioned rules, Mr. Reddy indeed has a right to raise a point of order after being so recognized by the presiding officer. I ruled on his point of order, and that is where the matter should have ended. To the point of order by Mr. Manyi, members are reminded that the National Assembly Rule 85 states that no member may impute improper motives to any other member or cast personal reflections upon a member's integrity or dignity, or verbally abuse a member in any other way. In this regard, the subsequent remarks by the Deputy Minister stating that, and I quote, that's Mr. Reddy's, interruptions are not about work but about the limelight of the camera, unquote, were unwarranted and directly attached improper motives to another member's reason for raising a point of order. Accordingly, in terms of Rule 85, which prohibits reflections upon members in this manner, I rule that the remarks by the Deputy Minister were a clear contravention of the rule. I request the Deputy Minister to now withdraw the remarks.
House Chairperson, I withdraw. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Then I would request the Honourable Mogale of the EFF on the virtual platform to also unmute and just confirm his presence. Honourable Mogale. Okay, for now I'm going to move on. May I request the whips of the EFF to possibly contact the Honourable Mogale and just alert him to the fact that we still need to finalise a matter on which I've already ruled in respect of him. I have been informed that he is present. Maybe he was just distracted for the moment. The Secretary will now read the 11th and 12th orders together.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation on Vote 14 of Statistics South Africa and Brand South Africa annual reports for 2024-2025 financial year. Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation on Vote 9 of Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation.
Recognize the Honourable Chief Whip. Deputy Chief Whip, Honourable Mkalipi.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. I move that the reports be adopted.
Thank you. There's an opportunity for declarations. I recognize firstly the DA.
Thank you very much, Chair. Planning, monitoring and evaluation has a crucial mandate in ensuring government departments abide by the GNU's commitment of growing our economy and delivering jobs. While the department faces constraints in resources with what it has left much to be desired in its performance. While the department on paper has achieved 80% of its targets, the DA has uncovered a smokescreen. We uncovered that many of the reports evaluating government work do not make it to the relevant departments, nor are the accountability mechanisms in ensuring recommendations followed. This has left the department toothless, and the DA has recommended that these reports be tabled to our committee. Second is the presidential hotline. This service is meant to cater to all South Africans in flagging service delivery concerns. When we conducted an oversight as the committee, we found only 2 staff members and considerably outdated computers manning the office. It is deeply concerning as more South Africans feel disengaged from government work. Next is Stats South Africa, which produces the data that informs our economic performance and planning. Despite numerous calls for Stats SA to be urgently attended to, it is being left to continue to deteriorate. Stats SA remains without a permanent chief director or deputy director general. House Chairperson, as a committed partner to the GNU, we want this department to work. If PME works, it means the urgent work of building our country is underway. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The MKP.
Honorable Chair, the Auditor General's own findings have caused MK to reject this report, and vehemently so. Stats SA is sitting with an unqualified audit with assets worth 133 million under investigation. They sit with unauthorized expenditure of 83 million. As for the PME, it was hurriedly launched without any founding legislation. That's why to date there is no integrated planning bill, and this department has no real retributive authority to punish underperformance or non-performance. As for the third one, Brand South Africa, they are tasked with the impossible, even though they have achieved a clean audit, to sell a GNU government to a people that never voted for the GNU, and to a continent that knows very well that in the last 6 years, the African in the African National National Congress has been under attack, and last year, May, it went under full-blown life support. And that African shall stay there until Umkhonto weSizwe takes power in 2029 and wrestle this continent back from Western Europe and bring it back to Africa where it belongs. Therefore, Umkhonto weSizwe rejects this report, and we call, if in any way this GNU is serious, we call that the PME is properly founded and given the necessary retributive powers to perform its job. Waza Mkhonto, Tata Mkhonto kuyehlela la kwa GNU.
EFF. Order, honorable members. Let's listen to this member.
Esihlalo ndivumele ngithi ngqangane insibazayo. Singumbutho we-EFF siphakamela ukukhaba uhlengahlengiso lolwabiwomali kwisebe le-Planning, Monitoring, Evaluation, Stats SA no-Brand SA. Sifuna ukugxininisa kokuba siyiboni indima edlalwa leli sebe ngaphandle kokuchitha imali yerhafu ekubhataleni umphathiswa nabanesekela lakhe kunye nabasebenzi abangenanto yokwenza ngaphandle kokwehla besenyuka nje apha esithubeni. Sizaphinda futhi sibethelela okokuba alikwazi elisebe ukwenza umsebenzi walo ngaphandle kwesisekelo kumthetho. Kunzima ukuba amanye amasebe ahlonele ingcebiso kunye nemiyalelo esuka kweli sebe ngaphandle kwalo mthetho. Ziyaxhalabisa ingxelo eziphuma ku-Auditor General ezibonakalisa ukuba eli sebe kunye neearhente zalo zibonakalisa ukutsalela emva kuba kubonakala kukho izenzo ezixhalabisayo ngokungangqamelani kwezicwangciso kunye nento eyenzekayo ezantsi. Ingakumbi isehlo esenzeke kwi-Public Enterprises nalapho kutyeshelwe i-SETA Act ekuthengeni izinto kunye neenkonzo zolwazi nobuchwephesha. Eyona nto ingamandla nexhalabisayo kukulahleka kwezinto zokusebenza kwa-Stats SA ezixabisa ngapha kwekhulu lezigidi zerandi. Ukuzothi xa ngoku u-Stats SA uchithe ngapha kwamakhulu asibhozo ezigidi zerandi ngaphandle kokugunyaziswa nenkcithamali. Oku ke asivumelani nako ukuba sithi kule ndlu mayinyuse imali ku-Stats SA ukwenzela azokwazi ukwenza umsebenzi wakhe, kodwa loo nto ayithi masithumele imali kwithunga elivuzayo. Sithi singumbutho we-EFF makuqiniswe indlela zokukhusela inkcithamali kwisebe kunye nakwi-arhente zalo. Ngezi zizathu ke esithe sazidakanga apha ngentla siyalukhaba olu hlengahlengiso lolwabelomali. Enkosi.
Thank you. The IFB.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Effective planning, credible data, and strong oversight are fundamental to building a capable and accountable state. These reports indicate that progress is underway, but it remains far too slow to match the scale and urgency of the challenges facing our country. On statistics, South Africa, we remain encouraged by the institution's professionalism and its ability to maintain credibility despite financial and capacity constraints. Stats SA continues to deliver the critical data on which the country relies. However, continued underfunding and high vacancy rates cannot become permanent features. Regarding Brand South Africa, we welcome improvements in audit outcomes and governance. South Africa's international reputation is a key driver of investment and tourism, and Brand SA must be positioned to strengthen that image with clarity and consistency. Yet leadership instability and organizational weaknesses continue to limit its impact. On the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, we note efforts to improve alignment across government and strengthen performance monitoring. However, delays in evaluations and performance in key indicators remain concerning. The department must ensure that poor performance is confronted, not normalized. Despite challenges, we remain optimistic with disciplined leadership and follow through. These entities can reinforce accountability and improve service delivery. The IFP supports. I thank you.
Thank you. The PA.
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable members, the Patriotic Alliance as a partner in the Government of National Unity rises to affirm our commitment to oversight, accountability and equity. In considering the Budget Review Recommendation Report for 2024-25 of the Portfolio Committee on Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation for Vote 14, we recognise the Department's vital role in strengthening performance, ensuring accountability and driving systemic reform across government. We declare our support for this report. It is a necessary instrument to sharpen parliamentary oversight and ensure that planning, monitoring and evaluation deliver real improvements in the lives of our people. Honourable members, progress has been made in building monitoring frameworks, but outcomes must reach the ground. Small-scale farmers, rural households, workers and local trusts cannot remain invisible data. Their voices must be integrated so that benefit-sharing frameworks are not only reported but enforced. Planning and evaluation must be instruments of justice, transparency and accountability. We commend Brain South Africa for achieving a clean audit outcome. This reflects sound financial management and accountability, and it is a positive signal of institutional integrity. Yet we must also raise concern about the vacancies in senior management. These gaps weaken delivery capacity and undermines transformation. We call for urgent attention in this issue, with a particular emphasis on ensuring our fair representation of colored people and other marginalized communities in leadership positions. Representation matters, honorable members, not only for equity, but for the credibility of our institutions. Honorable House Chair, this is our pledge that planning, monitoring, and evaluation will not remain in the corridors of bureaucracy, but will reach the streets, the farms, and the homes of our people. In supporting this report, we affirm that the GM...
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you.
The FF Plus.
No declaration, House Chair. We support the report.
Thank you. Action SA.
Chairperson, Action SA supports this report, but we must confront a central truth. South Africa cannot manage what it cannot measure, and Stats SA is being starved of the resources it needs to generate the data that underpins policy decisions. With a vacancy rate above 20% and key surveys delayed or scaled down, the credibility of our entire planning system is compromised. The committee's own report confirms that Stats SA's core indicators are under pressure due to chronic underfunding, threatening long-term trend data, population updates, and the statistical frames used for sampling. When the national statistical system weakens, our department feels the knock-on effect. Poverty lines, unemployment data, education outcomes, policy statistics all become harder to track, manage, and improve. Similarly, the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation is operating with a shrinking budget and rising responsibilities, including new functions after absorbing public enterprises. A capable state begins with a capable center of government, yet the reports show persistent structural issues, high vacancy rates in both institutions, outdated ICT and systems and at Stats SA, and delays in key planning and evaluation frameworks at Department Monitoring and Evaluation. Action SA therefore calls for a fundamental rethink on how government funds the data and planning institutions that keep the state informed and honest. If we expect outcome-based planning, evidence-based budgeting, and real accountability, then the institutions that produce this evidence must be protected and properly funded. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The ACDP.
No declaration, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. The UDM. Rise. Bosa.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I stand to welcome the reports that are tabled before us. Honorable members, a very famous line has been used to say at times governments can have actors without a script. The Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation provides a script. Our history is such that when you look at the targets that were established for the National Development Plan and the subsequent actions that speak to annual performance plans, it is easy to identify the fact that it was clear that many of the targets were not being reached. In this year's State of the Nation address entabled, a reliance was still brought back to the idea of the National Development Plan, and then the Medium-Term Development Plan was then tabled post facto. That indicated 31 priorities that the Government of National Unity indicated. Now the question remains, how are those translated into annual performance plans so that this House, this Parliament is clear in being able to hold its respective ministers to account? So it is going to be critical that when we look at these particular departments, that we are clear what the script is, what the objectives are, and how we can measure them. It is fundamental to the working of this Parliament. But the second issue speaks to the question of Stats SA. When SALGA came to present to the Appropriations Committee, they made it quite clear that their data that they relied on was on the 2011 census. Now, you cannot, when you do particularly the local government equitable formula or the provincial equitable formula, rely on data that is outdated. It simply means that for the purposes of planning, you are unable to account for what population is where, how do you fund for it, and how do you adequately do the job of appropriations. So, honorable members, I want to urge us again here. Whilst I welcome Stats SA and the work that they're doing, we need to fund them better. Otherwise, a populist will arise and tell us all is rosy and we'll have no other data points to disprove that point. So I urge that we fund Stats SA better and hold them accountable. Thank you.
The ATM.
No declaration. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Aljamaar.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, respected fellow beloved family of South African citizens. Aljamaar considered the budgetary review and recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee on Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation on Vote 14 covering Statistics South Africa and Brand South Africa's 2024-2025 annual reports. Statistics South Africa plays a vital role in providing accurate, timely and reliable data to inform evidence-based policy and support national planning. While progress has been made in data collection, modernization of systems, and statistical reporting, the report highlights ongoing challenges, resource constraints, delays in key surveys, and capacity gaps that risk undermining the integrity and the reliability of official statistics. Aljamaar welcomes Brand South Africa to promote the country globally and strengthen nation building. At the same time, Aljamaar is concerned about whether the stats are in fact complete to reflect true numbers. Honorable Speaker, Aljamaar supports the committee's recommendations and Aljamaar urges strengthened capacity, improved financial oversight and accelerated implementation of programs to ensure that both institutions fulfill their mandates. Accurate statistics and a strong national brand are essential for informed decision-making, economic growth, and fostering pride in our nation. Malibong, where? I made it.
The NCC, the PIC, the UIT, good, the ANC.
Thanks very much, House Chair. House Chair, the African National Congress support the BRRR reports of planning, monitoring and evaluation, Stats SA and Brand SA. The Department of Planning and Monitoring and Evaluation has played a critical role in the year under review, as it supported the development of a medium-term development plan for the 7th administration of government of the national unity. This is a key task to ensure that all provincial and national departments and their entities implement the 3 priorities of government. To strengthen the mandate of the department, we have recommended that the DPMA fast-track the integrated planning bill to provide a legislative framework to coordinate planning, budgeting, and performance monitoring across government. To realize the MTDP plan, the alignment of the plans and the budget is fundamental. We recommended that the DPME should deepen collaboration with the National Treasury to ensure that resource allocation frameworks are directly aligned with national planning priorities as articulated in the budget prioritization framework. The role of the private sector is also important, and we believe that the department must enhance its format to ensure more effective alignment of public and private investment. We also recommended that the department develop an indicator to monitor the level of private investment, enhancing coordination of private participation and planning to meet national objectives.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
We support, the ANC support the
I put the motion again. Are there any objections? The MK?
Thank you. The MK objects.
Thank you. Any further objections? The EFF? Thank you. Any further objections? With those objections noted, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 13th order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Transport.
The acting Chief Whip, who is also the Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. There's a request for declarations. For this purpose, I firstly recognize the DA. Honorable Member.
Sir, just a point of exigency. On indulgence, this aircon is on DA levels. Can it be reduced like?
Well,
it's
then
very cold, Chair.
Then it would, if it's on DA levels, it would mean it's very hot. Blistering. Honorable Member, please continue with your declaration.
Chair, your comment suggests that you are biased. Are you DA or are you the chair there?
Honorable Mkalipi, I did just want to engage you a bit.
House Chair, this year's PRRR report signals the possibility of better times ahead for South Africa transport. For the first time, an ANC minister has routinely attended and interacted with the Portfolio Committee. After 6 transport ministers in just 8 years, we now have someone who shares information and is interested in entities. Instead of covering up and looking the other way, Minister Creasy has taken a bold action. We welcome steps taken to clean the road accident fund, but there is much yet to be done. She won respect for actions aimed at addressing long-standing concerns such as infrastructure deterioration, inefficiency, and the lack for private sector participation. The DA supports measures like the recent medium-term budget adjustment interventions, which reprioritized financing for critical infrastructure projects. Increased budget allocations for transport infrastructure must come with improved fiscal discipline of transport projects and programs that demonstrate benefits and provide value to the transportation and mobility experience. Too many KPIs and too many KPAs remain focused on performance bonuses rather than service delivery and user value. Money must go where it is required. Unlike PRASA's R4 billion proposal to overhaul trains. The DA supports the report and we look forward to more improvements. Ndiabulela ngekesha NDP, ek dank u.
The MK.
Thank you, Chair. I rise on behalf of Mkhonto Sizwe Party to reject this budget review and recommendation report of the Department of Transport. This report, Chair, exposes a transport system that is not recovering, but deteriorating. Despite the department receiving a clean audit, the portfolio it oversees remains in serious trouble. Major entities, including Transnet and the Road Accident Fund, continue to show poor performance targets, repeat audit findings, irregular expenditure, weak internal controls, and a collapsing service delivery. A clean audit at the center means nothing if it's failing the commuters. The continued insistence by the department's leadership to privatize strategic national assets poses a huge risk to the department and to the country. The department spent almost all its budget, yet it's still underspent by over 1.3 billion rand, including more than 1.1 billion in the public transport alone. These funds were meant for trains, buses, safer infrastructure, yet they did not reach the ground. Municipal non-compliance delayed procurement, too many vacancies, and weak project management have directly harmed the people who depend on these services. The report shows poor alignment between planning, budgeting, and implementation, while the department claims 80% of targets achieved. The committee found weak verification of evidence and little proof that these targets improve the actual transport services. The harbors are failing, the systems throughout the departments are failing. Furthermore, delays in key legislation and slow to zero consequence management.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Government failures to persist year after year. We reject.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. The EFF rejects the BRRR for the Department of Transport because it fails to confront the deep and structural crisis in South Africa's transport system, and a crisis manufactured through years of ANC incompetence, corruption, and deliberate collapse of state capacity. South Africa's roads are collapsing. Provinces such as KZN, the Eastern Cape, and Limpopo remain trapped in potholes, sinkholes, and endless maintenance backlogs. Yet the department continues to underspend on infrastructure while overspending on consultants. The BRRR ignores this mismatch and rubber stamps mediocrity. Our rail system, once a backbone of cheap, safe, and efficient mobility for the poor, has been vandalized under the watch of this government. PRASA has repeatedly failed to meet performance targets. Trains remain unsafe or unavailable, and billions are lost to corruption and fruitless expenditure. Instead of decisive consequences, the BRRR offers gentle recommendations and excuses. The EFF rejects this whitewashing of failures. On road safety, the carnage continues. The Road Traffic Management Corporation and provincial authorities fail to reduce fatalities because enforcement is inconsistent, fragmented, and riddled with bribery. The department cannot even finalize a functional national traffic information system. Once again, the BRRR refuses to hold anyone accountable. The taxi industry, the largest mover of our people, still operates without comprehensive regulation, without proper subsidies, and without long-term national integration plan. Government continues to treat taxi operators as an afterthought, despite them carrying more than 60% of commuters. The BRRR fails to address these injustices. On aviation, state-owned airports and air traffic entities face government failures and financial instability. Instead of strengthening the state, the ANC continues to flirt with privatization and outsourcing without EFF.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
We reject with the contempt it deserves. I thank you.
Thank you. The IFP.
Honourable House Chair, the transport industry serves as a backbone of South Africa's trade activities and therefore acts as a key point connecting the country to global markets. The efficient movement of goods, both domestically and internationally, is essential for sustaining economic activities. Well-developed infrastructure is vitally important for supporting a seamless flow of goods and distribution to competitiveness of the global stage. We commend the department for receiving a clean audit. This is a clear indication that the department is under a leadership which characterized by credibility and trust, and we welcome the revelation that repeat findings decrease at AXA, PRASA, and SANDRAL, indicating better internal controls, improved compliance, and enhanced financial management practices. We are, however, concerned, Honourable Chair, that the internal irregularities were noted at PRASA, including PRASA's ghost employees under SIU investigation and underutilized of few blue trains. This material irregularity must be eliminated through a combination of robust preventative controls, strict consequences management, and transport oversight. The IFP once more urges the fast tracking of transformation in transport industry to enhance efficiency, by establishing a public partnership. The IFP support the report. I thank you.
Thank you. The PA.
Eerbare Sitter, eerbare lede van die huis. We the Patriotic Alliance support this report. However, we do not agree with the organogram reflected in this document. The employment equity status presented is as follows. African males 42.2%, African females 51.8%, white male 1%, white females 1.9%, coloreds 0.7%, colored females 1%. Where is the equity in these figures? The representation of white and Indian and colored employees is not sufficient. Employment equity is not simply about numbers, it's about meaningful inclusion and equal opportunities for all demographics. That's all that we are asking for. We must ensure that every individual, regardless of their race or background, is treated fairly, included, and equitably, and given same opportunities to grow and contribute. These percentages are unacceptable and require urgent intervention to align with the true equity and inclusivity. Ons baie Zani, thank you.
EFF Plus.
Geagte voorsitter, hierdie verslag lig die probleme uit by die menslike hulpbronne afdeling van die departement wat verskeie uitdagings in die gesig staar met betrekking tot die implementering, opleidings- en ontwikkelingsinisiatiewe. Die portefeulje komitee het vroeër vanjaar 'n werkswinkel gehou waar ons kritieke sake in die departement geïdentifiseer het wat dringend aandag moet geniet. Die padongelukkefonds, die agterstand in die druk van bestuurderslisensies, die aankoop van 'n nuwe drukker vir die bestuurderslisensies, padveiligheid, padinstandhouding, Transnet, Prasa, lugveiligheid, SA bemanningsprobleme, die probleme rondom die lugnavigasiestelsels, die onvoltooiing van munisipaliteite se snelbus vervoerstelsels is van die kritieke probleme wat deur die komitee dopgehou sal moet word. Provinsie sal ook vir die portefeulje komitee moet verskyn en kom verslag doen oor hulle finansies, pligte en die spandering van hulle begrotings. Munisipaliteite sal ook moet begin verduidelik oor die nie-spandering van hulle munisipale infrastruktuur toelaas. TVF Plus ondersteun die verslag. Ek dank u voorsitter.
Dankie. Action SA.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. House Chair, Action SA does acknowledge the small green shoots of rail recovery that are taking shape. But let us be absolutely clear. These are merely the first steps in restoring what was destroyed under the architects of state capture. Even the department admits it could take up to a decade just to return to pre-2014 rail service levels. And during that entire decade, not a single rail line is being built. The network is not being expanded to communities who cry daily for rail services that is safe, reliable, and efficient. This is not progress, House Chair. It is slow motion rehabilitation of a system that was once systematically looted. Honorable House Chairperson, we must also place this within the wider crisis of governance in the transport portfolio. The total rot at the Road Accident Fund, which SCOPA has diligently uncovering, is deeply alarming. The fund's undisclosed liabilities of around 500 billion pose a fiscal risk to the country's balance sheet. This is not mere mismanagement. It is a direct threat to the financial stability of South Africa. This portfolio, House Chair, is one of the most critical in the Republic, and it cannot be allowed to fail. As Action SA, we will continue to monitor it closely. We will insist on accountability, and we will fight to fix the rot so that South Africans finally can receive the transport system that they deserve. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The ICDP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The ACGP, in noting this report of the Portfolio Committee of Transport, acknowledges progress in certain infrastructure projects. However, simultaneously, the committee records serious concerns about underspending and irregular expenditure, with some 1.3 billion rand flagged by the Auditor General. The department's reliance on acting officials in key leadership roles has undermined stability and accountability, as highlighted in the Standing Committee on Appropriations engagement earlier this year. Recently, debate has focused on deteriorating passenger rail services and delays in the Vala Zonke pothole repair program. The department's own media statements confirm that road safety initiatives remain underfunded despite October Transport Month showcasing ambitious plans. Furthermore, commuters have voiced frustrations at unreliable rail services and unsafe taxi operations, underscoring the urgent need for reform. We further note the BRRR's concern regarding aviation safety oversight. Air traffic control skill shortages, jet fuel shortages, equipment failures, limited radar coverage and outdated procedures have caused delays and safety risks. Clearly, earlier warnings that outdated laws and refinery shutdowns could trigger fuel emergencies were ignored, leaving an appallingly unacceptable situation. Honourable House Chairperson, the ACDP asserts that working transport systems are vital for trade, tourism, and indeed our national reputation. As kingdom builders, we call for filling staff complements, investment in compliance, monitoring, and international cooperation. South Africans deserve a transport system that operates. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM. Rise.
So as Rise Mzansi, we support the BRRR. And the reason we do so is because of the work that we also put in during the committee deliberations, where we highlighted a number of issues as it relates to the agencies of the department, the governance at these entities. As we discuss this report now, there's an ongoing SCOPA inquiry into RAF. The situation at RAF, it's so dire that now the interim board was looking for a CEO to act in place of that one that was acting and got suspended. And it's so difficult to find a senior manager of a requisite skill to lead RAF at the moment. And we believe that it will be prudent on the department and the minister to actually send a team of administrators to hold the fort at RAF. So agency oversight is key to the success of this department. Because as we discuss now, there are issues at the RTMC, there are issues at the ATNS, which speaks to the need for some strengthened agency oversight on the side of the department itself. But we are happy with the progress that we are noticing from both Transnet and PRASA. It has taken a bit of time for it to get to this level. So we'll be working very closely. Over 50% of our time, this is one of the recommendations that we've made, that over 50% of the time of the portfolio committee should be spent going a lot deeper into the affairs of Transnet, PRASA, SAA.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
But we do support the report itself.
Thank you. Bosa.
No declaration from Budgetary.
Thank you. The ATM.
Thank you, House Chair. The report raises several issues that require strong and urgent action. It reveals gaps that must be corrected, systems that must be strengthened, and commitments that must be honored if we are to provide a state that truly serves its people. The first issue that emerges is that of weak or inconsistent oversight. If committees raise concerns but there is no follow-through, then oversight becomes symbolic rather than impactful. Every finding, every recommendation, and every resolution must lead to a concrete and measurable intervention. Anything less undermines public trust. As we all know, this is a very strategic department composed of road infrastructure, your RTMC, ATNS, and other processes, a lot of them. but look at the performance of the department itself, underspending, which is unacceptable, irregular expenditure, which is unacceptable, vacancies or strategic position, which is also unacceptable. Therefore, as an ATM, we are saying a structured follow-up mechanism must be put in place to ensure every recommendation in the report is implemented and report back to Parliament. Budget allocation for essential programs, especially those affecting vulnerable and rural communities, must be protected to prevent further erosion of service delivery. Departments and entities flagged in the report should undergo regular performance assessment to ensure that shortcomings do not repeat themselves. Communication with affected communities must be strengthened so that the public is fully aware of the intervention being made. Government must commit to structural reforms that strengthen accountability and ensure that oversight findings lead to real improvement. The African Transformation Movement is committed to ensuring that this report leads to action. We will continue to use every parliamentary mechanism available to hold the executive accountable and to ensure that concerns raised do not remain on paper but are translated into meaningful change for our communities. I thank you, Chair.
Al-Jamal.
Honorable speakers, honorable members, respected family of beloved South Africans, as the year almost ends, may the Almighty grant strength, unity to this august house and to our beloved nation. May the Almighty grant us the ability to make the right choices and decisions in the best interests of our beloved family of South African citizens. As Al-Jama, we consider the budgetary review and recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee on Transport. The transport sector is a cornerstone of South Africa's economy, connecting people, goods, and services across our nation. While progress has been made in infrastructure development, public transport improvements, and regulatory oversight, the report highlights persistent challenges, aging infrastructure, safety concerns, project delays, and budgetary constraints that impact service delivery and community safety. Honorable Speaker, Al-Jama, with all its best blessings, support the committee's recommendations. We call for improved governance, targeted investment in both public and freight transport, and accelerated maintenance programs to ensure safe, reliable, and affordable transport for all South Africans. A modern, efficient transport system is essential for economic growth, job creation, and social mobility. May the Almighty accept our decisions to be those that our South Africans will be contented and grateful for. I also want to place on record and take the opportunity to thank every single honorable member of Parliament for your passion, dedication to serve our beloved nation. Your efforts are noted with high appreciation, as well as all the executive committee, the speakers, the president, the deputy president, all the ministers, and all the honorable members. Enjoy the coming year. Thank you. Malibongwe.
Thank you, the NCC, the PIC, the UAT, good, the ANC.
Thank you, House Chair, honorable members, fellow South Africans. As the African National Congress leading the government of national unity in transport sector, on behalf of the African National Congress, ANC, we applaud the department's advancement on demonstrated by the findings of the Auditor General's report for 2024-2025 fiscal year. The Portfolio Committee's BRRR endorsement of the African National Congress. We want to categorically put it this way that we have some concerns, especially on the issue of underspending. Our understanding is that every budgeted cent has got life and it means life to our masses. We therefore regard underspending as the enemy of transformation. With this, we are very much pleased that the department has taken a turn dealing with what of yesterday, that the good news has reached all of us, that the Department of Transport, opera saitaba le traba jem nat. We urge the department to put necessary steps to ensure, especially when dealing with the performance of the report, consequence management strategies, and the failure to meet crucial service goals. In order to avoid recurring unfavorable findings, we dedicate the monitoring oversight when it comes to action plans while simultaneously boosting internal control. Investigation into irregular, fruitless, and wasteful spending will continue, and disciplinary measures must be implemented, especially to those that affect the service delivered. House Chair, clean audit means good performance. It will be very wrong that we don't.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
As the ANC, we support it.
Thank you. Honourable members, order. I put the motion again. Are there any objections? The MK?
The MK objects.
Thank you. Any further objections? The EFF?
The EFF objects, Chair.
Thank you. Any further objections? With those objections noted, the report is agreed to. Before we move on, can I check whether the Honourable Mogale is now able to unmute? Honourable Mogale on the virtual platform. Oh, maybe we must arrange that he come and attend in person one day. We will move on. The Secretary will read the 14th order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs.
The Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. There's a request for declarations. To do so, I recognize the DA.
COCTA's 2025 BRRR once again paints the picture of a department that has spent billions while service delivery deteriorates. 171 million rand has been lost to CWP unauthorized expenditure, 775 million rands irregular expenditure, and 79 million rand that has disappeared in Sekhukhune. That is not good governance. It is waste, negligence, and a clear culture of lawlessness. That money could have changed the lives of people. The 171 million rand could have built 670 RDP homes, tarred 49 kilometers of roads, and fixed 155,455 potholes. Instead, it has been swallowed up by cadre-driven supply chain processes that lead to irregular expenditure without any consequences from this department. The DA is clear. Every cent must show a real impact to improve the lives of South Africans, not in glossy reports, but through water and taps and communities free from sewage villages. The MIG fund is still measured by how quickly the money gets spent rather than the quality of the project. Too many MIG projects fail or take years and millions of rands to complete. Disaster management and response remain very slow. Municipalities wait months for assistance when families have lost everything. We propose a technical team within COCTA to assist municipalities to prepare for the compliant applications within 2 weeks. The Municipal Demarcation Board has a clean audit, but has overspent by 3.5 million rand, while demarcation issues like in JB Marks and Maluti Apofung remain unresolved. SALGA remains a problem. They should be assessed by the improvements in municipalities, not in the many conferences that is seen as many holidays for speakers, mayors, and councillors. Chair, the South Africans live in the reality of towns and cities in decay. COCTA's budget must lead to real service delivery. And if COCTA is serious about making every municipality work, the culture of accountability and consequence management should be top down. Thank you.
The MK.
Honorable Chairperson, the Umkhonto weSizwe Party wishes to firmly record its opposition to the adopted budget review and recommendation report of COCTA. While we recognize the committee's effort, the BRRR's fails to match the urgency of the crisis unfolding in our municipalities, and therefore cannot be supported. Local government in South Africa is in a state of systemic collapse. Municipalities are bankrupt. Audit outcomes continue to deteriorate. Service delivery failures are worsening, and interventions such as Section 139 have become routine but ineffective. Yet, the BRRRs present recycled recommendations with no real accountability or enforcement for executive and administrative failures. Honorable Chair, the report does not confront the leadership paralysis, the persistent non-compliance, the rising wasteful expenditure, or the collapse of basic infrastructure. That leaves communities without water, electricity, sanitation.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
I thank you.
The EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, there's no way that EFF can support this report. All of you sitting here, you belong to a ward that is not serviced by any municipality. The department is failing on daily basis to provide guidance in terms of intervention. Chairperson, we risk going on like scratch records in this house as far as matters of local government are concerned. This is so because year after year, the Auditor General highlights the very same issues with local government in this country, and year after year, this House and the executive failed to properly root out the problems hindering proper management at the local government. We know these problems to be inadequate oversight and monitoring of the compliance with key legislations to prevent the recurrence of material non-compliance findings on expenditure management and asset management, inadequate institutional capacity, resulting in slow progress in implementing of the municipal interventions at local level, inadequate review and absence of quality assurance controls over financial statements compilation process, impacting the credibility of the financial statements. Further, the Auditor General, we know that key targets are not achieved across municipalities, particularly those that relate to service delivery on infrastructural projects. Municipalities lack leadership. At a political level, there is an infighting, instability. It does not matter if the political leadership belongs to a same political party. Kupeta kakhulu ke lapha kagogo. Hambe qwaqwa sofica imayor ilwa plain with the speaker. They don't even hide. Municipalities are engulfed by corruption, which cripple communities, and it's becoming worse on daily basis. Kosana, you know, now you were mayor at some point. That's why we're here. You ran away from those things. The role of the department is to intervene.
Thank you, Honourable Mkalipi. Your time has now expired.
With the sugar-coated, we don't support this budget, Chair, including the Western Cape one municipalities.
Thank you.
Are dysfunctional. Down with municipalities, down.
The IFP.
Thank you, House Chair. The report shows that local government remains under severe strain, with many municipalities financially distressed, communities still lacking reliable services, and limited consequences for ongoing failures. These challenges are serious and cannot be ignored. However, we face this moment with determination, recognizing that we are not just observers, but active partners in driving solutions. The progress reflected in the report demonstrates that improvements are possible when leadership is focused, disciplined, and accountable. We appreciate the work done by the Honourable Minister V.F. Hlabisa to integrate traditional and cohesion leadership into local planning and cooperative governance, as their inclusion meaningfully contributes to many communities. We are encouraged by the foundations that being laid and remain committed to strengthen oversight, accelerating reform, and ensuring municipalities receive the support required to not only function but thrive. I'm sorry. We support the report with the confidence that stronger leadership will help close the gap between what communities are promised and what they receive.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The PA.
Greetings, Chairperson. Greetings, honourable members. It won't help me at all to come and speak about the lack of service delivery in the municipalities. So, laat ek sommer skrik na die point toe gaan. Die issue wat ons het is die commission van die Khoisan matters. Daar's nie 'n budget vir dit nie. Die Inklappe Commission wat in 2002 begin het om traditional leaders erkenning te gaan gee in Suid-Afrika het 'n volle budget gekry. Wat is die rede dat die Commission on Khoisan Matters nie 'n budget het in Suid-Afrika nie? So die department moet honestly bietjie inkyk in die dinge. Chairperson, ek wil ook onder die aandag bring dat in Heidedal, die Heidedal Quarry, die Quarry, 49 kleerling mense het nou al afgesterwe in die Quarry. Daar was 'n budget wat uitgekom het, 198 miljoen rand van Mangaung Metro, sodat al die quarries in Mangaung Metro kan toegemaak word. Maar wat hulle gedoen het was, die Heidedal Quarry, daar was nie 'n budget vir dit nie. Nou elke keer as ons hierso praat van die lives and colors, dan ek sien hierso, die klompie hierso aan my linkerkant, die rooietjies, hulle bly lag, so lyk of ons is 'n joke hierso. Ons is nie 'n joke as colors nie. As ons ook gaan kyk, local drugs action committees in elke municipality, hulle is nie functionable nie, want hulle het nie 'n budget nie, especially hier in die Western Cape. Die DA is in charge van die municipalities hierso, maar daar is nie local drug action committees nie. So, colored lives matters. En as dit nie vir jou plan nie,
dankie agbare van Wyk.
Ek kan maar lag soos jy wil my broer.
Orde, dankie.
Julle worry nie van ons nie. Salut.
Okay. Die FF Plus.
Geen verklaring, voorsitter, ons ondersteun die verslag.
Dankie. Action SA.
Thank you, Chair. The challenge that we have in this country is that
Order, honourable members, let's listen to the Honourable Letlape.
The challenge that we have is that we have a pandemic of lawlessness and irresponsibility. We are not upholding the rule of law. We have people that settle in riverbeds, and we no longer call it squatting, we call it informal settlement. We don't uphold the rules of law, and we are not able to provide services to them. We have a culture of non-payment of services. Even government departments don't pay their services. And we expect municipalities to work when nobody pays for services that are rendered, including governments. Everything is failing. We have sewerage in the streets, including in Acacia Village, where I stay.
So even MPs are not exempt. It's been oozing for months. And we wonder why we are in the state that we are in. There's a talk of professionalization. We support it. But for you to get professionalization, you have got to employ professionals. If you can't do that, you're not going to get professionalization. We need to ensure that we as parties appoint competent councillors that understand what governance is about. We need to clearly separate governance from operations. And tenders should be controlled by the employed professionals. If we do not uphold the rule of law, if you don't pay, services must be cut. If you interfere with infrastructure, you must go to jail. If we can't do that, there's no way services will be provided. ESCOM is bankrupt.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Not because it's inefficient.
The ACDP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. The ACDP notes this report of the COCTA Portfolio Committee for the 24-25 financial year. The Auditor General laments that of the 257 municipalities across the country, only 41 received a clean audit in the 23-24 financial year, representing just 16% of all municipalities. The Auditor General highlighted that in the Free State, as the worst run province in the country, with most municipalities in the province being bankrupt as a result of failures in governance, financial accountability, and service delivery. 68% of municipalities incurred unauthorized expenditure of some 31.79 billion rand. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure increased to 17.65 billion rand over the last 3 years, with most councils adopting unfunded budgets despite warnings from the Auditor General not to do so. The ACDP supports the committee's recommendations for a thorough skills audit on senior local government personnel and the urgent professionalization of the municipal workforce. As kingdom builders, the ACDP calls for increased oversight, increased investigation, and consequence management with professional support and recovery plan interventions, including public advocacy, because a failure to do so at a municipal level will lead to continued weak financial management, a shortage of skilled personnel, and government failures with unfunded budgets. The ACDP supports the report. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM. Rise.
No declaration.
Bosa.
Thank you, Chair. If you want to know how South Africans judge government, if you want to know what South Africans think about the state, you simply need to look at their streets, because this is where government meets citizens. This is where government meets residents. If you look at the burst pipes, at the potholes, at the taps that are running dry for days, that's the experience of South Africans, and that's what they think about government, that government is incompetent, that government does not deliver, that government ultimately does not care about them. The COCTA BRRR confirms what communities have been saying for years, and that's the fact that local government is collapsing. The report shows that municipalities are falling apart. There's financial distress, there's political instability, and there's failing service delivery systems. Municipalities such as Mfuleni, Mangaung, City of Johannesburg have become symbols of state failure, where the sewage that the Honorable Doctor was talking about flows into the streets. Now, these failures are not isolated, they are systemic, and they are an indictment on COCTA.
whose core mandate is actually to support municipalities before they collapse, not after communities have actually suffered irreversible harm. We support the BRRR's recommendation from the Portfolio Committee that the department must urgently report on turnaround plans. We support the recommendation of a skills audit. And what we want to say about the proposed collaboration with the City of Johannesburg is that that is a lifeline that is needed. Without decisive intervention, municipalities and the people living in them will not survive the next decade. And I want to repeat, that is an indictment on COGTA, it is an indictment on government, it is an indictment on the government of national unity. Thank you.
Thank you. The ATM.
Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili. Sijongene nenqoba kaxaka apha yomasipala abangekho financial viable. It starts with the COGTA, provincial COGTAs, which are supposed to give the support in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution to municipalities, but the support is not there. Coming to Section 139 for intervention, you'll find out sometimes the officials that are deployed to assist municipalities do not have the capacity in terms of assisting municipalities. If you look throughout South Africa, towns have been changed to be ghost towns. Towns which used to be tourist towns to attract local economic development, they are now ghost towns because of a lack of the bylaws that are not monitored and that are not implemented by municipalities. The credit control policy, which is not there, which can assist that in terms of the financial viability of municipality. The indigent policy, which can assist abantu abangathathi ntweni, it is not implemented by municipalities. So we are in that situation, and local government is where the tire touches the tar. So everything is upside down. Akukho zindlela, akukho zibrocho zokuwela abantwana. How I wish that as ATM, all the recommendations that are entailed in the committee can be implemented and monitored as such. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Al-Jamaa. The honourable member who's already wished us a good recess and now is back.
Thank you. Thank you. Speaker, don't count those seconds, eh? Yes, now Speaker is going to tell me my time is up. Honourable Speaker, honourable members, respected family of beloved fellow South Africans, as Al-Jamaa, we consider the budgetary review and recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. On behalf of Al-Jamaa's leader, the Honourable Deputy Minister Hanif Hendricks, who is our energetic and wise Solomonic leader, Al-Jamaa finds that this department plays a pivotal role in strengthening local government, promoting service delivery and supporting traditional leadership structures. Whilst progress has been made in enhancing municipal oversight and capacity building, the report highlights ongoing challenges, financial mismanagement, underperforming municipalities, and delays in critical service delivery that continues to impact communities. So what is the best governance? I think God consciousness is the best governance. Malibongwe. And when we see all these challenges, we realize that God consciousness is the way we can find solutions for responsible and ethical governance. Honourable Speaker, Al-Jamaa supports the committee's recommendations. Al-Jamaa calls for strengthened accountability, improved capacity at municipal level, and decisive action to ensure that local government functions effectively. Strong, well-governed municipalities and traditional structures are essential to delivering services, fostering social cohesion, and empowering communities across South Africa. Let us move forward with solutions, hope, and confidence for the future of our nation. It takes us all year in this august house to work with our nation in unison to make that special difference, to work together. United we stand, divided we fall.
Thank you, Honourable.
Malibongwe.
The NCC, the PAC, the UAT, good. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The African National Congress supports this budgetary review recommendations report for COGTA and all its entities. The Joint Committee Oversight visit that we have conducted as the three portfolio committees demonstrated that this House has a lot more to do, needs to do more to ensure that the municipalities are able to improve on financial systems, financial controls to achieve improved audit outcomes, and in these municipalities ensure that there's early detection and prevention of maladministration and corruption. This is the only way to ensure accountability and consequence management. We recognize that there are challenges that must be addressed related to local government, which impact on the ability of municipalities to effectively deliver services to our people. We noted, for instance, the disconnect between the achievement of SALGA and the reality of our municipalities. But we believe these issues related to SALGA requires clear legislation which will empower the organization and define clearly its role in the ecosystem of local government. We note the challenges and the implications of the work of the demarcation board relating to splitting settled communities, and these matters are important because they've got bearing on the elections and social cohesion. We also note the issues raised on the CRL Rights Commission, which is starting some reforms, but it's important to address issues of instances of abuse of human rights of congregants whilst ensuring that there's freedom of religion is protected. The Portfolio Committee on COGTA is engaging the CRL and various leaders, religious leaders, to ensure that there's an amicable solution on the areas of the disagreements. The ANC will continue to monitor the work of the department, continue to find innovative ways to solve these problems of our people and improve their standard of living. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, I put the motion again. Are there any objections? It would seem no objections. The EFF?
Yeah, please note the objection of the EFF, Chair.
Thank you. The MK?
The MK object.
Thank you. Any further objections? With those objections, the report is agreed to. Honourable members, the next item on the order paper is a decision of question on the draft resolution in the name of the Honourable Dr. Maimane. I wish to remind you that this draft resolution was debated in a virtual mini plenary on this last Friday, the 28th of November, but that a decision thereon can only be taken in the full plenary in terms of our rules. I now put the question. Those in favour will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the noes have it. Order, order.
Speaker, are we supposed to say that online as well? Aye and nay and no.
Thank you, Honourable Reddy. It's not necessary. We know that those in the House carry your voices as well. Thank you.
Bye, donkey. Bye, donkey.
Thank you. Honourable Maimane.
We wish to call for a division, Sheikh.
Thank you. Honourable Glaser-Webster. In terms of Rule 111.1, I have to unfortunately satisfy myself that at least 4 members support the demand for a division. So may I inquire from other members whether there is support for the division to be called? I see the hand of the Honourable Trollip and the Honourable... yeah, okay. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
That's a long shift. I never forget. Never forget.
Order, honorable members. Please take up your seats. Honourable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present and on the virtual platform to be able to take this decision. That has been confirmed. Party whips will now be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Honourable members, having confirmed that we have this quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is whether to agree to the motion on the order paper in the name of the Honourable Dr. Maimane or not. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter the virtual platform until voting is concluded. Whips, could you please confirm the number of your members present and indicate whether they vote for or against the question? I will now call on parties in order. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. In the House, we are 21. On virtual platform, we are 808, and we are voting against the motion. All in all, we are 101 voting against the motion. Thank you.
The DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. Online, we're 61. In the House, 14 members. That gives us 75. And we are voting against the motion.
Thank you. The MK.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. In the House, we are 16. Online, we are 27. In total, we are 43. And we are voting for the motion. Thank you.
The EFF.
Chair, EFF in House we are 8 and online we are 13. In total we are 21 and we are in support. You can't break the dome in South Africa, please.
Thank you. The IFP.
The IFP online 4, in the House 6, we support this one.
PA.
House Chair, Patriotic Alliance 4 in the House, 4 on the virtual platform, voting against.
FF Plus.
Huisvoorsitter, ons is 5 op die virtuele platform en ons stem teen hierdie mosie.
Action SA.
A House Chair, Action SA 4 in the House, 2 online, that makes 6, and we vote in support.
The ACDP.
Thank you, Chair. 1 in the House, 1 online, both voting in favor. Thank you.
The UDM. Rise.
Rise, there's 1. Here physically, and we all support the motion.
Bosa.
Bosa is 2 in the House and we vote in support.
The ATM.
House Chair, we are 2 on the virtual platform. We are voting in support of the motion.
Al-Jamaa.
Honourable House Chair, as Al-Jamaa 1 in the House, voting against the motion.
The NCC. The PIC. The UIT. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed.
Speaker.
Order, honourable members. Honourable Reddy, whilst the division is busy, we can only entertain points of order regarding the division.
Yes, Honourable Speaker, I did not hear the DA. Are they supporting the 30% pass rate? I just want to be
Honourable
clear.
Reddy, that's not a point of order, and if you didn't hear, you must just pay better attention next time. Order, honourable members. The result of the division is as follows. The ayes 87, the noes 190. The motion is therefore not agreed to. Honourable members, the last item on the order paper is a decision of question on the draft resolution in the name of the Honourable Dr. Litchfield Chabalala. I wish to remind you that this draft resolution also was debated in a virtual mini plenary on Friday, the 28th of November. But once again, that a decision thereon can only be taken in the full plenary. I now put the question. Those in favour will say aye, and those against will say no. I think the noes have it. The motion is therefore not agreed to. Order, honourable members, I request you to stand and wait for the presiding officer and the maids to leave the chamber. That concludes the business for this today. The House is adjourned.